And the time is 9:45.
The votes are cast. All over Britain, the count begins as the nation decides.
Well, whatever may be happening in Russia tonight, and the latest news suggests it could be something big. Within minutes, we shall have a pointer to who's going to govern Britain for maybe the next 5 years. After all the campaigning, the heckling, even the stink bombs, now comes the reckoning. The nation has now decided. If you haven't voted, you're far too late.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for through 3 long weeks, the moment when we're actually going to know who actually is going to win. The polls have just closed and counting's now going on, and we should be getting the first results through in just about an hour's time. And while waiting for that first result, we've got something a bit better than guesswork to go on, and better too than the pre-polling day polls, because at 85 polling stations today, we've been conducting our own poll immediately after people voted. And from their answers, we find that Labour looked like being the government of this country again.
The first indications from the ITN poll taken around the country today is that the nation has decided to put Mrs. Margaret Thatcher into number 10 Downing Street as the United Kingdom's first woman Prime Minister. The nation has decided to put Mrs. Margaret Thatcher back in number 10 Downing Street.
ITN projects the two main parties very close, with John Major perhaps a fraction ahead of Neil Kinnock. The most likely outcome, a hung parliament. We're saying at the moment, the election result is too close to forecast.
Our prediction, based on the Mori exit poll for ITV, is that Labour have clearly won this election with what appears to be a massive majority.
Of course, that's just a prediction. We all have reason to rue some predictions. Polls can be wrong, but this one is usually right. If it's true, it may mean a turning point in the history of the country. An election like no other for a generation.
What a weight the party leaders have tonight.
The next 5 years begin here, now.
Those votes are being counted in Hammersmith, And the same scene will be going on tonight in about 380 other constituencies up and down the country to decide the result of this 1959 general election, one of the most exciting and dramatic general elections of the present century. Now, over the next few hours, from a special election newsroom, which we've set up here in a studio in Television House in the heart of London, we're going to use the entire resources of independent television to bring you those 380 results just as soon as they come in. And the rest of the 630 constituencies in the country will be counting tomorrow morning, and we'll bring you those results too. Now, the first result should be announced within the next half hour, quite possibly sooner. And there's always a tremendous race among a number of towns to be first with the news. In 1955, at the last election, it was Billericay. In 1951, it was Watford, and in 1950, it was Salford. And Salford, in fact, is a town which always makes a great point of trying to get its result in first. Now, through the outside broadcast cameras of independent television, we're keeping an eye on a number of other constituencies which may come in with an early result. If you look at this map, altogether you can see that we've got OB cameras covering the entire country. Up in Glasgow, we're watching Scotland. In Cardiff, we're watching Wales. We've got a camera down in Bromley, Mr. Macmillan's constituency, but we shan't be getting that result until tomorrow. And we've got cameras in Leeds for Mr. Gaitskell's constituency, and we shall be getting that result, but I think a bit later. Now, the constituencies where we may be getting early results are Exeter, Cheltenham, Southampton. There are 2 constituencies there, Sutton and Cheam, Hammersmith, Watford, Billericay, Manchester, 2 seats there, and Salford. But, of course, the first result may come from somewhere we don't expect, some town clerk somewhere may be about to catch us out. If he does, we'll get the result from the Press Association and the Exchange Telegraph on their teleprinter machines here in this studio. Now, to explain to you how this will work, here is Brian Connell, who with Tony Brown will be joining me in bringing you the election news throughout the night.
Anthony Brown will be spelling Ian Trethowne and myself during the night as and when needed.
Hello there.
We'll see you later, Tony. In the 14 counting rooms where we have outside broadcast cameras, the results will normally be given by the town clerk or the returning officer. For those of you who are taking detailed notes, we shall be showing a card confirming the figures on the screen. And I shall be giving you the rest of the results from the studio with such comments on changes in seats, comparisons with the 1955 election, and personalities as may seem significant. Behind me is part of the battery of teleprinters carrying the special election service of the Press Association and Exchange Telegraph. This will be processed by our editorial staff, some of whom you'll see here with our senior sub-editor Trevor Barnard.
Well, in the Studio 9 newsroom here in London, the calculations of our 2 computers will be analysed by Hugh Barrington, head of the Department of Politics at the University of Newcastle upon Tyne. There'll be comment on the results from expert George Fitch, and with him 2 other experts on the political scene, William Rees-Mogg, deputy editor of the Sunday Times, and Ian Waller, political correspondent of the Sunday Telegraph. Andrew Gardner, as usual, will fill you in with the full details of the constituency results as they come in. We'll be having a lot of other people dropping in the studio through the night, and we'll have some surprises for you. Already here in full strength is our newsroom with all those pretty girls, the tireless sub-editors, the cameramen, the lights, the electricians, the figures, the paraphernalia, the whole lot when you want to do an election properly. And they're all the people, including our producer and directors, on whom this program really depends. Now for 2 other stars of our show, mustn't miss them out, there are computers. One of them, the English electric computer KDF6, is with us here in the studio newsroom. It'll be at the centre of the speedy analysis service that we'll be bringing you tonight and tomorrow. A service that'll give you in seconds the forecast of the outcome of the election, the turnout, the swing, and vital statistics that'll be emerging throughout the night as today's 27, 28, 29 million votes are counted. Now, 140 miles away in Kidsgrove in Staffordshire, in Europe's biggest computer bureau, is the giant KDF9, which will be doing the lion's share of all these calculations. KDF9 can do in, well, a millionth of a second or something like that. It can do anything you want. It can calculate swings, trends, turnout, just as quick as you and I can sneeze. As the results pour into the election newsroom from more than 400 special correspondents, they'll be passed along a high-speed teleprinter link to Kidsgrove, where in split seconds the sums will be done and passed back to our experts here in London on this printer that can print 1,000 lines a minute. Well, that's too many for me to read. We expect our computers to tell us their forecast of whether it'll be Mr. Wilson or Mr. Heath who'll be the victor tonight, and his majority to be within seconds of our cameras bringing you the very first result, wherever it may be. That's not all, of course, that KDF6 can do. I can let you into a secret, it can sing as well, and indeed has learned and rehearsed specially for this occasion a patriotic and all-party song. From that, you'll gather that KDF6 is as tone-deaf as I am. Thank you very much, KDF6. We'll have a duet with you and the victorious party leader, I think, at some time later in the night, very late when the children have gone to bed. Here in the studio, we have our copy takers there, prepared to pick up all the 630 results tonight and tomorrow. Well, that's, of course, apart from some rather remote seats, like Joe Grimond's one up in Orkney and Shetland. I don't suppose he's too worried about that. It's been in the Grimond family for quite a little while. We'll have the computer forecasts and analyses from the Barrick Company. They're using an ICL computer. That's a British computer. What other computer could make head or tail of a British general election? And here is the scoreboard, which tells you all that you need to know. On the left there, that isn't England's test match score. It looks rather like it. Anyway, that's what the gains and losses will be. We'll be going out and about, up and down the land, talking to everyone who's anyone. And starting here in the studio, well, it's an empty chair, but she's never really very punctual. For Labour, Mrs. Shirley Williams, the Education Secretary, who's on her way. For the Conservatives, Lord Carrington, who sat in the Heath Cabinet and recently a foreign emissary for Mrs. Thatcher. For the Liberals, the one and only Mr. Joe Grimond. Leonard Parkin will be unleashing them shortly. And Martin Lewis will be in charge of the results as they flow in. So it's going to be a busy old night up here, but it's going to be 10 times busier down beneath me there, where the really hard work is being done by our computing people, results telephonists, editorial people, runners, the lot. That's the boiler room, and it's stoking up.
Well, Alistair, tonight ITN offers you, the viewer, the fastest election results service around. And if you promise not to tell anyone else, we thought we'd let you into the secret of how we're going to do it. ITN has a special correspondent in every single constituency whose job it is to pick up his or her private telephone line the second the result is announced. On the other end of that line, one of these computer terminal operators who will first tap into their terminal the name of the party that's won a particular seat. And that bare result will be flashed on the bottom of your picture like this, regardless of what else is happening at the time. We reckon the whole process takes about 7 seconds. Now, other hot news and election stories from around the country will be monitored and filtered here at our special general election news desk. Now, that's the ground floor. There's something else I'd like you to see now. It's another filter, a sort of human filter. ITN producer Derek Dowsett, spending his 5th and possibly slightly uncomfortable general election sitting in a sort of foxhole by Alistair's feet, sorting through computer printouts of the results and other vital information. But what, you may ask, if the computer breaks down? Well, in that case, we have another one waiting to swing into action. And what if that breaks down? Well, then there's a third one waiting to take over. But what, some of the more sceptical amongst you may ask, if that breaks down too? Well, it's no accident that our computer terminals here are arranged in the shape of a lucky horseshoe. That is how the ITN battleship sails into the fray tonight, from the engine room back to the bridge.
It's clearly going to be a very exciting night. Alongside me are Alistair Stewart and Julia Somerville, just part of our presenting team. Alistair is a walking encyclopedia of voting facts and figures. He'll be analysing the constituency results fed to him by his tank commander, Richard, in his turret. The results come into our newsroom from ITN correspondents at all 651 counts. Julia presents the details of our exit poll by Harris Research. They interviewed voters outside the polling stations, compiled it at their office outside London, then sent the results through to the 2 men at ITN in charge of the analysis. Robin Day started his broadcasting career at ITN in the 1950s. Tonight he's back because election night wouldn't be the same without his probing encounters. Our other presenter here at ITN is John Souchet. He's in our atrium with something just a little bit special.
I'll be here in ITN's very own chamber of the House of Commons. Here, the Speaker's chair, To the right of it, the government front bench. On the other side of the House, the opposition front bench. And as the night goes on and the results come in, I'll show you what the shape of the new House of Commons will look like.
Our aim is to bring you the fastest, the clearest and the friendliest election night service. Our ITV election studio here is in the heart of ITN's headquarters. With me, a team that has an enormous amount of experience covering elections. A formidable trio of election analysts. Professor Colin Rallings, Dr. David Butler, a veteran of programmes like this, and ITN's political analyst, David Cowling. And next to me here, Michael Brunson, ITN's political editor, who will be looking at the big picture as it unfolds. Mike, if this exit poll is correct, it really is the most astonishing turnaround.
It is going to be, if it is correct, one of those very, very important moments when British political history takes a decisive turn, a really decisive turn. It would mean that it would be a Labour government which effectively would have its best ever mandate, better, for example, than 66, better perhaps even than 1945. And importantly, it means legislation will pass through the House of Commons which will change Britain. Devolution, for example, Scotland, and perhaps looking forward, abolition of the House of Lords.
And for the Tories?
An absolute disaster, and you can be certain that the tremors within the Tory party, the shakeout of all of this means will begin tomorrow morning.
We will explore all this on the assumption, of course, that that exit poll is right.
Well, that's how we'll be bringing the results to you in your own homes. But of course, a lot of people like to wait for election news in the centre of the big cities, Trafalgar Square in London, for instance, or outside city chambers in Glasgow. Now, Michael Ingrams is waiting now in Trafalgar Square to show you the scene there.
Well, with only minutes to go until the first result is expecting in, Trafalgar Square is really beginning to liven up. A few minutes ago, the place was stiff with these balloons, red and blue, but those of us who were blue punctured the reds, and those of us who were red punctured the blues, and the rest escaped into the sky, and so I proudly claim to have the only two balloons left in Trafalgar Square. How long I can keep them for, I don't know. Well, it won't be long now. Did you vote today?
Yes.
You're looking forward to the result?
Oh, yes.
You think your party's going to come in?
Definitely.
And it is?
Yes.
Which party?
Liberal.
Liberal? Oh. Anybody else think the Liberals are coming in?
No.
That's a deathly silence. Well, singing is starting behind us, I suppose, too. Everybody here will be singing as well. People are starting to put up rosettes and different sorts of emblems, and people are starting to pull them down. We have 100 policemen here tonight who are looking very happy with the situation at the moment.
Well, we're going to Glasgow later, but I suppose the people who are waiting most anxiously for the election news are the men and women at the three main party headquarters. Now, throughout the night, we shall have our own reporters bringing you the news from each of them. Reginald Bosanquet at Conservative Central Office, George Fitch just across the way at Transport House for the Labour Party, and John Ardern at Liberal headquarters. All three of them are there now, so let's first go to Conservative Central Office.
Well, you've caught us here in the lull before the action begins, but I think I can safely say that there's no place in the country where the first result is being so anxiously awaited or with so much interest. Here is, in fact, Conservative Party headquarters in Smith Square, Westminster. Smith Square has, in a way, been the main battleground of this election campaign, because I'm standing in front of the Conservative Party headquarters, and just 50 or 60 yards away is Transport House, the headquarters of the Labour Party, where we'll be going in a moment. Well, here, the Conservative Party headquarters is where Lord Hailsham and Lord Poole, the organisers of the party, have been running their campaign, giving press conferences and television interviews. Tonight they're being rather reticent, and they haven't arrived yet, and they won't be appearing in front of our cameras for a while. We hope to show them later, but now over to Transport House, Labour Party headquarters.
Well, Mr. Phillips, I know the first result will soon be crowding this off the screen, but would you care to stick your neck out?
Well, why not wait for the first result? I'll wait with you. In any case, we're as confident as we were. The high poll is, I think, generally beneficial, but in any case, whether win or lose, I prefer to lose with a high poll than to win with a low one, where people felt that they hadn't got their confidence in the new government.
Would you care to give us any pointers to what you think viewers should look for as what would decide the result?
Well, what you've got to look for, of course, is the percentage swing in a number of areas. You don't need to wait for the lot. For myself, if, for an example, we increase our percentage of the total poll in the two Salfords, in Blackburn, in Edge Hill, Liverpool, in Kirkdale, Liverpool, in Reading, in Eton and Slough, and in Acton. There's no longer any Conservative majority. And then, of course, there'll be a number of seats that will be won on organisation and by changes in population.
So if you win those, you're in?
Well,
no,
not win. If we increase our percentage of the poll in those by 2%, I should say there's a Labour government.
Well, let's hear for a moment from the Liberals over now to Liberal headquarters.
Mr. Byers, how have the Liberals done today, do you think?
Well, I hope we've done very well. I think we've done very well. And certainly if there really has been a high poll, then I think that ought to help us. Certainly the reports have been very hopeful. On the other hand, people seem to have been fairly secretive. Politicians have often been accused of misleading the public. This time it looks as though the public's getting its own back and misleading the politicians. I personally expect a substantial increase in the total Liberal votes cast, but under this present electoral system, there's no guarantee that we'll get a lot more seats. You will get millions of votes and no more seats. But I'm still hoping for more seats, and I'm hoping that we shall run second in a considerable number of places where hitherto we've been third. Now tonight we shall be watching very anxiously indeed North Devon and Rochdale results, because that'll give us some indication on seats. And as far as the Liberal voting trend is concerned, we ought to see something from the three of the seats we didn't fight in 55, Billericay, Cheltenham and Exeter, and two where we did, Ipswich and Richmond. All I can say is we're full of hope and ready for anything.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Byers. And now back to Television House.
Well, we know that Salford is getting very close to its result, but one constituency which we know is also trying to get in with a very quick result is Billericay. Now, Bill Allenby is waiting there, so let's ask him how the count is going.
Mike, look, the chap standing there now, the deputy sheriff. And here at Billericay, we're just waiting for the result. There you see the High Sheriff, Major Benyon Hoare, on the left, talking to the deputy acting officer, Mr. Hatt. And our information here is in about 2 minutes or so we shall have the result here at Billericay. And the result here is just awaited any minute now. There's an air of intense excitement. The people in the hall, all the tellers and counters you see in the foreground, have done their job, and they're waiting for just the last final checks. And there's the table in which the Deputy Returning Officer's Secretary on the left, Mrs. Norris, and the adjudicator on the right, just checking the last few doubtful votes, a well-blotted bit of paper, all the official signatures, and it should be any minute now before we get this result. This is a very exciting result here from Billericay. Billericay, which last time was a Conservative return with a majority of 4,206. This time he has a Liberal opposition to him, and also there are about 20,000 new people who've moved into Basildon New Town. We've just got a sign from the returning officer to say that it'll be under 1 minute now before we get the result. And there are the candidates. On the left you see Mr. Gardner, the Conservative candidate, and with the fair hair, and on his right with the bow tie is the Liberal, Mr. Sheldon Williams, and on Mr. Sheldon Williams' right, I'm afraid shielded by the High Sheriff at the moment, is Mrs. Smythe, the Labour candidate. Now this is a great moment, a most intense moment for them, because there's Mrs. Smythe. Now, can this influx of people and the Liberal vote turn it in her favour? That is the great question which have been waiting here from Billericay. A Liberal intervention, 20,000 people brought into the constituency. Just the final counting now. And it's just coming up now, and I'll keep quiet and we get ready for the official result from Major Benyon Hoare, the High Sheriff. And here it comes.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, before the High Sheriff reads the result, I will offer the figures to the candidates and ask them if they need a recount.
That is the official time now in which the candidates are asked if they want a recount. If the vote is very close, one of them might want a recount, but Mr. Gardiner says no, the Liberal says no, and here's the result.
Here is the result. Edward Lucas Gardiner, 29,224. Peter Miles Trelawney Sheldon Williams, 9,347. Mrs. Rita Allison Smythe, 24,400.
Great cheer means that Billericay, in spite of the 20,000 new people, in spite of a Liberal intervention, is still a Conservative seat. Please.
I declare Edward Lucas Gardiner has been duly elected to serve as a member for the Billericay constituency.
Well, you heard that result, the first result of the 1959 general election. The Conservative, E.L. Gardiner, won the seat with 29,000 votes. Second was Mrs. Smythe, Labour Co-op, just over 24,000. And third, Mr. Sheldon Williams, Liberal, with 9,000.
We have just heard that it's now officially announced that Mr. Khrushchev is out of power in the Soviet Union. This, of course, is the most remarkable news to come, coincide with a British general election. But now I think there's more news from Salford in our election. Let's go to Bill Grundy again.
Well, the news is still hanging fire. I can see the election officer, as you probably can, doing the last tottings up here. The town clerk, the very large gentleman on the right of the picture, Mr. Ribblesdale Thornton, and the Lord Mayor and the Mayor of Salford coming to the microphone now. Now, this is for Salford West, where, let me remind you, last time in 1959, the Labour majority was 2,867. It's a straight fight again this time. Here is the announcement now from the Mayor, Alderman Joseph Davis.
Parliamentary election, Salford West. Results. I, the undersigned, being the acting returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Albert Edwin Clarke, 16,446. Stanley Orme, 20,400.
And if you can hear me above the noise.
I'll repeat that. Stanley Orme, 20,490.
Now that means that there is a Labour majority there of some 4,000 as opposed to the 2,861 or so in this constituency in 1959. So that is no change, but with a slightly increased Labour majority. And with that, I hand you back to Alistair Burnett in London.
In fact, that looks not at all bad news for Mr. Wilson if the rest of the country behaved as Salford West has done.
Now, for the first time in any election, we've brought a group of voters right into the core of our programme. Throughout the night, we'll be finding out how they voted and why, and we'll be getting their reaction to the results as they come in. Our panel is drawn from veterans of this campaign, those voters who appeared in the ITV and STV 500 programmes. We also canvass their views, you'll remember, for News at 10 surveys. With them, just across the studio, is Sue Lawley.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Let me introduce you then to our panel of voters. You may actually recognise a few faces from our programmes during the last 3 weeks in Exeter, Coventry, Bury and Basildon. And of course on Monday when they put the three party leaders on the spot. Also with us though this evening are members of the STV 500 from Scotland. They're all by now, all of them seasoned political observers who've challenged leading politicians during the campaign. Just first of all, for a reminder of what that's involved, let's take a swift look behind the scenes at the ITV 500 programmes over the last few weeks.
The ITV 500 come from all over the country, from all walks of life. They're the voice of the people, asking the questions you want answered. In live studio debates with leading politicians, they've tackled the big issues of this campaign: health, education, crime and the economy.
1-0 on 5. Well, there you were, Evelyn Wake, 2.5 weeks ago, I think, saying you didn't believe a word any of them said. How did you vote in the end?
I voted Labour, and I still don't believe anything they say.
Well, why have you voted for them then?
Well, I had principles that I've stuck by all my life, and so I must vote Labour.
So you're traditional old Labour?
Definitely.
So what do you think of New Labour and Tony Blair?
Not an awful lot.
But you voted for him?
But I had to.
It could be that a lot of people have done that tonight, couldn't it?
think so, yes, and he should be very grateful that they have.
I'm sure he will be if the exit poll proves to be correct. Let me go to the other end of the age spectrum, as it were, to one of our first-time voters in the ITV 500, Ed Hamer. I think you were determined to get the Tories out whatever, weren't you?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, as on Monday's programme I said, I was swaying towards Liberal Democrats, and I still think Paddy Ashdown's a brilliant leader. But, yeah, the bottom line is I did want Tories out.
So?
And so I voted Labour. I did go for Labour.
So you're a tactical voter?
Yeah, I'm a tactical voter.
You've never known anything but a Tory government?
No.
How important is it then? Why was it so important for you to get
It was
rid of them?
important because, I mean, since they've got in, I've gone through a lot. I've graduated, I've been through all the education, I've been unemployed, and it's just important to me that I vote for the Labour Party to get in.
Why? What do you think they're going to give you?
Hope. Hope more than anything. I'm just fed up with Conservatives.
Okay. Let me move to a traditional Conservative voter, I think, Freddie Huns from Exeter, yes? So you're not going to be happy tonight, are you?
Well, I don't know. I have to wait and see whether I'm going to be happy or not, Sue. But quite honestly, I remember the desperately fantastic years of Labour in the old days. Strikes everywhere, industrial strikes, bus strikes, rail strikes, miners' strikes, dockers' strikes, 26% inflation, which decimated my savings.
But, of course, Tony Blair's promised that none of those things will happen this time, that this is new Labour, that was old Labour. You're not convinced?
I shall take some real convincing. I don't think he's strong enough. I think the Rottweilers will come out of the cupboard.
Do you?
I really think yes. I wish him luck.
If the exit poll is correct, of course. You've still got your fingers crossed, I can see in your lap there.
Yes, I have.
OK.
Now let's go over and have another look at that scene in Trafalgar Square with Michael Ingrams.
Well, back in Trafalgar Square, I can tell you the results so far, which is that everyone seems to be pretty even with Labour slightly ahead. Does that surprise you?
No.
Why did you come here tonight?
Just to see what was happening.
Just see what was happening. You came to see the crowds, did you?
I hope to see a Conservative victory.
Uh-huh. I see. Did you come to Trafalgar Square to see it?
I came from Glasgow to see it.
Came from Glasgow to see it. And you, sir, now that you're waving at the camera, why not talk to me for a moment? What sort of victory do you want to see here?
Labour.
Did you come here to see the crowds, or did you just come to see the results?
The results.
Uh-huh. And did anybody...
Yes, I would like to say something.
You say something.
Yes, very much indeed.
What
I
was it?
have come to say, I'm glad to get hold of you. I was hoping for this. Because I want to say that whatever government get in are a lot of cheats. I wouldn't go the length of my finger to vote for any of them. For they have cheated the widows. Shut up a minute. I have something to say. Yes, I have something to say.
You didn't vote for anybody?
Nobody, because I'm a widow.
Anybody else here not vote for anybody?
Denied of a pension. It's time they gave the widows some justice for the widows.
Can I have my microphone back? Well, that's one person's opinion. Did anybody else here not vote at all? Who? You, why did you not vote?
Justice for widows.
The whole reason I didn't vote is I don't think much of any of them.
You don't?
Now I'm waiting for Liberal revival, and when there is, then I will vote for them.
And then what are you doing in Trafalgar Square? Have you come to see the crowds, or have you just come to...
Well, I've come to see the crowds. I hope to see the Conservatives back this time with a much smaller majority. I don't want the Socialists in at all, because they'd absolutely wreck the whole thing. I hope the Tories don't get a bigger majority than they have got, because they'll probably get back much the same way as they were before.
Anybody else got any strong feelings here? We seem to have some really strong ones coming along.
Take my picture.
What?
You want to take my picture?
Take his picture. He wants his picture taken. Stand back. There. Okay?
Yeah.
Do you know who's the leader of the Conservative Party?
No. Macmillan then.
Macmillan! Look, and who's the leader of the Labour Party?
Take school.
Oh, he told you. Well, you don't have to worry about those things for a few more years yet, do you?
No.
Well,
I hope Labour wins the election.
You hope Labour wins the election. Well, everybody here's got their own hopes. There's certainly a lot of people here, aren't there?
Yeah.
Well, the singing was going on a moment ago. I suppose the students have stopped it, have they?
Over there.
Over there, was it?
Yeah.
He knows, doesn't he?
You'll put the
Well, who else feels any? Have you come here just to see the crowds, or...
To see the results, mainly.
To see the results?
Yes.
Rather than stay at home with the radio.
Well, Mr. Callaghan, Mrs. Thatcher and Mr. Steele, quite naturally, have all gone to ground for the moment. They may even be watching television and our poll prediction. Our cameras were with them all day, though. Anthony Carthew was with Mr. Callaghan.
Mr. Callaghan's first duty today, very properly, was to vote in a local school which he himself had opened. He was jovial, but a little less so than the past 2 days. The vote casting itself was one of those dreadfully staged performances.
Now look, my tiny hand is frozen. Can I drop it in here? Otherwise I think you won't want me to vote for myself. All right.
Afterwards, all of us feeling rather end of term, we had a bit of a chat.
First of all, have you enjoyed it, Prime Minister?
Oh, 4 weeks, yes, indeed, certainly. I hope you've had some enjoyment too.
We have,
We've
yes.
all. I think it's been very helpful and very useful, and I've enjoyed taking the argument around the country. But at the moment, I feel, what is it I feel? I feel relaxed, confident, successful, rejuvenated, reinvigorated. Can't you suggest a few more?
Surprised at your own stamina?
No, not surprised. I always knew I had the stamina. I knew I could outlast anybody else on this sort of thing.
You look better on it than we do, that's the point.
No, you look very well. I think we've treated you very kindly. I shan't have any more to say, but anyway, I know I've got 2 votes. That is if Audrey voted for me.
So after 5,000 miles and 23 major speeches, there wasn't much to do but wait, which Jim is not very good at since he likes to be busy. His confidence of a week ago isn't so strong now, but it's still stronger than it was halfway through the campaign, when he talked of going with dignity and his eyes seemed fixed on his Sussex farm rather than Downing Street. If he wins, he will have the satisfaction of knowing he will have done it virtually single-handed. If he loses, he's prepared to take total responsibility. Either way, the Callaghan campaign of '79 will be regarded as a remarkable personal effort.
Well, our man with Mrs. Thatcher throughout the campaign has been Michael Brunson. He's been watching closely the way things have gone for her and how she's coped with this long campaign, and he's been talking to her as she waits to see whether she's going to be the first woman Prime Minister in British history.
Mrs. Thatcher and her family kept moving right up to the end, even while the polling stations were open for business. She was out in her constituency. Her majority is, after all, only just under 4,000, so as to encourage the faithful. But she did find time for a word with me about the campaign and about that nail-biting time as the results come in.
Always in a campaign, it never carries on the way it starts. We all know that. You start off on some issues, and then suddenly they change. And of course, all of a sudden, you know, we had to turn aside to try to refute some of the scares that were put around during the second week. And I was very anxious that we should fight a campaign about the policies for the next 5 years, because that's what it's all about.
Is there anything
I tell you what happens in almost every campaign. People don't like party leaders slanging one another, so I was determined that we shouldn't. And then, of course, you get terrific criticism. You're not attacking enough. And I say, but really, it's for him to put his policy for the next 5 years and for me to put mine. So you, to some extent, it's some different. Whatever you do is wrong, but I think it's thoroughly wrong to have a slanging campaign, and I think it's an insult to people who you expect to vote for you.
And now you've got to wait for the results. Is this the toughest moment?
Well, no, I think it'll start getting bad about 10 o'clock tonight.
But you're still quietly confident, though.
Oh, yes. We're very fit. We're very cheerful. You know, we never count our chickens before they're hatched. And we don't count number 10 Downing Street before it's thatched.
That's the worst joke of the campaign. Thank you.
Well, interestingly, several polls have shown that of the 3 main party leaders, David Steele is the one who most voters admire most. And some of the more recent polls, though not our own, have predicted a dramatic rise in support for the Liberals. So, if it should happen that no party has a clear majority, we could well see Mr. Steele realising his dream of exerting a moderating Liberal influence on the next government. John Suchet has been with the Liberal leader on the day when rallying the troops mattered most.
7:10 on a chill election morning, and David Steele goes to vote. The campaign is officially over, but Mr. Steele plans yet another heavy day, urging the voters out to vote.
This is David Steele asking you to make it another great Liberal victory today.
He has waged a remarkable campaign, travelling, I reckon, the best part of 20,000 miles. But it's been a carefully constructed campaign. He's stuck to small towns and rural areas, areas with traditionally strong Liberal support. He's stayed clear of the big conurbations. He hasn't set foot, for instance, in the West Midlands. The danger is that by concentrating on winnable seats, he may have lost support in other areas where, as a consequence, Liberals may desert him. But for a minority party, it's winnable seats that count, and he's sure he's played the campaign right.
I think the actual manner of campaigning has been a success. It has enabled me to get round far more of the country than I would have done normally or than my predecessors were able to do. It's been cheap, which is important for the Liberal Party. We haven't been extravagant at all, and it's been an organisational nightmare at times, but it has really worked extremely well.
And you would do the same again, given the same set of circumstances?
I hope so. Obviously, like all parties, we will analyse the campaign afterwards, and particularly in the light of the results. But what I am pleased about is that the party as a whole has liked the campaign, and whether the results are good, bad or indifferent, I think that they've been pleased with the way the campaign was conducted, and the whole party united behind the strategy, and that was very important.
Well, whether or not that tactic has succeeded we'll know in a very few hours. So too will Mr. Steele know whether his Liberal Party has any meaningful role to play in the new government. John Suchet, ITN, in the Scottish borders.
Some early indications of turnout. In northwest England, it seems to be approaching 75%. That would put it nearly on a par with February 1974. Well, for the first time in 20 years, two former Prime Ministers have been campaigning to stay MPs and to influence what's going on. Mr. Edward Heath, though no friend of Mrs. Thatcher's, has been campaigning as hard as anyone. He knew unexpected victory in 1970 and unexpected defeat in February 1974, just around this time of night, so no one knows better what this moment of waiting is. Mr. Heath is at his count in Bexley Sidcup, and Reginald Bosanquet is with him.
Mr. Heath, in Bexley in 1970, I think we were together,
yes.
And everybody, all the opinion polls except one, said that you were going to lose,
yes.
And you came into the hall looking particularly perky,
yes.
as I remember, and we all thought, my gosh, he knows something we don't know. Do you know something we don't know today?
Well, I'm not sure about that. In 1970, I was quite certain that the British people wouldn't want Mr. Wilson for another 5 years. And that's why I was really so perky, despite everything which the public opinion poll said. And you may remember after the Manchester meeting, there was a very bad one indeed.
What's it like to win when everybody says you're going to lose?
Oh, very exciting. But at the same time, you realize the responsibilities which you're undertaking.
You have made 70 speeches in this campaign. You've
Yes.
never mentioned Mrs. Thatcher once. Why is that?
Oh, that's not true.
It is true, actually.
No, it's not.
I'm assured by your party workers that it's true.
Well, they haven't heard all the 70 speeches. But I've travelled up and down the whole country. I've gone from Dundee in the north of Scotland right down to the southwest of Cornwall. And I've enjoyed myself enormously. I've tried to raise the great issues of the day and the campaign, which I thought it was right to do. And I'm delighted that people have listened, and I've had tremendous audiences. And I think it's been well worthwhile.
What do you think has been the single greatest issue?
Well, I think the major issue in the campaign, whether it's been discussed or not in other constituencies, I don't know, is the decline of this country and how we arrest it and start on the upward slope. And I've never minced my words. It's going to be a very long, hard task, but we've got to do it.
Well, I'm going to come back to you on some slightly harder questions later in the evening,
Yes.
but in the meanwhile, I'm going over to Anna Ford at Finchley.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we will be going to Anna Ford at Finchley very shortly.
But Sir Harold Wilson, Mr. Heath's old opponent, led the Labour Party in 5 general elections and won 4 of them, and that's a very high rating for any Prime Minister. So he knows what this moment means when the candidate is left alone with his hopes and his fears and just a television set. Sir Harold's at Huyton, his constituency, and Trevor MacDonald's with him.
Sir Harold, as Alistair Burnett said in the studio, you have had more experience than most in waiting for these election results. As Prime Minister, what is it like for a Prime Minister waiting as the first results are about to come in?
Well, this is my first real election in the constituency since 1959, because I was party leader in all the others. But as Prime Minister, of course, it is more tense than just waiting for your own result. 4 of the 5 in which I led the party, we won, and some of them we could feel we were winning. There was a lot of doubt about the first election in 1974.
And of course there was the disappointment of 70 as well.
1970, that was when the public opinion poll gave me a 15-point lead on the eve of the poll. But I could feel the thing getting a bit sour in that very hot summer, all that previous week.
Yes, they gave you 15, as much as 15%.
14.9 to be exact.
14.9. Now, tonight, the ITN poll, as you heard earlier on the programme, has suggested that Mrs. Thatcher could come in with quite a handsome majority. As a Prime Minister, in Mr. Callaghan's position, how would you feel about that now?
Well, speaking for myself, I'm president of the Market Research Society, which looks after all the public opinion polls. They can be wrong. I would prefer to wait until the counts have been taken in 630-odd constituencies. But of course, it will obviously come as a disappointment to him.
Yes. Prime Ministers pretend not to take any knowledge of the polls, but do they, in their heart of hearts, not really believe them, especially when they're going well for them?
Well, I was also a statistician. I was, on the whole, rather detached. I think the truth is that when they're going well for you, you tend to believe them. When they're going badly, you decide that they're the product of charlatans. Perhaps that's an honest opinion of how you feel.
So perhaps tonight Mr. Callaghan wouldn't really believe the ITN poll at this moment?
I think he may feel that it is a very, very heavy swing. Of course, your rival organisation had a poll asking people as they came out in 1974 in the second election, which gave us a lead of 150 seats. In the event, I think we had an overall majority of about 7 or 8 seats,
yes,
which turned out to be wrong. But yours, I understand, is a much bigger sample than they took.
Sir Harold, thank you very much. And back now to the ITN studio in London.
John Prescott in Hull East. John Prescott, you're there. Mr. Prescott, can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
You can, good. It's Jonathan Dimbleby again in the ITV Election 97 studio. The question I wanted to put to you, does this demonstrate that the people, the spin doctors, the rest, the smooth guys who you've sometimes been a little critical of in the past, knew exactly what they were doing?
I think it demonstrates that the Labour Party is able to put across very good organisation with good political ideas and tremendous leadership. That was the theme, that was the message we put across, and it seems that the country has swung very hard to that.
You don't sometimes think to yourself, or beginning to think to yourself, when you look at this likely result, I stress it's still an exit poll, of course, basically, did we need to be quite so new Labour as we are in order to get here? Couldn't we have been a little touch more old Labour and still got here?
No, I think this is remarkable results coming around the country, and Tony Blair's going to be right to have brought about those changes that he did.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prescott. I think we can be joined now. I think Michael Heseltine is in his... Mr. Heseltine, good evening to you.
Good evening to you.
Now, I know one thing you are not saying now is that it's 60 upwards. When did you really stop believing that?
Well, it's an attitude of mine. I've spent a lot of time fighting battles for the Tory party, and I think the important thing is to recognise if you fight battles, you fight to win. And so any hesitancy or doubt or letting yourself be sort of peeled off by the media gives quite the wrong signal to your many millions of supporters. So I very clearly state the position that I'm in the business of fighting to win, and we've done that to the best of our ability. The Prime Minister has fought, in my view, an exemplary campaign, and I've done everything I possibly could, all alongside my other Cabinet colleagues, to help him to win. We believe the case was right, and of course we're disappointed with the early indications.
What's the reason for it, do you think? You say disappointed in the early indications. What's the reason for this apparently massive swing against you?
Well, I would say this. I've been in opposition, and if you're going through the process of moving from government to opposition, which we may or may not be doing, but let's just look at the dangers of trying to have post-mortem on television whilst the results are only 1 old. The fact is that there will be questions to ask, there will be answers to establish, but it's very important to have a period of reflection, of internal analysis, and to realize that the first priority now is to reorganize the fight back of the Conservative Party. We've got to realize that we are one of the most effective political parties in human history, and we've become that over many years because we understand that we have obligations, we have policies, and we have the capacity to win.
Mr. Heseltine, are you going to be in there yourself, fighting back as near the top as you can fight back?
Well, I've been fortunate in being invited by John Major to be very close to the top, and I think we've worked extraordinarily close together. And my whole recent period in power has been about helping John Major to first to govern and then to win this election campaign. And that is exactly the position I hope to see continuing in terms of the Conservative Party. He's done an extraordinary job for this country. The historians are going to give him the highest plaudits for the transformations he's brought about and the rocks that he's planted upon which we can make progress. It now could be that it won't be him that takes that forward. We shall have to see as the night goes on. But nobody can deny the quality of the economic infrastructure that he's put in place.
And left behind for his successor,
well,
if that's the case.
We will see whether that is the case.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Indeed. And I have to say, informally, that clearly was not a concession. It wasn't a statement that we've lost, but it's as near as you ever get from a senior politician acknowledging that tonight the Tories have lost this election. And now to find out what our panel thinks of all of this, Sue Lawley.
Well, Mr. Heseltine, notwithstanding, the post-mortem has begun over this side of the studio. And of course, the interesting thing to find out, if everything is as it's being predicted to be, is who are the swingers and why have they swung? I've got a few of them around me now. I think, John Woodhouse, you're a swinger. Why? From what to what, first of all?
Well, basically from Conservative to Labour. The last election, we'd got a Conservative candidate that had got Christian principles and had them, and I voted for him. But the legislation that's been passed during this present Parliament...
Such as what?
Such as the issue on Sunday trading, which again is unscriptural in my view, and also the lottery, which I was totally against, and it's...
But the Labour Party won't do away with the lottery.
It won't do away with the lottery, and I doubt if it'll put the Sunday trading back again. But at least, we had got an MP that would fight for that, irrespective of what his party said. He would fight against it, but we haven't got that anymore.
Ruth Hall, you're a swinger. From what to what?
Conservative to Labour.
Why?
Because I didn't like how the Conservatives treated the ordinary people. Health, education, VAT on fuel, the big pay rises that the fat cats were getting and the pensioners were getting 2%. And I must say, Matrix Churchill, because I come from Coventry.
I see. Well, that was a fair old reason, if not six. And we've got one voter here from Scotland who's got, I think, quite a theory as to why a lot of the Scottish electorate may have turned to Labour.
Well, looking at the Hamilton result, that may be wrong, but what I feel, or what I'm frightened of as a Labour supporter, is voting Labour in again, and then when it comes to devolution, another party taking over in Scotland. We've had that for 18 years, voting Labour, and the Tories have ruled us. We don't want to vote Labour again and the SNP rule us up in Scotland.
Well,
so to me, I don't want devolution.
We shall have to wait and see what happens. We'll come back for some more views later on.
Well, let's go back to Michael Ingram's in Trafalgar Square.
Well, I'm just climbing over the railings at the moment. I don't know if you can see me. Here we are again. I thought I'd get back for a breather, but they're back with us now. How do you think things are going? We have had no results through here yet. We've got about 15 minutes to go. And here we are, some students. Are we not? Come here. Come on, give us a gangway, because otherwise we can't hear a word anybody says. Now, wait, that is not, curious enough, ban the bomb has not been a big election issue, has it?
No, that's a shame.
Will you give him gangway? Otherwise we can't see a thing. There are millions of us trying to watch this thing. Well, let's drop the poster for a moment and tell me why you've come here tonight.
I came here tonight because...
Will you face the camera for me? Can you see him? Good. Yeah, you came here tonight.
I came here tonight to try and meet some friends of mine whom I haven't been able to find. Because I'm not going to find the result of the election any quicker, but I might have some fun waiting here.
Did you bring the poster with you, or did you draw it here?
We drew the poster here. I met somebody else who has supported this campaign.
Has anybody else tried to tear it down?
Somebody tried to tear down votes for students, but nobody's tried to tear down ban the bomb.
You think there should be votes for 18s, do you?
Not for 18. 19.
For the intelligentsia. Intelligentsia. Are you one of the intelligentsia, sir? Come forward! Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to a member of the intelligentsia.
Thank you, my friends.
How are you going to distinguish between students and intelligentsia?
I should have thought that there was no distinction. All students are intelligent.
I see. Only students should have the vote. But of course. Do we agree with that? Only students should have the vote.
But of course.
Yes!
Never, they'll ruin the country.
Shut up. Oh, I don't think we'll ruin the country, will we?
You go back to Wales.
Go back to Wales. Well, that's a fine piece of intelligent statement. Anybody got anything else intelligent? Go on, up with your placard again.
Oh, yes.
Don't want to miss an opportunity for propaganda, do you? The don't-knows will win, will they? Did you come here tonight, sir, just to look at the crowds, or you just...
Just look at the crowds.
Did you vote today?
No, I didn't vote.
You didn't?
I live down in Deal.
You live down in Deal?
Yeah.
You never thought of getting a postal vote?
No, I didn't.
Well, I have news for you. The polls so far are very high. They're running in the region of 80%, I gather. So far, there have been no changes of any sort. Does that surprise you? Hmm?
I am Italian.
What's the matter?
I am Italian.
Oh, he's Italian. Do you have fun like this in Italy? Well, I'm sorry for you, Tom. What about you, sir? Oh, you're carrying my microphone cable.
Now, with the results we've got in so far, I think we've got something to bite on for a panel of political experts that we've got waiting in another studio. Gerard Fay is in the chair, so let's ask him to introduce them to you.
This is the human brain department, and we hope we may do a little bit better than the electric one, but we're not boasting. John Connell, would you make a quick comment on what we've heard up to now?
I think that at the moment, you can't possibly even rival the electronic brain or get into a temper with it, but I would think that with slightly higher Labour majorities interesting in Salford West and East, it looks as if the Tory majority in the House of Commons will be cut a bit, but will be 30 to 40.
Robert Carvell.
Well, I would go further than that. On the basis of these two Lancashire results, I'd say that the parties would be running neck and neck. On the other hand, of course, Lancashire doesn't spread to the whole country, and it may well be that the rest of the country isn't swinging to the left quite so violently.
What about Billericay, Harold Hutchinson?
Billericay is a surprise to me. I thought Labour had stood a chance of winning it. But the two Salford results confirm, I believe, that Labour Party will win with a majority of between 6 and 20.
Ah, you're sticking your neck out
I'm
already.
sticking to it.
And would you like to make a forecast like that, Bob?
Well, if I've got to, I would make it the other way. I think the Tories may be in with about 20 to 30. But it's too early. You know, too soon.
I stick to my 30 to 40.
Well, now, I haven't explained exactly who these people are, because we thought we'd better get our first comment over quickly. John Connell is a Tory, a true blue Tory. Robert Carvell works for the London evening Liberal newspaper, The Star, and Harold Hutchinson is on the Daily Herald. I work for The Guardian. And throughout the evening, we're going to do the best we can to interpret. We haven't got electric brains, but up to now, I think we still have got some sort of impression which didn't come from Stafford. I'd still like to know if somebody doesn't have a real comment to make on Billericay. John Connell.
This, I think, is extraordinarily interesting. I was very interested in Hutchinson, thinking it might go over. I was very interested in the Liberal figure, 9,000 odd. I would suggest that cut into the Labour vote rather than into the Tory vote.
I think it did. Yes, I'm sure it did. The Liberal, incidentally, I think probably polled about 15% of the votes there, the quick calculation.
And what about now the relative figures in the Salfords, which are supposed to be so important?
Well, I've had a very quick go at that too, and I would say that taken together, there's probably a swing of somewhere about 2% to Labour.
Yeah.
Which, of course, isn't spread over the whole country uniformly, isn't just quite enough for Labour to get a majority tomorrow.
And we've no reason to believe it will be spread. But
we've no reason at all. No.
Does that cheer you up, Harold?
Well, I expected it to happen in Lancashire. If the rest of the country were the same, obviously, it would indicate a change of government.
The sort of league table of constituencies coming in first seems to have been a bit upset this time, doesn't it?
Billericay did well ahead of the Swords.
Where's Watford, for instance?
Yes, Watford hasn't turned up at all. There are one or two others missing too. Stretford was due at some time. Accrington's coming fairly soon, I think, too.
Cheltenham, now, does Cheltenham tell us anything at all?
Well, I think it does, you know, because by the look of it, the Liberal at Cheltenham is again polled very high, somewhere probably about 20%. Well, now, if they're doing that at Cheltenham, the chances are that in the West Country as a whole, they're going to poll fairly high.
Yeah.
And there are, of course, these interesting seats in Devon and Cornwall where they...
But Cheltenham, after all, is a constituency that has changed in character enormously in the past 10 years.
It's supposed to be occupied almost entirely by people like you.
May I make another point? It does look at Cheltenham as though the arrival of a Liberal candidate this time has taken at least as many votes from the Labour man as from the Tory, probably more.
Would you like to project yourself forward a bit now and say what you think would happen in the West Country if the same sort of proportion turned up?
Well, of course,
the
it would have to be more. But I have in mind two seats, North Cornwall and North Devon in particular, where the Liberals are running second or possibly going to win. If the Liberal vote goes up there, as it appears to, as this Cheltenham result indicates it might, then they might take one of these seats.
Yeah. Harold, would you like to extend a little your comment about Lancashire and... I'm sorry, you're not going to have time to do that just yet, and we're going back to Ian Trethowne in the newsroom.
I think Brown's got some news. Brown?
We are going over to Stafford to see what our electronic computer has to say about these early results. Over to Stafford to Professor Kinnock.
Good evening. Brian Inglis here, speaking from Stafford. I'd like you to meet Deuce, the celebrated English electronic computer. Now, Deuce can perfectly well speak for himself, I hope, through this cathode ray tube. Let's see if he does. He doesn't. It's the second time he's been obstinate today. I hope he'll work rather better later. Deuce is an electric brain, which operates not very differently to a human brain in some ways. That is to say, it takes in stuff which you give it, facts and figures, and it uses them as you like. But I'm afraid I've told we can't finish the explanation because we've got to go back to London.
Well, we'll go over to Anna Ford at Flood Street. I think Mrs. Thatcher might be leaving.
Mrs. Thatcher is not yet coming out. The beginnings of her entourage have begun to left. Derek Howe, her press officer, has just left. We expect her any moment now. And I think the door is opening. Here she comes. To an enormous cheer from the crowd. Mrs. Thatcher, quick word. Are you feeling nervous?
You're feeling optimistic, sir.
We're just reserving judgment. Thank you. Mrs. Thatcher waving to the crowds. Large numbers of people have gathered here. And her car is absolutely surrounded by people and police cars. The security here is enormous. If she possibly can, she's going to leave. There's a mini traffic jam in Flood Street at the moment, partly caused by the press and partly caused by the large number of cars surrounding Mrs. Thatcher. And off she goes. And back to the studio, Alistair.
And perhaps, Leonard, you could continue your conversation.
Well, it's, yes, she looked cheerful enough. Perhaps she's had the ITN poll. You did say, Lord Carrington, that you felt you were ahead right from the start.
Yeah.
Was this a general party feeling?
Well, certainly, I think it was. And, you know, when we had that poll a few days ago of the Labour Party being 0.7% ahead, I mean, it was so alien to my experience, I simply didn't believe it.
It was a maverick among the polls.
I felt all along that we were ahead in the marginals, and, you know, you get a little euphoria the candidates and the party workers always think they're ahead, but there are some pretty canny agents who've been in the business a long time, and they were always convinced we were ahead. I hope I'm right.
Well, Mr. Grimond, obviously, and there's the word again, if this poll is anywhere near correct, Mr. Steele has failed in what he was trying to do, which was to hold the balance of power in a people's parliament, as he called it.
Yes, he's failed in that, but he's had a tremendous personal success, I think. And I think the Liberal Party has risen in estimation enormously during the campaign, and will indeed wield considerable influence.
Is a personal success any substitute for winning seats?
Better than personal failure. But, well, it may not be ideal, but I think it will. See, I think a whole lot of people now, to whom at any rate the idea of a coalition or some agreement between parties is not inconceivable. I think he has got that across. It won't happen this time, but I think it's now on the political map.
Well, Mrs. Williams, if, again, there's the word, if this poll is anywhere near correct, would the result come as a surprise to you as being one of the leading campaigners for your party in this campaign?
Yes, it would come as a surprise to me. I don't think I find the poll convincing. My own bet now would be that the Conservatives would win, but not by anything like such a large majority. It's been an astonishing campaign. I've just this moment left the last hustings, as it were, and the striking thing about it is the immense amount of enthusiasm on all three sides. It's as if each party's supporters and workers have turned out in greater numbers. I must certainly say this about the 30-odd seats I visited, where the feeling of enthusiasm among our supporters has been terrific. Now, I accept what Lord Carrington says as well, and it just seems to me the striking thing about this election is that it's been an election fought on the basis of very strong commitment both ways.
That's an extraordinary thing to say, because do you remember Joe Grimond's colleague Cyril Smith saying that he was tired of the campaign when it was about 10 days old, and everybody he'd met was equally tired. You didn't find that?
Oh, not for one moment. I mean, Cyril Smith will speak for himself, but I'm bound to say that I've been to about 30 marginal constituencies, not quite as many as Lord Carrington, and also, of course, my own. And wherever I've been, I found this astonishing enthusiasm, very big meetings, lots of additional workers and so on. Now, I'm sure the same is true about the Conservatives, but it's unusual in my experience, and I guess I've now fought, well, an awful lot of elections, 7, I think, to find where you've got one party heavily losing, this amount of enthusiasm on the side of that party, which is why I find that a bit unconvincing.
Yes. Joe Grimond, did you find the issues that people were concerned about the same as those which our poll put in order of importance? The prices, inflation, jobs?
Yes. Of course, in my own constituency, prices rather than jobs, because in point of fact we have a lot of jobs owing to oil. And law and order, I don't think was such an important matter in my constituency. We had a good many local issues, and I think the local issues are rather important all over the country, or semi-local issues, because the job situation varies so very much from place to place.
Well, we'll come back to it in a few moments. Alistair?
Yes, just to say that in considering a swing of the kind that we have talked about so far, we are, of course, saying something which goes against the whole habit and practice of the British electorate since 1945. The biggest swing since the general election of 1945 was 4.7% to the Conservatives. That was in 1970. It was as high as 5.1 in England, although lower elsewhere.
Let me interrupt you for a moment, because we can just see Tony Blair now leaving his house, his home at Trimdon. I think he's there, leaving there to go down to his count. He's got a journey to make. There he is, lights on so we can see him, well-wishers outside. Happy-looking Mr. Blair, happy-looking supporters there. His count is about 12 miles away. He has to go down a motorway and some lanes to get there. His house, if that is his house, I think it is his house, he's counting. Yes, it is. His house used to be a colliery manager's house when they had a colliery there. He's just getting into the car now, and it won't take him long, and we'll meet him up again at the count, which is at Newton Aycliffe Leisure Centre, just outside Sedgefield. There's Cherry Blair with him as well, waving, and their eldest son, Ewan, I think, sitting there in the middle of the car as the Jaguar takes them off. He'll get used to Jaguars from now on. George Robertson, sorry, I interrupted you because we had some pictures there of your leaders. I'm sure you'd appreciate.
Absolutely, I couldn't possibly stand in the way of the leader of the party, but I was making the point that we fought a very positive campaign. messages that were listened to and agreed to by so many people. And I have to say, having been all over Scotland in these last 6 long weeks, is the most remarkable thing was the determination of people, not just to get rid of the Tory government, but to get a new government of hope and change. And the endorsement of our policies, I believe, is a very important foundation for what's undoubtedly going to be a government of hope and of fundamental change to this country and change for the better.
How quickly now, you made a commitment to move very fast on a referendum for a Scottish Parliament, which of course is the huge sea change constitutionally for Scotland. How long is that going to take? How long for it'll be the referendum, and if it goes your way, will there be a Parliament?
Well, we're going to move very quickly indeed, and we've said it, and we said it in our manifesto as a warning in many ways to the House of Lords that we intend to have the referendum no later than the autumn. And then we'll move to legislation which will be completed within the first parliamentary year. I expect that we'll have a devolved Scottish Parliament, the first step in the decentralisation of the whole country by the beginning of the millennium, and I believe the union will be strengthened as a consequence. Unbending unionism was going to be fatal for the union. What we are proposing is safe and sensible, thought through, and will strengthen the union, and we'll move very quickly on it, and the country will be the better for it.
George Robertson, thank you. Gordon Brown, you're still there in Dunfermline East.
Yes, indeed.
You heard us describing Tony Blair's journey, which is why we paused for a moment. Now, let me just ask you this. We've got a pretty good timetable there from George Robertson for devolution. When are you going to have your budget? We know it's going to be quick. When is it going to be? Can you tell us?
Well, I've said it'll be within 2 months, and it's a budget to equip this country for the future, the welfare to work budget that will get the young people and the long-term unemployed back to work. We fully intend to keep all our promises, and we will move very quickly on that budget.
And does that mean, when you say keep all your promises, you definitely won't be putting up the rate of income tax, you definitely will introduce a windfall tax, and you leave open the option of introducing other forms of taxation as well in this budget. Is that correct?
Look, what I did, Jonathan, was I made 4 commitments, one on the basic and top rate of tax, one on cutting VAT on fuel, which we will do in the first budget so that it can be in by winter fuel bills for pensioners. Thirdly, we'll not extend VAT to these items like food and children's clothes and books and newspapers.
There'll be if there are any increases, they'll be elsewhere, yes?
And fourthly, we'll introduce the windfall levy on the utilities. Now,
hang on a second, Mr. Brown. Any increases, therefore, will be elsewhere other than there if you have to introduce them.
Look, I'm not writing a budget on the programme, but I'm telling you these are the commitments we've made, and we fully intend to keep them. I think the most important thing, is building a new trust between the government and the people. And that is as true of education and health, where we've made our promises, as it is of tackling youth and long-term unemployment, which we will do immediately with the welfare to work budget. Now, I think it makes a change to have a government that's on the side of the people, but we are.
Mr. Brown, soon to be Chancellor, we expect. Thank you very much for joining us. And also George Robertson, thank you very much.
Let me remind you, if you've just joined us, that we are predicting, on the basis of interviews with 10,000 people today, after they'd voted, that Mrs Thatcher will have a majority in the new Parliament of 116. But we did find that she's not going to have it all her own way all over the country. For instance, take Scotland. This is the gains, the political shift that we're forecasting in Scotland, and not a very great deal at that. We're forecasting that the Conservatives will take Cunningham North. That's the second most marginal Labour seat in the United Kingdom. That the Liberals will take the new seat of Roxburgh and Berwickshire, and that the SDP will take Renfrew West and Inverclyde, the Scottish National Party to take Moray up there in the north. The regional variations in Wales, if we can zero in on Wales, these are the seats that we predict will move. 3 Conservative gains we're predicting at Allen and Deeside, the old Flint East seat, Bridgend, and Cardiff South and Penarth has come out of the computer. That's Jim Callaghan's seat. It takes no account, however, that prediction of his massive personal following in the area, so perhaps we should take that prediction with a bit of a pinch of salt at this stage. 1 Liberal gain, Montgomery, we're forecasting, will return to the fold, having gone Tory once, and Plaid to take Carmarthen from Labour. So, that forecast, based on what 10,000 people told us privately after they'd voted. Here's what some were prepared to say publicly to our reporter, Sue Lloyd-Roberts.
Dulwich in South London is a marginal constituency where Labour is defending the seat. As suggested in the national opinion polls, Labour voters here were showing a swing away to the Conservatives and to the Alliance.
Excuse me, we're from ITN. We're asking people how they voted for our election programme tonight. Can I ask you how you just voted?
Conservative.
And how did you vote last time?
Labour.
And why have you switched?
I bought a house and I wouldn't have been able to if it had been Labour.
Conservative. And what did you vote last time?
For Labour.
No, Liberal. Oh, Liberal.
Labour, I voted.
And why have
I've
you
always
switched
voted
to
Labour.
Why have you now switched to Conservative then?
Well, so I don't think their policies are all that.
Labour's.
Labour policies, right?
And what attracts you about the Conservative Party?
Well, they've treated us all right.
SDP.
And what did you vote last time?
Labour.
And why have you switched?
That changes as good as the rest, I think.
I voted SDP.
And last time, can you remember?
Yeah, I voted Labour.
And why have you switched?
I think you have to look at the Labour leadership and the splits and things, and I just don't see them as governing this country, and that's sad.
SDP Alliance. And last time? Liberal. So you stayed with the Liberals. Why?
Well, I just didn't feel that I could vote for Margaret Thatcher and her policies, and I didn't feel that I could vote for Michael Foot either, so a process of elimination, really.
And you, how did you vote?
I voted Labour.
And last time?
Labour. I've always voted Labour.
Conservative. And you're sticking with it, and
Yes.
you, sir?
Me, first time I voted.
And what have you voted this time?
Conservative.
And what's moved you to vote for the first time?
This thing here.
Okay.
A chance to have a first talk with two of the party's strategists, Mr. Cecil Parkinson, who is the chairman, but I think Mr. Foote has just come out from his home in Tredegar, just come out to the front door. Let's hear it.
Any comment until we hear the real results, you know, and of course I'll be happy to comment then, and I think that's much the most sensible course for us to take.
Do you fear a Conservative majority as much as that?
I'm not making any comments until we hear the later poll, you know, and that's much the most sensible course for all of us to take, isn't it?
Are you still confident?
I'm sure it's much the most sensible course for us to wait for the real results. You don't have to wait long now, do you? Let's wait for that, and then I'll make a comment and be happy to do so.
Mr. Foote, are you as optimistic today as you were yesterday?
I will make the comment when we've got the later results. That's much the most sensible thing for you and the rest. No, she's not. She's very good.
Do you still believe the opinion polls are going to get the biggest amount in their history?
Let's wait and see. We'll look and see what's going to happen. Right. All the best to you.
What's your thing you've got?
Sorry,
Why did you and why?
Mr. Foote is not giving anything away. He's on his way now to his agent's home, and after that, he's going to the Count at Ebervale. Back to the studio.
And he's quite right to say nothing. After all, it's the votes that are being counted now that are the ones that matter.
We are now going over to Leeds, where Neville Clarke is waiting to interview Mr. Hugh Gaitskell, the leader of the Labour Party.
This is Neville Clarke speaking from Leeds. I have with me Mr. Gaitskell. He's just come in from after the declaration of the result of his own seat. Mr. Gaitskell, how do you feel about the situation at the moment?
Well, I'm perfectly happy with my own results.
Yes.
Which is an adequate majority, and shows very little change, I think, from previous occasions. But as far as the general situation is concerned, I haven't been watching every result. I understand we've lost 3 or 4 or 5 seats, mostly in the south of England. Well, this is disappointing. There's no denying it. But I'm not making any final comment at this stage, partly because, well, it's premature anyhow, and partly because we do seem to be doing a good deal better in the north. And, well, I can only go on hoping that we shall win some seats there to balance the losses in the south.
But do you still think you have any chance of getting in?
Well, I'm bound to admit it's not easy to see us doing it on the present trend.
What do you think?
I don't know. I think it's very premature to ask me or to try and comment really in detail on a thing of this kind when we don't even know more than a few of the results, and we certainly haven't had time to think a great deal about them.
Our own electronic brain is forecasting a Conservative majority in the region of 105.
Well, I don't know about these brains and so on. I'm not frightfully impressed with that. We'd better wait and see.
And what do you think the reason for that? Do you think the North is going Labour definitely, sir, or not?
I know the trend, as far as I can see, in the North and in Scotland, in Lancashire and Scotland particularly, so somebody told me, is our way. And I would have thought that that was because it's the big industrial areas. Maybe they've been affected a bit more by unemployment and things like that.
Are you particularly disappointed with any of the results? Any particular results?
No, I wouldn't say so. I'm disappointed that we've lost these 4 or 5 seats, that's all.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Gaitskell. And now back to London.
Just to bring you up to date with the general picture, let's have another look at the state of the parties. With 135 results in, the Conservatives have won 70 seats, Labour 63, the Liberals 2. The Conservatives have so far gained 6 seats from Labour and have lost 1 seat, North Devon, to the Liberals. And you remember that I said earlier on that everybody was agreed that the Labour Party needed to pile up a fairly substantial lead over the Conservatives overnight if they hoped to form the next government. Now, with some more results, here is Tony Brown.
Now, here for the record is the Woodford result. Sir Winston Churchill, Conservative, 24,815. A.C. Latham, Labour, 10,018. Conservative majority, 14,797.
Just 1 point from North Kensington. You might like to know that Sir Oswald Mosley finished bottom of the poll. We'll give you the full figures later. Meanwhile, for more results, back to Tony.
Birmingham, Ladywood, no change in a Labour seat. Ian.
Sorry to break in, Tony, but I think this is the moment for us to go over to Stafford to see what the brain's got to say.
These are the figures off the computer now. 363 or 2, been varying slightly, the Conservatives, 259 for Labour. Mr. Gaitskell may dislike the idea of electronic brains working out this, but it's been remarkably consistent for some time. Have you any comments, Kendall, on the latest stuff?
No, as you say, the thing has settled down pretty well. There are two things of some interest there. We've now got some rural seats. Most of the seats that have come in so far, of course, are urban. But we have got the figures for 5 rural seats, and there's a very high turnout and a very marked swing, much higher than the average for the country as a whole to the Conservative. On the other hand, we've also got some figures for Scotland, and although the Conservatives have taken 1 seat at Kelvin Grove, the swing over the 5 seats for Scotland we have is to Labour. It looks as if Scotland so far is in the same sort of position as the north of England that we talked about earlier.
Jeremy Thorpe is leader of the Liberal Party over in Devon North, so we'll see what he's up to.
Here is Mr. Jeremy Thorpe. He's just arrived here at the Queen's Hall in Barnstaple. He's spent the last couple of hours at his cottage in Cobberton watching the results. With him, his wife, Marion. Very little comfort in the results so far for him. If it's possible, I will see if I can get him to the microphone to see if he wants to comment on the results so far, although in the past it's something he's refused to do. Mr. Thorpe, we are live on the air at the moment. I wondered if you'd care to comment on the results so far from the Liberal point of view.
No, because I've only just arrived in the hall and I haven't a clue what has happened, so you will have to tell me.
Well, I think we'd probably be able to show you here on our computer display, and things aren't looking too good. According to our overall projection, there will be a overall Labour majority of between 10 and 20, and the Liberal poll is down, as you can see there from February, quite considerably. Not a very healthy picture.
Well, obviously it's much too early, you know, you don't feed things into computers, you see what human beings do. I'd rather wait for the results. Far too early. I've got my own coming out in a moment, which is why I'm here. And if you're going to say, well, of course, on an 0.6 swing, you'll get a 9.7 result, and if you feed it into the computer, that's not the sort of basis on which politics, for me, it's flesh and blood, and I'd rather wait for the results.
What have your own canvass returns been showing now?
I really don't know, because I've been going round, I've done 112 stops today. All I know is I'm going to win, and it's a question of what the majority is.
Must interrupt you.
This is the programme with the miracle new ingredient, KDF-9. KDF-9 is a giant computer at Kidsgrove in Staffordshire. For months now, Hugh Berrington and computer experts at Kidsgrove have been programming KDF-9 for this election. The first result will go straight into this computer. Within seconds, it will predict, off the cuff, or as much off the cuff as a computer can, what the final result of this general election is going to be, and the final majority. Well, how right is KDF-9 going to be? Maybe you'll know the final result within a few moments from now. But don't worry, we're all keeping a close check on the computer. And people like me who don't understand the computers have got a box of matches here, absolutely ready to work it out as well. Every result will go into KDF-9. It may have to change its mind, but it will be used throughout tonight and tomorrow to give instantaneous figures on voting throughout the country, on the effect of Liberal candidates, on regional differences, and on the swing between the 3 major parties. Well, now, Hugh Berrington, what are the major battles to watch?
Well, there are several key Conservative marginals which on past form are likely to declare within the first 2 hours. Now, these can be divided into 2 groups. First of all, there are the super marginals, seats which Labour must gain if they are to have any chance at all of winning the election, but which don't in themselves guarantee a Labour victory. Seats like Acton, Barons Court and Manchester Wythenshawe. Now, if Labour don't take at least 2 of these 3 seats, then the outlook for them will be gloomy. There's another group, the kind of seat which would give Labour a working majority in the House of Commons. Seats such as Liverpool West Derby, Stockport North, Reading, and Brentford and Chiswick. Now, if Labour are to get an overall majority, they ought to gain 3 of these 4 seats.
Well, there's the Hugh Barrington's tips. Watch them. Acton, Barons Court, Manchester, Wythenshawe in particular. Throughout tonight, Robert Key, John Freeman, and William Rees-Mogg will be giving their own comment. Robert Key.
John Freeman, what do you reckon is the smallest majority which could be a working majority for Labour in the House of Commons?
I suppose 10 seats. It sounds a fairly obvious remark, but with 10, allowing for some Liberals, they could deal with steel as they wanted to without depending on Liberal support and govern, I should think, for as long as they would want to before they engineered a further general election.
William Rees-Mogg, what would be the minimum working majority for the Conservatives?
I think an overall majority of 10 would allow either party to form a government and stay in power for up to 3 years.
But wouldn't the Conservatives be less able to count on the Liberals?
I think the Liberals would tend to support whichever party had an overall majority for at least an initial year in order to allow the government to be carried on.
Thank you. Alistair Burnett.
We're now waiting for Mr. David Steele's result.
Constituency, I hereby declare that the total number of votes given for each candidate in this election was as follows. Constance Shirley Finlay Maxwell, Conservative, 8,657. Neil Glenn, Labour Party candidate, 3,320. Andrew Lumsden, Scottish National Party, 2,660. The Right Honourable David Martin Scott Steele, Liberal SDP Alliance candidate, 14,599. Majority 5942. I hereby declare that the Right Honourable David Martin Scott Steele has been duly elected to serve as a Member of Parliament for this constituency.
Mr. Clarke, ladies and gentlemen, I would first like to thank the returning officer and his staff at the polling stations and the very efficient counters this evening for all their work in organising this election. To the police also, both local...
David Steele there returned, but with a sharply reduced majority, and it's pointed out to me that if that were repeated in the neighbouring constituency, well, Archie Kirkwood, the Liberal in Roxburgh and Berwickshire, he could be in trouble. Someone who's not in trouble tonight is Alice Mann, the new Labour Member of Parliament for Halifax, Labour taking this seat from Roy Galley, who held it for the Conservatives. No, we go straight down to Islwyn, where we see Mr. Neil Kinnock pushing his way through the crowd. Jon Snow is down there.
Yes, Mr. Kinnock is here, being jostled by cameramen and the rest of it, and see how things are going. Mr. Kinnock, how are you feeling?
I feel great. We've got real people here who care. People who care.
Well, we were warned that we wouldn't give much of a reaction. Obviously, a difficult time for the Labour leader. Clearly the results have not reflected, I think, the way they felt the campaign had gone. They feel they've had a very good campaign, and clearly the results so far don't bear out the kind of expectations that the party had. You can see there's a tremendous jostle here as the police try to wedge him through the door. This is not because his count, in fact, is about to be declared, but because it isn't going to be declared yet. It has become very slow. It's lost about an hour's ground. We don't expect it to be declared until about 2, maybe even 2:30, so that's obviously going to delay the Labour leader's return to London. It's not anticipated that he will really have anything to say until he returns to London. My understanding is that he's very anxious to get back to party workers at Walworth Road. However, I should point out that they still do look for the chances in the rest of the results tonight, but obviously there's tremendous disappointment, particularly about the losses in the south. They're very concerned about the loss of Eric Deakins in Walthamstow, and there is also concern at the loss of Thurrock and other seats in the south. But their feeling too is that this does reflect the north-south divide that Mr. Kinnock talked so consistently about during the campaign. We're now in the count here. I have to say that Islwyn has not been used to doing an overnight count, and it is said that that's why things have got very delayed here.
OK, lads, you're pretty regular top of the pollsters. What do you think about this election business?
Very good.
Great, isn't it? Yeah.
Good stuff, this election stuff.
It's all right if you win.
Do you think it's harder being a politician than being a pop star?
Yes, definitely.
Probably. Very much so.
Has he found? Never been a politician, though.
What has happened if you got all this?
Never been. Don't take our money, Harold.
What do you think is going to happen if you have to nationalise you then?
Southern Ireland.
Well, we'll have to move out, won't we? Yeah. Have to go and live in Germany or someplace like that. Southern Ireland is nice down there.
It's only half an hour away.
Yeah.
Have you in actual fact had time to vote yourselves?
No, we missed it, actually. We
were having dinner at the time.
I think Paul had aspirations to become Prime Minister. Have you still got those ideas?
No, not politicians. It's a hard life, you see. It's a hard day's grind.
He said in a merry voice.
Like a cigarette?
I don't smoke at all, thank you.
They're going up,
I'll have to give those up, so.
These up. Oh, none of these luxuries.
You don't mind if I smoke, do you?
Bad enough as it is.
Have you been heckled at all? Have you ever had...
Oh, yeah, we used to have it, especially in the early days.
Oh,
but John had a perfect answer. What was it? Shut up.
I had the joke about this. No, that was the other day.
During the last few weeks, the Grimond group and the Hume group and the Wilson group have been edging off the papers. Have you been envious of all these group leaders?
No, we sell more records. The whole situation looks pretty Grimond, doesn't it?
That's a good one. Good old Doug.
Have any of the political parties actually contacted and said, would you say publicly you'd vote for us?
Oh, no, because then the others don't buy the records.
What about this business of being on the wane? Is that all over?
Well, we get it about every 2 months. Somebody says, you finished, you're on the wane. You know, they say Dave Clark's in, Brian Poole's in.
Are we?
You know, they're probably all in, but we're still having a good time ourselves.
You don't look too bad for four lads. You don't look too bad for four lads likely to be on your way to the dole queue, do you?
No, well, we passed one the other day, didn't we, Paul?
Yes, we passed.
We're still on the dole as well, don't tell Harold.
Just getting back to the election for a moment, have you taken much interest in it? Have you
taken interest, you know, because it's interesting and it's exciting. But we didn't actually get the chance to vote, as we told you before.
Have you read the speeches?
Read them. Read the comics.
You've been away.
Saw the film.
Read the comics.
Have you watched the television?
Well, we will as soon as you go.
Look at the telly in the next room.
Now, just finally, one thing. What would you like to see a new government bring in?
More wine. Yes, I think that's about it. More wine.
And you know, better things for everyone, but I mean, that's what anyone wants anyway.
And cut the surtax a bit.
This is our computer, Ernie, who's going to prophesy the verdict.
Thank you very much, lads.
Thank you. You're not going, are you?
I think we'll now see what our panel of experts have got to say about the situation as it's developed so far. Over to the panel.
Well, we really have something to go on now. Harold, I think you should speak first on these 7 losses. What about it?
Well, ever since the Acton result, it's been quite clear that the Labour Party couldn't possibly win, and the subsequent results, Kelvin Grove, Willesden East, and so on, make it clear that, to me at any rate, that there's a Conservative majority of well over 100.
You're on exactly the same side as the electronic brain?
Yes, because if Labour had any chance at all, they should be leading by at least 20 seats now, and they're not.
What do you think, Bob?
Yes, I agree. I think the Tories are pulling away now, particularly in the south. Some of these results around London are quite striking. Acton and Battersea.
What about Jeremy Thorpe? Do you think that holds any promise for the Liberals?
Well, I think it does. As I said earlier on, I think now North Cornwall, and I didn't mention Torrington earlier, I think probably the Liberals ought to hold Torrington and might well win North Cornwall now.
Are you feeling more cheerful?
Of course I am. I'm sort of keyed up now with Deuce, the brain, and these two chaps have conceded it. I couldn't be happier.
I've got a little bit of sympathy for Mr. Gaitskell's view here. It looks terrible at the moment, but there are an awful lot of results still to come in. And the machine can be wrong, and we can be wrong. But we do seem, at the moment, to be getting a very clear picture of a Tory majority. Now, what about you? You've been scribbling down figures a lot. Have you seen any little tendencies that stick out a lot?
No, only it does seem that there's a swing of somewhere about 1%, I suppose.
Thank you, and back to the newsroom.
One ray of light for Harold Hutchinson. I've just been told that the Labour have gained Oldham East from the Conservative. This is the first Labour gain of the election. Now, I'm told that there's quite a lot of fun going on in Trafalgar Square, so over to Michael Ingram's there.
This beautifully good-humoured crowd watching these results have now turned away from the scoreboards to where, on the fountains,
a very traditional rite, a British rite is taking place. The students have poured through the fountains themselves, plunged through the water. Several have gotten entirely soaked in the process, and now they're clambering round the fountains themselves and on top of them. The crowds are adoring it, and all thought of election, I'm afraid, at this point has left everybody. Here's another one climbing up. Somebody will give him a hand. I don't see the police this time, who've been very active this evening. Yes, here they are. They're having a consultation just out of vision. I think they're worrying that, I don't think they mind about people getting wet. They may worry about whether the fountain will collapse or people will actually get injured under the enormous weight of people there. Well, we're happy in Trafalgar Square.
Here, Blair now, Tony Blair, the leader of the Labour Party and soon to be Prime Minister, if our exit poll is correct, now arriving at his count at Newton Aylcliffe Leisure Centre. There he is, basking. He must be basking in the pleasure and warmth of the crowd. And there is Cherry Blair just behind him. He waves, walking in. That, I think, is his agent there, John Burton, who's a close friend as well as a long-standing political ally. They walk together. It's tradition for agent always to go in with the MP. Goes in, a lot of security there. You can see the security men standing in. And, of course, the media. Up the steps into Sedgefield Borough, Services and Enterprises Leisure Centre. There is a man who knows that he is on the road to victory, on the road to lead his country.
That's one of the really key things about Tony Blair, the bedrock that Sedgefield gives him. All the ideas were tried out here, even simple things like the transformation of the Labour Club there with new subscriptions all those years ago. He found it worked there, turning around what by tradition should be an old Labour area. It's become a new Labour area.
There he is, he goes in. A wave for the cameras, that's the picture for some tomorrow morning. In he goes, and I think we can go in there with him. Yes, here we are inside, walking through, friends, supporters meeting in there. Cherry Blair looking very happy, very relaxed indeed. There's Alistair Campbell, his press secretary, on the left of your picture there with the books under his arm just going out of the shot.
And interestingly, I think the children there, isn't that Ewan behind them?
Yes, it is.
Just there, Ewan sharing in real history here. He'll always remember this.
Well, you have to remember that these things are family things and they're individual things. Elections aren't just about politics and power. These are individuals who fought like hell to get where they're going. This is something for the family picture book.
Yes, I think it must be so hard, though, can't it? Going back to school and everybody saying, oh, you know, your dad.
I imagine he will have a terrible time. It's one of the things that you have to live with if your father is like Tony Blair
and up to now, they've been very, very protective, and Tony Blair is absolutely insistent on that.
So let's leave Sedgefield now. We'll go back there for the count. No, here we can of course see him coming through.
Perhaps we shouldn't talk about these things, but number 10 and the living accommodation and so on. And are these lads and their sister going to be living in number 10?
Well, the rumour we'll hear from Joe Andrews at some stage, who's been following this closely, but we gather that they are going to live there. It's not a lot of space at the top of number 10, but they can expand it around, apparently, by moving one or two other people out.
We'll have to interrupt you, Richard. Wolverhampton's declaring now.
The returning officer for Wolverhampton
so just the preliminary before the mayor is introduced
is about to declare the result of the election. He will give the candidates' names in alphabetical order and the number of votes which they have polled, and will then declare the name of the candidate who has been elected. His Worship the Mayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, as returning officer for the constituency of Wolverhampton South West, I declare that the votes given for each candidate at this election are as follows. Joshua Andrew Nicholas Bamfield, 11,753.
That's a Labour candidate.
Peter Edward Carter, 189.
Communist.
Daham Priya Das,
Human Rights.
52. Rowan Gavin Peyton Menzies,
Independent.
77. John Enoch Powell,
Conservative.
26,200. Eric Robinson, 2,459. 1989. And I declare that John Enoch Powell is elected as Member of Parliament for this constituency.
Your Worship, ladies and gentlemen, it falls to me to move the formal vote of thanks, in which I know I shall be joined by all the candidates, to you, Mr. Mayor, as the returning officer, but of course, as you would be the first to recognise, to your acting returning officer and to all the staff who have organised and carried through this election. I would only add that I thank the people of Wolverhampton for having, for the 7th time, made me their representative in Parliament.
The devil knows his own.
And
There's shouts coming from the floor.
And I promise to serve them all. I promise to serve them all to the best of my ability.
As you can hear, there's a good deal of noise going on the floor here, both supporters of Mr. Powell and some of his opponents here. Just to repeat those figures, Mr. Banfield of the Labour Party was 11,753. The Communist, Mr. Carter, 189. Mr. Das, the Human Rights candidate, 52. Mr. Menges, the Independent, 77. And Mr. Powell returned, as he said, for a 7th time, with a vote of 26,220. That is about 5,000 up on the 1966 election, when he had a vote of 21,446 in a straight fight. And Mr. Eric Robinson, the Liberal, polled 2,459. So that's a very convincing win in this constituency for Mr. Powell. Mr. Powell has now...
Well, that is indeed a convincing win for Mr. Powell. You would see his wife, Mrs. Powell, Pam Powell, there, talking with him and indeed examining the paper, which the returning officer showed her as if almost herself in disbelief. Labour have held Burnley. Of course, they would hold Burnley. That's never a seat that they were likely to lose. Richard, now that's quite a swing to Mr. Powell.
Yes, but the striking thing is the swing isn't much bigger than what we've been having elsewhere. It's only 1% more than the swing in Cheltenham, and that it's only about 1% more than the swing in the other Wolverhampton constituency. Some people thought, I wouldn't have been surprised if the swing had been double in Wolverhampton.
That's a question for Mr. Powell, of course. His effect on the election. Is it local or is it national, or is it not an effect at all? Is it something else which is producing these, at the moment, spectacular Conservative returns? George.
I think we might bring Mr. Shimwell. Is it Mr. or Lord Shimwell? Manny, it goes with Manny. OK. Manny, you've seen many elections. How do you feel at this moment?
I've seen more elections than anybody now alive, or even more elections than anybody dead. What I think it's impossible to make an accurate prediction until we've had about 50 or 60 or 70 results. I'm smiling. There's nothing very remarkable about this. I expect...
I'm sorry, we'll have to interrupt Mr. Shindle.
Now we can go over to Putney and hear what happened when David Mellor made his speech as he lost his seat in Putney.
I would like to say that 1,500 votes is a derisory total. And we have shown tonight that the referendum party is dead in the water. And Sir James, you can get off back to Mexico knowing your attempt to buy the British political system has failed. Thank you very much.
That is the most extraordinary violation of the normal rules of democratic political behaviour under any circumstances. People will be, I think, widely in political circles at least, shocked to see Sir James Goldsmith barracking the defeated candidate as he was trying to say that he was going to leave. You're there, David Mellor. That was not a nice moment.
No, and can I make one thing absolutely clear, Jonathan?
This was a well-conducted election so far as the Labour candidate is concerned and the Liberal Democrat, both of whom are charming men, and as far as I'm concerned, I bear no ill will towards them or their supporters. But what should have been a night of decency in which I could hand over to Tony Coleman in a decent way was marred by, first of all, the gun fanatics who got 90 votes but still were allowed a couple of dozen people into this count, and secondly by Goldsmith, who showed his contempt for the democratic process by barracking as if he was boozed up at some rugby match. I think it was outrageous the way he behaved. But I tell you, one thing we have to be clear about, what happened in Putney tonight, and the swing doesn't seem to look too bad compared to some that there have been in London, was a straight transfer between the Conservative Party and the Labour Party at the end of a long era of Conservative government. Goldsmith made no impression at all. He didn't cost the Tories a seat. 1,500 votes is derisory. And as far as I'm concerned, what Putney said to Sir James Goldsmith was up your hacienda, Jimmy, and the sooner he gets off back to Mexico, the better. But one thing is clear, the referendum party is finished as a political force in this country.
Now, you are also, that phrase will doubtless be remembered, but you are also out. Are you now out of politics?
Well, I think it's a bit early to say. I've only had 10 minutes to get used to being out, but I had to suppress a wry smile. I've been sometimes criticised for having a life outside of politics, and if anyone wants to know why someone has a life outside of politics, it's so that I can actually face the future with a good deal more confidence, I suspect, than some other people who've lost their seats tonight. I have a full life. I've got lots of things to do, and, you know, I shall get on and do them.
Can I ask you, you are fond of John Major, and you've known him a long time, and given these results, Ken Clarke has already said it's all over, there's defeat. What do you think, in the interests of the party and also in his interests, he should now do? People are, on the one hand, saying he should go quickly, others saying he should stick it on until somehow someone can emerge from the gang who want to take over?
I think it's a bit early to say. I have the warmest regard for John Major, and I think he will go down in history as a very significant Prime Minister. I think that perhaps his final duty to the Conservative Party is to stay as leader of the opposition, if that's the situation that inevitably he will find himself in, until such time as the Conservative Party has recovered its spirit, licked its wounds, and is in a fit state to choose a new leader.
Because if he didn't stay, what's the danger?
Well, I think the danger is precipitate action. I also think, you know, as a patriot, the country has spoken, and I hope that what the country has decided will work out for the best. The danger, of course, is that the Labour Party will move back to its bad old ways. If it does, it needs a Conservative Party that is a party of the centre as well as of the right, and a party that can immediately recommand public confidence. That, I think, requires a mature judgment on the part of the Conservative Party as to who should lead it in the future. And I don't think that mature judgment should be taken in a hurry myself.
Commiserations for losing your seat, David Mellor. Thank you very much for joining us. I think we can go to Yeovil now, where Carolyn Kerr is waiting, and we're going to have the Yeovil Declaration in just a moment. We should have. Caroline, can you hear me?
I can, Jonathan. Yes, the result appears to be imminent here. Paddy Ashdown's in very good spirits tonight. He is, as you know, quite cautious still, saying that he's deeply encouraged, though I gather he doesn't believe the predictions of 55 seats. Perhaps he can't bring himself to believe that. I think that the declaration is about to happen.
I think you are right. They're moving up there. You can see Paddy Ashdown standing almost directly behind the microphones, and the range of people who are standing, always great number of minority parties like to go and stand where leaders are standing because it gives them the best chance of publicity. Glasgow Anazan, you see, is held there by Donald Dewar. So here's Paddy Ashdown's results.
John Jeremy, Paddy Ashdown, official Liberal Democrat candidate, 26,349, 26349. John Caldwell Beveridge, the Referendum Party candidate, 3,574, 3574. Nicholas David John Cambrook, the Conservative Party candidate, 14,946, 14946. Patrick Joseph Anthony Conway, the Labour Party candidate, 8,053, 8053. Christopher John Peter Hudson, the Rainbow Dream Ticket Party, 9797. David Ronald Taylor, Green Party candidate, 728, 728. and I declare that Paddy Ashdown has been elected to serve as the member for the Yeovil constituency.
Paddy Ashdown looking pleased as well. He might. His majority there, 11,403, 26,349 votes. The Conservatives, 14,946, and the rest down there. Let's listen to Paddy Ashdown.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm privileged indeed to be given the trust of the people of Yeovil to serve them again, and I look forward to doing that in the future. Again, it's a tremendous privilege and a tremendous honour. I'd like especially to thank my campaign team, who in my absence have once again won this seat for me, and I'm very grateful to all of them for the tremendous hard work, and especially my agent, Nick Speakman. And if I may also say, my colleagues from the other candidates, from the other parties who have fought this seat have fought a vigorous and honourable campaign, and I wish them well in the future. And also to the returning officer and all the staff and the police and others who make this election possible. I do not yet know what the result of this election will be, although I think the trends are now fairly clear. I do not wish to predict the future, but I will say this, that I think we are now going to see a change of government, and I believe that there will be a very substantial, perhaps even a two-thirds majority, for constitutional change and the modernisation of our system of government in the next Parliament. And I believe that can deliver a new era for our country, an era of politics which is more in touch with people, and an era in particular where more power is in the hands of the voter and perhaps less in the hands of the political establishment and the elites. And I think that will be a very, very good thing for our democracy. For our part, we shall use the votes that are given to us tonight in this constituency and elsewhere, where we've already made a number of gains, to make sure that in the next Parliament we continue to fight for the things that we have fought for during this campaign. Above all, for more investment in education, for more investment in the health service to tackle the crisis, and for a clear commitment to make sure that the constitution of our country is modernised to make our country ready for the next century. Thank you all very much indeed.
Now let's go back and see what Michael England has found in Trafalgar Square.
Okay, that's okay. Well, Trafalgar Square is going through one of its quiet moments at the moment. There's almost Well, it was, wasn't it? It was, yes. It was, yes. I don't know why. It has this period. One moment everybody's singing and laughing and balloons are going up and students having posters torn down, and the next minute we get a terrible hush over everything. Why do you think that is?
I wouldn't know at all.
You have the same sort of thing in Scotland. You come down from Scotland too?
Me, no, I'm born and bred here.
Well,
yes.
I wasn't going to let you speak, was I? Now I know.
Well, now, down in Plymouth, Paul Davis is talking to the SDP leader, Dr. David Owen. We're now projecting Liberals 21 seats, SDP 5 seats. Paul Davis.
Dr. Owen, I don't know if you heard that. It was Liberal 21 seats, SDP 5 seats. That's only a projection. Your reaction to that?
Well, let's see. I don't think when you're getting down now into individual constituencies, you have to, I gather there's a recount in Portsmouth South, so there are lots of issues. I'm not going to comment on individual breakdowns. There's no question the result is disappointing for us. There's no doubt about that.
What do you think did happen to the surge that you've been talking about for the last week or two?
Well, we hoped it would come right at the last moment. It's remarkable how static the opinion polls and the voters' intentions have been really throughout this election. And the lesson is quite clear. Neither the Alliance nor the Labour Party were able to dent the Conservatives, and there are some serious lessons there. It appears for the Alliance we weren't strong enough to give people sufficient confidence, who must have had concerns about the Conservative policies, for them to leave them and to vote for us. And I think there are lessons for the future in that. There are obviously lessons from the campaign as well.
Do you think you should have been more forceful? That's a question you've been asked throughout the campaign. Should there have been more passion? Not quite so much of the intellectual discussion.
Well, I don't think it was an intellectual discussion. I think the Alliance was true to itself. It is a rational force in British politics. It's still a pretty considerable force. Don't let's underestimate it. It looks as if we'll get around a quarter of the electorate as a whole. We'll still be scandalously underrepresented in the House of Commons because of the absence of proportional representation. The case for changing the voting system will remain as strong as ever. And I think that we've all got to learn how are we going to get at that fairly affluent vote for from those who are in work, and to somehow erode it. Otherwise, I can't face the prospect of a fourth Conservative term.
You said that you were going for the thoughtful voter, and you were going to do it with reasoned argument. Now, nobody will argue that is exactly what you did. You didn't go for the rhetoric. Are you dismayed that perhaps it's the rhetoric that wins?
Well, maybe. You know, I mean, obviously I take my share of the responsibility for the campaign and the lessons that need to be learned from it. But if there isn't rhetoric, if your language is one of reason and of moderation, then you can't desert that. And the time will come when this British country of ours will want the language of reason and of moderation. And we would be foolish to abandon it purely and simply because at the moment there is still a tendency to stick to what I suppose we must call conservative values. I don't think they are representative of the majority, but they have been able to win. All credit to them. That's a democracy. Trust the people. They've made their judgment, and I accept that.
Are you at all dismayed for the future? There have been talks about mergers with the Liberal Party if the campaign didn't go too well. What will happen now? Will there be a merger?
Well, there will obviously be discussed a good deal. I mean, there have been people who've always wanted to merge, but there are questions about policy, about style, and about difference. I think that many people want to merge. I think that as far as the Social Democratic Party is concerned, we are a deeply democratic party, and I think it will want to be discussed by our Council for Social Democracy, and they may well determine that it should go to an individual ballot of the members to determine whether to open negotiations on the question of merger. I think the party has the right to discuss this and to make a decision on it. It's certainly a wholly legitimate issue to be discussed.
What about your own future? You've said throughout this campaign you've enjoyed it despite the 11,000 miles that you've travelled. Have you got the stomach for more after a result like this?
Yes, I'm a fighter. I always have been. This is a very marginal seat. This is the largest majority I've ever had. So I'll go on fighting. As long as the SDP want me to be its leader, I'll go on fighting in British politics. I helped create the party. I think it's had a thoroughly beneficial effect on British politics. I still think that we ought to have been able to erode that Conservative vote much more strongly, and I think there are lessons to us as to why we were not able to, but we must learn from that. We must learn from the judgment of the electorate. I've always concentrated my fire on the central task, which was to deprive Mrs. Thatcher of a third term. I've clearly failed in doing that, and I regret it. I hope the country doesn't regret it.
Dr. Owen, thank you very much. We now hope to be linking up very shortly with Roy Jenkins.
Thank you.
The two leaders of the alliance being very frank on this programme already tonight. Dr. Owen adding there to what David Steele said up in the Borders, he regrets his failure to stop Mrs. Thatcher from having a third term. Now, let's have a look at some of the results that's made that scenario come true. First of all, we start with a Labour gain, a little bit of good news for them, where they took Bridgend. Wyn Griffiths, who's also the member of the European Parliament for South Wales, he pushed Peter Hubbard-Miles out. And another story in Anglesey, Ynys Môn, where Ewan Jones has taken the seat for Plaid Cymru. The pollsters were saying it could almost have been anybody's, but there's confirmation that Plaid took it. They increased their vote by 10%, and the majority is 4,298. Just run through some other interesting ones. Bury North, Conservatives holding Bury North. Alistair Burt increasing the Conservative vote by 4.6% in this marginal in the Midlands. David Crosby had great hopes for Labour, but no such luck. Billericay there, Jim Gorman holding Billericay for the Conservatives, 33,741, up 1.2%. At Pudsey, this was a target seat for the Alliance. Giles Shaw is successfully holds Pudsey. He's Minister of State in the Industry Department.
But let's see how things are with Mr. Wilson himself in Huyton. Any news from there? John Whale.
I think that it is fair to say that we shall be getting the result at any moment now. The candidates, as you can see, are by now grouped on the platform. Mr. Wilson already taking his station away on the right, traditionally the position for winning candidates. Beside him, Mrs. Wilson. Behind them, Councillor Dundon, Chairman of the Council, talking to them. David Such. There was a touching scene a little while ago when Mr. Wilson lit a cigar for Mr. Hobday, whom you can see on the right of your picture, the Conservative candidate. This raised such a cheer in the crowd that Mr. Such went away to his agent and got hold of his pipe to get Mr. Wilson to light 2 with a little grimace. Mr. Wilson did this. He then had to go through the whole ceremony twice more for the benefit of the photographers, causing great good humour throughout the hall. I think Mr. Wilgoose, the returning officer who's approaching the microphone now, has the announcement with him.
Dr. Hobday, Mr. Such, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who were here 17 months ago will recall that I declared this result, or rather the result at that time, twice. Once here in the hall, where the count has been carried out, and I then went outside and declared it at the front of the building, where the people, the electors of Huyton, who've taken the trouble to come out, are waiting to see the candidates they've supported. I'm going to do the same on this occasion, and I'd be very grateful if I could have your cooperation in keeping the concourse clear until the candidates have got through to the front of the building. I can assure you, the press particularly, that there'll be plenty of time to get through and get yourselves in position for reporting or for photographs at the front of the building. Well, here is the result of the Huyton election of 1966. It is signed by me, Donald Wilgoose, the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the Huyton constituency. The total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was, for Thomas Lerion Hobday, 20,182 votes. For David Edward Such, 585 votes. For James Harold Wilson, 41,132 votes.
Those figures again. Harold Wilson, 41,132. Thomas Hobday, 20,182. David Such, 585. So Labour has held Huyton with a majority of 20,950 for Labour. That's 1,676 up on last time on a lower poll, 61,900 as against about 66,000 last time. Now, as Mr. Wilson begins the courtesies to the returning officer, back to Alistair Burnett in London.
Where there's more good news, Mr. Wilson, Labour have captured Oxford. That means that Mr. Monty Woodhouse is out and Mr. Evan Luard in. In fact, it's a Labour majority in Oxford of 2,400. So the gleaming spires have turned to Labour now. And indeed, there's a big surprise at Wallasey, but what is surprising on this night as everything's going is a recount at Wallasey where Mr. Ernest Marples is the member. You remember he lost 6,000 votes from his majority last time. It looked as if he'd lost another 6,000 this time. Anyway, recount at Wallasey. And a word about Fulham, the Foreign Secretary, Mr. Michael Stewart, back there, majority of 7,000. The Conservative second. And remember, Mr. Michael Stewart, I think, had a lot of people against him. Independent Liberal got 716 votes. The Communist got 256 votes. The Radical Alliance, that's Miss Pat Arrowsmith, the nuclear disarmer, 163 votes. And Braybrook Patriotic Party, 126. Now we'll go back to Huyton to Mr. Wilson making his speech.
I would like to be the first to congratulate you on the speed and the dispatch with which this count has been conducted. I should also like to thank, if I may, my opponents for the courtesy with which this campaign has been fought. I have not had the pleasure of meeting my Conservative opponent, Dr. Hobday, of course, of whom I've heard a lot in previous weeks. I've not had the pleasure of meeting him till tonight. I have, on the day of our nomination, actually met the independent candidate, but I would like to say to both of them how much all of us, I'm sure, of all parties, appreciate the courteous way in which this campaign has been conducted. I want to say, if I may, to my supporters, who haven't seen very much of me in this campaign, how much I appreciate the tremendous efforts they have put in all parts of this widespread constituency. Because of certain national preoccupations, I have been absent from the constituency more than I would have liked. But it would seem, if we are to judge from the result of the 1964 general election in Huyton and the 1966 general election in Huyton, that the more I keep myself away from the constituency and leave it to my supporters, the greater our majority appears to be. I would, however, pay tribute to them and, above all, to Mr. Arthur Smith my agent, who has done such a tremendous job.
Well, it's always good news for Mr. Wilson when we leave him at Huyton. He's gained another seat at Uxbridge there in West London. Mr. Charles Curran of the Lantern Jaw and Pronounced Views, he's out, but by goodness, he fought hard. It's a Labour gain by only 890. Ipswich Labour have held that seat. Detailed results, Andrew Gardner.
Let's go again with Nuneaton. Mr. Frank Cousins elected. Labour, majority there, 11,403. So Mr. Frank Cousins, the Minister of Technology, is back at Nuneaton. Result for Grimsby. Crossland, Labour, 26,788, majority there, 8,126. Mr. Anthony Crossland, who is the Minister of Education and Science. Manchester Withington, Carey Conservative, elected, majority 647. Southport, Percival, Conservative, elected, majority 9,526. Manchester Withington, Carey, elected, majority 647. Luton, Howe, Labour, elected, majority 2,464. Eccles, Carter Jones, elected, Labour, majority 9,257. Crosby, Page, elected, Conservative, majority 3,306. And at Sutton and Cheam, Sharples, Conservative, majority 9,096. Stockport North, elected, Gregory, Labour, majority 3,336. Bury and Radcliffe, elected, Mr. David Ensor, Labour, majority 4,471. Southgate, Bury, Conservative, elected, majority 11,428. Epsom, Rawlinson, Conservative, elected, majority 17,593. At Lee, Boardman, Labour, elected, majority 16,062.
Let's see how they're taking it now in Trafalgar Square and who's handing it out to whom. John Edwards.
Whoa! Well, this will be known as the night the fountains ran red in Trafalgar Square. The fountains now are completely covered in red after the dye put in by Victoria's Labour supporters here. The water sports began just after 11 o'clock when a man with a Tory rosette waded in and, presumably to drown his sorrows, climbed up onto the fountain and started to get drenched. Others soon followed him, and of course this was much to the liking of the American television companies, who are relaying these scenes straight to America on the satellite. The crowds over the other side, besides having the water sports to look at, have also been seeing the results as they've come in. There was a tremendous cheer for Huyton, and now back to Alistair Bennett in the studio.
And straight to Bexley for Mr. Heath's result.
Well, tremendous excitement here in the hall at Bexley. People gathering round, all around me now. There's the mayor on the platform, Mrs. Barron, the mayor of the London Borough of Bexley, and at any moment she's about to announce the result. Mr. Heath, you can see standing beside her, his Labour opponent on the extreme left of your picture, the Liberal candidate out of the picture on the right. Mr. Heath's majority, 4,589 over Labour. The mayor...
Ladies and gentlemen,
here it is.
The returning officer, the Mayor of Bexley, will now declare the result, and we should be grateful if you'll kindly let the full result to be declared before there's any sort of demonstration.
A wise word.
I hereby declare that the votes cast at this election are as follows. Butler, Russell Leon, 24,044. Heath, Edward Richard George, 26,000.
There it is, Mr. Heath. Mr. Heath has held the seat against the National swing.
277. Lloyd Richard Faulkner, 4,405. And that Edward Richard George Heath is elected as member for the Bexley constituency.
Mr. Heath has held Bexley against the National swing, a reduced majority, about halved his last majority, but he's held the seat. One thing for him to be happy about tonight.
Madam Mayor, I would like to thank you, the town clerk, and all those who have assisted in this election. I would like to thank those who have been doing the counting tonight, and the police who have assisted throughout today in the election, and all those who have been working in the polling booths. I would like to express my gratitude to them for the work which they have done, and to thank you, Madam Mayor, and the returning officer for presiding over this election. I would also like to thank my opponents for the way in which this election has been fought. The fact that the nearly 86% of the electorate went to the poll is again a testament to the intense interest which Bexley pays to political matters and to this general election campaign. That, I believe, is a matter not only of great credit to this borough, but also of pride for all of us. And I think that we would all appreciate the way in which this election has been fought, because once again Bexley has showed that it can concentrate on policies and leave aside questions of personalities.
We'll go right away now to Bexley and do interview with Mr. Edward Heath. Looks like the victor of the night.
I've been very confident as a result of what I've seen and heard going around the country. I think everybody who has talked to me in the past fortnight has known this. I found it in every great city that I went to. I found it all over the country. And I found, above all, a complete determination by our own supporters to go to the poll. And this convinced me, in fact, that we were going to get the results we wanted.
But did you...
Can I come in?
Yeah.
Because we are now on the air. Mr. Heath, are you ready to take over the government?
I'm ready to take over the government. What I'm saying is that before commenting on these results tonight, I want to see a large number of the results through.
Have you had any consultations with the Labour Party, with the Labour government, about taking over?
Oh, none whatever, no.
None at all?
None whatever, no.
But surely they had consultations with the Tory government in 1964 before
Oh,
they
yes,
took over?
that has been divulged by George Brown, that he had discussions about the form of governmental administration he wanted. But that has not been the case with us.
Did you ask for any access to...
I recently asked, yes, but at that time one didn't know that the election was coming so soon. But this is not in any way going to interfere with what we do if we become the government tomorrow.
Why do you think they refused?
In fact, I don't know if they did refuse, because the request was made to the Prime Minister just before the election was declared. And I quite understand if he didn't find it was possible to meet the request at that time. But as I say, this is not going to interfere with anything which we do tomorrow if we become the government.
In your own constituency here, you had a candidate standing against you on the issues of immigration and the common market, both of which, of course, you've taken strong positions on yourself. So how much do you think this present result tonight has been helped by Mr. Enoch Powell?
As far as Bexley is concerned, or as far as the country is concerned?
Well, both.
Well, as far as Bexley is concerned, I don't think that that had any effect here at all. As far as the rest of the country is concerned, as far as I've been able to see, there's a swing which differs in certain parts of the country, in the northeast perhaps rather more than... There's less swing towards in the northeast than there is elsewhere. But I don't think that this can deliberately be tied up with particular issues such as that of immigration.
It's a problem you think you'll be able to handle, do you, Mr. Powell?
We have a very clear policy on immigration, and that's a policy we shall put into effect when we become the government.
You've been criticised this week for raising the devaluation issue right at the death knock. Do you think that had an influence on the outcome?
I think what happened was that the issues I'd been putting before the country throughout the campaign got through more and more clearly, and people recognised that they were the real issues which faced this country. The Labour Party refused to discuss them, refused to discuss the problems, refused to put forward any solutions. We put the facts very clearly, and in this last week we have been proved absolutely right in what we were saying, and this is what has really influenced the country.
Can I tax you on one or two pledges or lack of pledges you've made? I think they are pledges. Are you going to get rid of SET?
Yes, that is a pledge.
That is a pledge. Are you going to bring in VAT, value-added tax?
We have no commitment to VAT.
Are you going to knock something off the income tax?
We said we will reduce direct taxation.
What does that mean?
Do you wish to discuss the whole of our policies at 1:45 and 1:45?
Well, it's there's no better time. There's no better
you've
time.
Had 3 weeks of the election campaign to discuss all of these things.
But
I think
you're
now
in
you should start looking forward.
You're in a different position. Are you going to knock sixpence off the income tax?
I've told you that our undertaking is that we shall reduce direct taxation.
And are you going to bring in any form of controlled policy over the unions?
We shall introduce the reforms of industrial relations, which we've said very clearly before the electorate.
You want to spell them out at 1:45?
I think it's 1:45, actually, isn't it? I think, I think not. The electorate has had them explained to them very clearly, and the electorate has supported them here in Bexley wholeheartedly. And in, I think we shall see that it's supported them over a large part of the country as well.
Will your shadow cabinet be the government?
I've given absolutely no undertakings to members of the shadow cabinet as to any position they will hold in office. And they have gladly served, we have all gladly served together on that basis.
Could this be the parting
of breach with Mr. Powell, who also got massive support tonight, of course?
Well, Mr. Powell has been re-elected in his constituency with, as you say, an increased majority. As far as I'm concerned, I have no personal animosity towards Mr. Powell. The policies which we're going to pursue are those we've placed before the electorate.
But the support for both of you, does it mean that you will have to repair the breach with him?
As far as I'm concerned, it is a question of policy, and the policy we're going to pursue is the one we have set out.
Mr. Heath, in 1964, we asked Mr. Wilson whether he felt like a Prime Minister. Do you feel like a Prime Minister?
I've explained to you that I'm going to wait and see the conclusion of these election results, and then we shall know what the final decision of the British people is.
But how do you feel at this moment?
I feel in excellent form. I've thoroughly enjoyed this campaign. I've enjoyed today, particularly here in my own constituency, and I'm delighted with tonight's result here in Bexley, and I'm much encouraged by the results in the rest of the country.
We were talking earlier today about whether we were going to say goodbye to your political career in a garage behind a drill hall in Bexley.
Really? Can we say you were misled by the polls as well?
Can you honestly say yourself that you faced today with confidence?
I did indeed. I did indeed. And those who have been working very close to me, and I'm very grateful to them for all they've done, know that my confidence has been there undiminished and has grown as this campaign has gone on, because I've realized more and more that we were going to be able to bring home to the British people the real issues and that they would accept our proposals for dealing with them.
What are you going to do now?
I'm now going
to celebrate with all my supporters, and I think they deserve it.
Mr. Heath, thank you.
Well, there's Mr. Heath smiling. Of course, it's easy for him now. It was very hard for him through 3 and 4 weeks ago when he seemed so far behind. Fancy Reginald Bosanquet asking about bringing taxes down. Disgraceful.
Now let's go down to Conservative headquarters in Smith Square and talk to Lord Carrington.
Lord Carrington, the prospects on the results so far seem to point to a Labour government. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I think it's rather early days. I think so far the results are rather disappointing from our point of view, and there's no point in saying otherwise. But I think it's a bit too early to say that, you know, the computers are right and the polls are wrong. But somebody's going to have egg on his face.
Well, there is a very heavy swing to Labour, and also the Liberals are making a lot of ground, particularly in Conservative seats. Isn't that something to fear?
Well, the Liberals have been second in the southeast so far, and I always thought that they would be. I think what one didn't know was whether the Liberals were going to take more votes from the Conservatives or more votes from Labour. So far, it seems they've taken rather more from us than from Labour, and it may be that the Liberal intervention may be decisive. But, you know, I think it's early days. Let's wait and see.
But you were so confident throughout the campaign. Why do you think it's gone wrong?
I don't really know. I'm not sure it's gone wrong yet. I'd be surprised if things don't redress themselves a little bit as the night goes on.
Do you expect things to turn around your way at some stage?
Well, I hope they will, anyway.
And what do you expect to happen? Do you expect to come back with a working majority or perhaps a balance of power situation?
Well, I think at the moment one wouldn't expect anything. I think it's too early to say, but I think it would be wrong to say that one isn't disappointed so far at the results.
So you're disappointed, but you're not completely despondent yet?
That's right.
Lord Carrington, thank you very much.
And now I think we're going over to Sidcup. And there you can see the Prime Minister, Mr. Edward Heath there. There's a recount, incidentally, at Northampton South, and that is a marginal constituency, so that could go either way. Mr. Heath there not looking awfully happy, waiting there for the result at Sidcup. We'll get that in a little while. Let's go back now to Robert.
There's also a recount at Bury and Redcliffe, which is an unrevised seat where the Conservatives had a majority of some 3,000 last time, so that's something else to make Mr. Heath look a little less happy than he has been looking of late. As Andrew said, there's a recount at Northampton South, which is again indicative slightly of the mixed pattern of some areas of this election, because Northampton South should, by my reckoning, be a safe-ish Labour seat. Of course, there are 2 seats in Northampton now. There used to be one held by the rather eccentric, rather right-wing Labour figure, Mr. Reginald Paget, who's now retired. Peter, would you like... Oh, sorry, yes, Richard Rose. I think Richard may now have something on the general overall pattern for us.
Yes, I think the important thing, Robert, is that we see that the Conservatives are clearly behind. We've got a tenth of the results in. The Conservatives have got less than 290 seats. There's something like 20 or 30 behind Labour. Labour, however, is short 7 of an overall majority. So we can't yet say that Labour is forecast to win, but we can definitely say that the Conservatives are doing badly and that they would need to do very well against the Liberals to compensate for that.
Just interrupt you for a moment. It says another Labour gain at Stockport North. Labour have won Stockport North, Conservative marginal previously. Yes, back to you.
Now again, Stockport North is the sort of seat that Labour ought to win if it's going to form a government, but they haven't taken Nelson and Cole. The pattern, first of all, is the Liberals are gaining a lot of votes. Their vote is up something like 15%. If the Liberals can turn those votes into seats, some of which will only declare tomorrow, like those up in Scotland, then they could certainly put Labour the strongest party in the House of Commons. But the Liberals couldn't put Labour an overall majority unless Labour can do a little bit better than it appears to be doing at the moment with a swing of less than 2%.
Peter Snow, I wonder if you've got something to show us in pictorial form of what in fact is happening.
Well, I think that's a very good question. What on earth is happening? The answer is that the country is gently, on average, swinging to Labour. There's no doubt about it that many of those important marginals up there, let's just have a look at them, up there in the, get it straight, there they are, the marginals up there in the, one more. This is really getting pretty shaky, but we're going to get there in the end. There they are, the Conservative marginals up there in the north on the Yorkshire-Lancashire border. Those are the marginals that are beginning to go to Labour. We've had Keighley and Stockport North going to Labour. That's the first sign of a national trend to Labour that could see a new Labour government. At the moment, our prediction is giving them not quite an overall majority. Let's just take a look at the position at the moment. There it is, 23 Conservative seats, 42 Labour seats. Liberals, none yet, the others with 1. Now, those are the old and new seats that have been held by the parties. Then we add the 2 Labour gains at Keighley and Stockport North, bringing the Labour Party to a total of 43. Let's go straight to Huyton.
Mr. Wilson has arrived now, having kept me standing on tiptoe for so long. With him, Mrs. Wilson, whom we've not seen very much of in the last 2 days because she's not been very well. She didn't fly down to London with him this morning, but she did join him in London, come back with him. Here they are. Great cheer for Mr. Wilson in Huyton, as always, in this new leisure centre, of which they're justly proud. Here to defend his majority, 21,074 last time. Certain to go down this time to at the best half that, and conceivably less. Liberal challenge must present some threat to Mr. Wilson. He's got a Liberal standing against him, he's got a Conservative standing against him, and an eccentric, I think I may call him that, for the Make Britain More Prosperous campaign, who's a newcomer to politics, but I don't think he's expected to poll very many votes. We're expecting a declaration, actually, at any moment here. Well, we'll be back for the declaration, but meanwhile, over to Peter Sissons, who's with Ron Hayward in Smith Square at Labour headquarters.
Mr. Hayward, of course, is General Secretary of the Labour Party. Mr. Hayward, how are things looking at this moment from Labour's point of view?
Well, I'm still quietly confident, and I think one of the things that's given me and my staff the greatest pleasure is, of course, to see the misleading headline in one of the London evening newspapers, which said that London was going to swing to the Tories. Vengeance Day for London, it said. Well, we've had Putney, we've had Battersea, and if the Tories are going to win London, they should have taken those too. So despite this misleading headline, etc., we're standing up very well indeed.
Do you have the feeling that at the end of the day, or at the end of the night and the morning, that Labour will be in a position to form a government?
Well, let's leave it like this. I would be far happier when I see 14 Labour gains in the marginal seats. Now, we haven't reached that figure yet. I think we're going to. I'm quietly confident we're going to. But I wouldn't predict a Labour government with certainty until we do that. Oh. But it looks very much as if we're going to get a Labour government.
And what are those Labour seats we should be looking for from your point of view?
Well, there's a very large number. and 14 to a very small number, 8 to the large number. But our vote is standing up well against the Liberals. The Conservatives have yet to break into the seats that they should be breaking into. And I've just listened to Lord Carrington, and he may be smiling before the night's say, but at the moment I think I'm a little happier than Lord Carrington.
Do you get the feeling that Labour has picked up more from people who might have gone Liberal than the Tories have?
I believe so. I think a heavy poll, we need an heavy poll for Labour victory. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. Our people on the canvassers, with their thousands of good workers, have told us they will vote Labour, and it would appear they would so. If I may say this, the one that's given us really personal pleasure is to one of my colleagues, one of my staff, Margaret Jackson in Lincoln. I think she's done a magnificent job. Mr de Verne's majority is now slashed down to just over 1,000. He's there for a very short while. The next election, that will return to Labour. And I think if Margaret Jackson's looking in, well done, Margaret, and your workers. It's a magnificent job.
We must leave it there. Now over to Michael Nicholson in Bristol.
Mr. Baird, looking over the shoulders of the candidate, it looks very much like a neck-and-neck race between you and the Conservative.
Well, I haven't, I've only just arrived in the count, and I haven't had a chance of looking at the votes as they've been counted. But we did reckon that with redistribution, it was a very highly marginal seat. So if you say that, that would confirm, really, what our original ideas were about it.
We thought you might be disappointed in losing what was a pretty strong Labour ward at Kingswood and getting a predominantly Tory one at Knowle.
Well, it certainly changed the boundaries, but I was offered by one or two other constituencies the opportunity of being considered for safer seats, but I was not prepared to leave Bristol. This has been my political home for 24 years, and I was determined to stay and fight it out here.
Mr. Benn, I've just heard through my earpiece that Mr. Thorpe has won in North Devon. Does that surprise you, or he seems to have got in with quite a large majority?
Well, he's had a great deal of publicity. I think the media have been very largely rooting for the Liberals in this campaign. That's the one thing I've noticed, watching the little bit of television I've seen, so I'm not surprised that he's done well in his own constituency.
While we're on the television and press thing, you've been ignoring us all, haven't you?
Well, I've been fighting the election on the programme. I've been fighting it on public ownership in Bristol, nationalisation. I've been fighting it on the Labour policy, on the referendum.
But you've been trying to do it without the press and television, it seems.
Well, I've been making 4 speeches a day, but I don't think really speeches on Labour policy were of much interest to the media. The only time I was ever asked any questions by the media here were about my opponents, and as I've never commented on my opponents or predicted the result, I found I was spared your attentions. I was fighting it really on the doorstep.
Just briefly, are you going to be in comfortably or not?
I don't know. I've no idea. That's the people of Bristol South East have spoken. We haven't yet heard their voice, and I'm not going to anticipate what their voice is.
Thanks, Mr. Benn. Now over to Norman Rees in North Devon.
Well, there's Mr. Jeremy Thorpe, and the news here from North Devon is that he has won this seat with an absolutely astounding majority, which will be above 10,000. Now, that is an official result, but we do not yet have the official figures. But with that news, I'd like to hand over to Reginald Bosanquet in Huyton.
We're about to get the declaration here in Huyton. The candidates on the platform there. Mr. Wilson in the middle. The Conservative on the right. Returning officer, Mr. Wilgoose in the middle. Mrs. Wilson on the left of your picture. As I said before, we've not seen much of her in the campaign. She hasn't been very well, nor indeed has Mr. Wilson. Had a lot of chest trouble. Sitting behind Mr. Wilson to make Britain prosperous candidate. Here's Mr. Wilson.
I'm now ready to declare the result of the parliamentary election held at Huyton today. I, the undersigned, being the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Thomas Yates Bennion, 16,462. I'm sorry, I'll have to hold you a second. I promised I'd have the press in, and we've overlooked it. Will the press please come forward now? And the photographers over here.
Mr. Wilgoose
I'm sorry about that.
Slipped up in his arrangements there. Forgotten to bring in the press reporters, of whom there are a large number here, and indeed the still photographers who are running in on the left of the picture there. I know he'd meant to organise all this in advance because he told me so, and he obviously
Here are the figures
forgot.
again. Thomas Yates Bennion,
Conservative.
16,462. Harold Smith,
Make
234.
Britain prosperous campaign.
Neil Francis Eccles Snowden, 7,584.
Hasn't done well.
James Harold Wilson, 31,767.
Tremendous victory for Mr. Wilson. Majority up, all predictions wrong, mine included. Conservative down considerably. Liberal didn't do well.
I declare that the said
Mr. Wilson,
James
10,000
Harold
more than
Wilson
last
has been
time,
duly elected
on a reduced electorate.
to serve as a member for the said constituency of
Well, we've been joined in the meantime by Sir Ian Gilmour and Mr. Neil Kinnock, fresh from Bedwellty. Let's leave the question of Teddy Taylor until we confirm it in some sense, Sir Ian. But I don't know whether you saw that splendid fencing match between Mr. Heath and Reggie Bosanquet a few minutes ago, in which Mr. Heath said he'd be very happy to serve his country, but wouldn't say in what capacity he would like to serve it if there were a new Conservative government. Can you suggest an office in which he might fit?
Well, I didn't see the sparring match either, but things that have been suggested are defence and foreign affairs or Europe, all of which would seem to be suitable, but I think as he probably said, but I didn't hear him, of course it is entirely a matter for the Prime Minister.
Oh yes, of course it is, but there has been a lot of speculation, obviously, surrounding an ex-Prime Minister. Could you imagine a new Conservative administration without him?
I think a new
I just tell you that the Conservatives have gained Fulham, so perhaps we'll go to Alistair for a comment on that. While we,
Yes, that had been actually on the list of the Conservative organisers in London. They had said to me, watch for Fulham because it's Michael Stewart's old seat. There may have been a big personal vote for him, and we think we can pick that one up when he goes. Well, they've done that. The other one that they said they thought they might get outside the normal swing was Enfield North. There have been unofficial reports that people are thinking of having a recount there. However, we'll get that confirmed. Leonard?
well, let's go back to that point. Can you imagine a Conservative government being formed by Mrs. Thatcher without Mr. Heath?
Well, I think it's quite possible, but I agree that a Conservative government, including Mr. Heath, would be much stronger, I think, than one without him.
Can I come now to Mr. Kinnock, so that at least we can get your face on the screen at the earliest possible moment. If the Labour Party does lose this election, if Mr. Callaghan does lose, as he appears likely to lose, is it going to mean a lurch to the left by the Labour Party?
No, there are no lurches in the Labour Party. They don't take place in government and they don't take place in opposition.
Is it going to mean a metamorphosis to the left then?
No, I think that it will simply mean the continuation of policies and that Mrs. Thatcher and her style of government, if she were to become Prime Minister, would make the task of opposition in some ways much easier because the issues would be much more direct. I think, too, that if she does continue in the way that she appears to have started during her campaign, the ideological stance that she's been taking, I think that we will see a parliament of conflict. I don't look forward to it very much because I don't very much like the idea of opposition, but I think that's what you'll see.
Would you argue that one reason that the Labour Party vote appears to be going down is because your own ideological views, yours and your colleagues on the left, have been ignored?
No, I don't think particularly that. I think that in one certain respect, the 5% policy proved to be inoperable, as people on the left and indeed some on the right warned, and that's proved to be a hindrance in terms of electoral success. But possibly we are reaping some of the consequences of the reduction in the rise of public expenditure. Yes. But apart from those, there needs to be much more profound change, of course, and we're not conducting an election on that kind
Well, we'll
of
come back to this because we have Sir Geoffrey Howe waiting in Surrey East with Sarah Cullen.
ITN are forecasting a Conservative majority of over 50 seats. How do you feel about that result?
Well, my own result is obviously very, very pleasing indeed. I've almost doubled my majority, nearly £20,000, and I think a swing against the Labour Party of about 6%. That in itself is very encouraging.
If the Conservatives are in power tomorrow, do you expect to be the Chancellor?
Well, we shall have to wait and see what the result is, and then Mrs. Thatcher has made very clear that but she will decide after that what her cabinet will be.
How big a part do you think your commitment to substantial tax cuts has played in this election?
I think a very substantial part. It's been the message to which we got the warmest response. People do feel very much overtaxed on their income, on their earnings, and we are determined to change that position.
How quickly will you be able to put these promised tax cuts into effect?
Well, we shall have to wait and see what the Treasury looks like when we get there. We haven't had a chance of looking at that at all yet.
Labour warned that on the other side of that coin, that Conservative spending cuts would mean an increase in unemployment. How soon do you expect to put these spending cuts into force?
Well, again, we shall have to look at the position when we arrive. But it's worth noticing that the only time under a Labour government when unemployment began falling was after Mr. Healey had begun economising on public expenditure.
When can we expect the first Conservative budget?
Well, again, we shall have to decide that when we see what the position is. Obviously, as soon as one can sensibly do it.
If you are the next Chancellor, what will be the first thing you do when you get to number 11?
Well, I'd rather cross that bridge when and if I come to it, I think.
If it should happen that despite the forecast the Conservatives don't have a working overall majority, do you think that such tax cuts could be put into force with Parliament?
Well, again, that's a hypothesis built upon a hypothesis, and I think we can leave those until we know what the result is.
Mr. Geoffrey Howe, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Now back to ITN in London.
We're going to Sedgefield now, where Tony Blair is about to hear that he has won his seat. There they are up on the platform. As Mike was saying earlier, it's a solid Labour seat, this, and the boundary changes have only helped Labour. But Tony Blair is very, very safely in. What a night for him this is.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the result of the parliamentary election for the Sedgefield constituency. I, Norman Vaux, being the acting returning officer for the Sedgefield constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election held on Thursday, 1st May 1997 was as follows. Ronald Walter Alexander Leslie Beadle, Liberal Democrat, 3,050. Anthony Charles Linton Blair, the Labour Party candidate, 33,526.
Tony Blair, confident, happy man. Never a doubt about that. Husband looks at wife with delight.
Brian Gibson, Socialist Labour Party, 474. Miriam Hall, the Referendum Party candidate, 1,683. Elizabeth Mary Alice Pittman, the official Conservative Party candidate, 8,383. And I do hereby declare that Anthony Charles Linton Blair has been duly elected.
The result. Tony Blair's majority, 25,000. A swing from Conservative to Labour. It's a very safe seat, but even that has swung by 9.6% in support of Tony Blair in Sedgefield, squeezing that Conservative vote a long way down. Now, Tony Blair thanking, as is the convention, his opponents and congratulating them, and they, of course, congratulating him, and he will now address the voters and his constituency party workers in Sedgefield. When he gets a chance.
Thank you very much indeed. And can I first of all give my sincere thanks to Norman, the returning officer, and to all the staff who've worked here so magnificently this evening and given us such a quick count. Many, many thanks indeed to you all. Can I also thank the police for their work in doing this in a slightly unusual set of circumstances this evening. And I think, as ever, they've been absolutely wonderful for us, and I should like to thank them very much. In addition, I should thank to all the staff here at the Leisure Centre who have done a wonderful job. All of you have helped to make this count work extremely smoothly. Many thanks indeed. Can I also take this opportunity, too, of thanking the other candidates in the election. I'm sorry they haven't seen quite as much of me as they perhaps would have liked, or perhaps not. But if I may just say, I know that it's been a very clean, a very good campaign. And if I can say this to Lizzie, who came second and who is the Conservative candidate, I once fought a very hopeless Conservative seat in Beaconsfield in the south of England, and look what happened to me. So you never can tell. I would also, if I may, here pay a special word of thanks to those people that have returned me as the Member of Parliament for Sedgefield for these last 14 years. You have been absolutely magnificent to me all the way through. You have given me loyal support, you've given me encouragement, you've stood by me through each and every one of the difficult times. And the greatest pleasure that I have is to serve you with all my heart and with all my energy. So thank you to all those people that have supported me and to the good people of the Sedgefield constituency. Thank you. If I can just say this to you all, it is an honour to serve you. And I feel this evening a deep sense of honour, a deep sense of responsibility, and a deep sense of humility. You have put your trust in me, and I intend to repay that trust. I will not let you down. And when I think back over the last 14 years that I've been the Member of Parliament for this constituency, it's an area that's undergone the most dramatic and extraordinary change. And all through those difficult changes, there has been a spirit in this constituency and in the communities surrounding it. And that spirit has been the spirit of unity, of determination to take on the challenge of change and overcome it, and work for the good of all the people of this constituency. And that is actually the spirit that our country needs now. Because if we have been as successful as the indications are that we have been, and you know me all the way through, I've been against complacency. And I'm still against it until those results finally come through. But if we have done well, then I know what this is a vote for. It is a vote for the future. It is not a vote for outdated dogma or ideology of any kind. It is a vote for an end to divisions, an end to looking backwards, a desire to apply the basic, decent British values of common sense and imagination to the problems we all know we face as a country today. And it is with a real sense of pride that we have created a Labour Party today capable of offering that unity of purpose, that vision of renewal that our country needs. So that with those decent values in place, we can tackle the problems that our country faces. In our schools and our hospitals, on the crime in our streets, the jobs for our young people, the industries of the future, the very basic things that determine whether a country succeeds or fails. We are a great country. The British people are a great people. There is no greater honour than to serve them, and serve them we will. Thank you.
Well, that was the speech both of a victorious candidate and of a Prime Minister, gracious to those he had defeated, spoke personally about his father particularly, and then went on to talk about serving his community there who had given him such support, and then as effectively Prime Minister, how he hoped to serve the country. The decency, common sense, he spoke of the spirit of renewal to his supporters around the country. It will be seen as a gentle, I suspect, but inspirational speech as he spoke of the great honour that he now had to lead Britain effectively into the millennium. We'll leave that there, but meanwhile there are a number of other results that are coming, important results that are coming in. David Hunt is out in Wirral West. He was the former Cabinet Minister, but we can now go up to Hartlepool where Peter Mandelson, who will doubtless have been listening to that. Peter Mandelson, that was the kind of speech you must have been waiting to hear for a very long time.
All my adult life I have been waiting and working for this moment, and to see it in such an inspirational speech from such a great man as Tony Blair just fills me with enormous pride and such pleasure that I can hardly describe.
You are thought to be the the cold, tough man of politics, but you're not actually cold and tough at this moment.
No, I'm far from it, I'm afraid. I just feel exhilarated. I feel relieved it's all over, but I think like Tony Blair, as we all do, I feel a tremendous sense of responsibility and humility that the British people have placed once again the trust in us that we forsook so many years ago. And we've come back from the dead. We're a live, invigorated, new reborn party, and that's what this election has been all about today.
Peter Mandelson, and incidentally, you've just got your seat back, we saw, so congratulations to you, and we'll leave you there. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much indeed.
I think we're going to Finchley now to see what's happening there with Anna Ford.
There's very little. Mrs. Thatcher is coming into the count, Alistair, at this very moment. It must have been an extra strain for her to have waited for this recount. She's coming down the corridor now. She's within 10 yards of us. Coming into the council chamber, because in fact none of the press were allowed into the count. And the other candidates are following her. The council chamber is full of friends and relatives. We weren't allowed to go into the count, as I was saying earlier, because there's very strict security here, but we have been allowed into the council chamber to hear the result. Mrs. Thatcher must be hoping for an increased majority. She's looking fairly confident, cautiously confident still. Shaking hands with the Lord Mayor, Mr. Norman Sapstead, who's sitting down and about to give the result.
Ladies and gentlemen, result of parliamentary election 3rd of May 1979, constituency of Barnet, Finchley Division. The percentage of electors voting at the election for the constituency of Barnet, Finchley was 72.5. I, Norman James Sapstead, returning officer for the constituency of Barnet, Finchley, hereby declare that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Elizabeth Lloyd, Independent, 86. Richard George May, Labour, 13,040. Anthony John Patterson, a Liberal, 5,254. Margaret Hilda Thatcher, Conservative, 20,918. William Stokes Verity, National Front, 534. And I declare that the said Margaret Hilda Thatcher has been duly elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the said constituency.
Here are the results again. Mrs. Thatcher, Conservative, 20,918. Considerably increased majority. Mrs. Thatcher about to speak.
Mr. Mayor, by very happy tradition, my first duty is to thank the returning officer for the splendid way in which the people have presided at the polling booths and counted our count, and a particular word of thanks to the police for the way in which they have dealt with everything which has transpired, in what for obvious reasons turned out to be rather more than a strictly local election. I'd also like to thank my own supporters very much indeed. They have fought marvellously and I think will quite miss the scent of battle. May I commiserate with my opponents? I know what it's like sometimes to be on the losing side, but you know, If you go to other seats, things might change. And I'm sure that you will also have found enormous support from your own supporters and take great comfort in some aspect of the result. For us, this is a very good result, and I would like to say how very proud I am, once again, to represent Finchley and Fran Barnet. The night is yet young, and we don't quite know what it will hold. But I would like to say that whatever that may be, I've taken courage and inspiration from being your member here for 20 years. Sufficient courage and inspiration to face whatever the future may hold. Thank you very much.
Handing back from Finchley after Mrs. Thatcher's speech in the studio.
And we're going straight over to Conservative headquarters, where I think Reginald Bosanquet is waiting to interview Lord Hailsham.
Here in Conservative Party headquarters, I have with me Lord Hailsham, whose birthday it is, just 40 minutes ago. Lord Hailsham, do you regard the results so far as a pleasant birthday present?
Well, I've got no reason to be discontented.
What is your reaction to them?
Very much what I expected. One or two marginally better, but very much what I expected.
Has the Conservative Party done better in the marginal seats than you thought they would?
Only very slightly. They have done slightly better, but more or less the thing is following the pattern that I'd foreseen.
It's been widely suggested at the moment by the experts that you may get a majority of 100 seats. Are you as optimistic as this?
I haven't done the sums. After all, it is my birthday. You must be.
What is your feeling about the Liberals who are standing, who seem to be having quite a lot of success? Do you think they may form a genuine opposition party?
I have no feelings about the Liberals.
And from Conservative Party headquarters, with that comment from Lord Hailsham, we hand you back to Television House.
The results still streaming in. Here are some more of them. Darlington, no change in a Conservative seat. A.T. Bourne-Arton, Conservative, 24,318. R.H. Lewis, Labour, 19,901. J. McQuaid, Liberal, 5,863. Conservative majority, 4,417. And Mr. McQuaid, the Liberal, lost his deposit. Middlesbrough East, no change in a Labour seat. H.A. Marquand, Labour, 29,391. D.R. Chapman, Conservative, 18,365. Labour majority, 11,026. Blackpool North, no change in a Conservative seat. Sir Toby Lowe, Conservative, 25,297. W.H. Dugdale, Labour, 9,440. H. Hague, Liberal, 8,990. Conservative majority, 15,857. Ian?
Well, as the results continue to pour in, another check on the state of the parties. The Conservatives have so far won 123 seats, Labour 103, the Liberals 3. The Conservatives have gained 12 seats, all from Labour. They have lost 2 seats, 1 to Labour, 1 to the Liberals. Now we're going over to Liberal Party headquarters, where John Ardagh is waiting with Mr. Herbert Harris, the General Director of the Liberal Party.
No feelings about the Liberals. Mr. Harris, are you pleased with the way things have been going?
I'm absolutely delighted. We're showing an increase on those seats that we've already come in of over 100,000 votes, and of course we've won the glorious victory in North Devon after 7.5 years. Wonderful work by Jeremy Thorpe.
Can you tell me anything about his campaign now?
It's been absolutely terrific, and of course it is absolutely hard work, and I congratulate him and all his supporters.
Now, Mr. Harris, can you comment on Lord Hailsham's remark this evening that he has no feelings about the Liberals?
Well, he will have now, and he will have in the future, because we've been taking votes, obviously, in large packets from Labour. Every one of our seats roughly shows an increase of 2,000, and then when we've done that job of defeating Labour, we shall take our coats off to him.
You've also confounded the opinion polls by getting a far larger share of the votes than they predicted. Can you comment on this?
Well, it didn't confound me. It may have confounded the opinion polls, but I still stick to the fact that we shall win some more seats. We shall be second in many more. We're second in East Surrey with young Kenneth Wars, which is quite marvellous, and we shall poll as near as makes no matter my 3 million. And I'm delighted with it all.
Well, thank you very much, Mr.
Not
Harris.
at all.
And now back to Television House.
There we are. Conservatives are now 17 seats ahead of Labour And you remember that I said right at the beginning of the evening that Labour needed a big lead on the Conservatives overnight if they hoped to win the election. Let's have a look at this shot in Trafalgar Square. Now, with the news that the Conservatives have captured another Labour seat, London Clapham, we are now going over to Leeds South for a statement by Mr. Gaitskell.
This is Neville Clarke from Leeds. The final result is now in here, and Mr. Gaitskell is about to leave the town hall. He's kindly consented to come in and give a final opinion on the poll so far. Mr. Gaitskell, could you give us your summary now?
Yes, I think that in view of the results that have come in, it is clear that there is going to be a Conservative government, and I must concede, therefore, victory in this election to our opponents. Naturally, we are greatly disappointed. We had hoped to win, and we have not won. But I would like to, but the people have declared their opinion. It is the will of the people, and we accept it. We are good Democrats, and that's that.
Do you think you'll live to fight again another day, sir?
Yes, indeed. I was going on to say that, first of all, I'd like to thank all those who have worked so hard for us during this election, and to say to them particularly that their work is not wasted. We have lost this battle, but the struggle continues, and I'm sure we shall win in the end.
Can I ask you one final question? Will there be any sort of inquest, sir?
I should think a great many people on television, in newspapers, and all over the country will be discussing the exact significance of this election for the next few weeks.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And that's all from Leeds, and now back to London.
And with that news that Mr. Gaitskell for the Labour Party has conceded the election to the Conservatives, let us now go over to our panel.
Well, that really is something extraordinary. Conceding a victory is an American habit that's only just creeping into our elections, but I've never heard it done so early. Is he wise, Harold?
There's nothing else he could do. The result was clear to everybody, surely.
Mm-hmm. You still think not the slightest chance of a change or a swing anywhere?
Not at all, no.
No.
But I think he's been very realistic about the whole thing. On the other hand, it's rather surprising that he should give in so early, don't you think?
It doesn't give his party much to look forward to.
Nothing
for
whatever.
the next 24 hours.
Nothing at all.
I'm interested in the realism, but I'm not sure that it's a precedent I should like to see followed. I'm not very keen on conceding a thing before the last result is in. As you say, it's an American practice.
No, but almost all the marginals are going the wrong way. Yeah. Labour majorities are reduced, Conservative majorities are up. Yes. There's nothing.
Well, he's left us really with very little to argue about. If he says they've lost already, who are we to contradict him? Now, about the Liberals, the machine says they're going to get 9 seats. That means they've got to gain 2. Where can they gain 2?
Well, they've already gained 1, of course.
Yeah,
but in
another
addition
2.
to that,
They have to gain another 2.
Yes, well, North Cornwall stands out.
Yep.
And in addition to that, there's Inverness, Hereford possibly, which we haven't had yet.
Yeah.
I should think probably Inverness and North Cornwall are the best bets for the Liberals at the moment.
I was going to say we hadn't had much about personalities, and I was going to say let's talk a bit about Mr. Gaitskell, but he's done all the talking. The 2 Ians who've been unlucky, Ian Mercado is perhaps the more interesting of those, do you think? But we're going back to the newsroom.
Just another very quick look at the state of the parties. The Conservatives, 143 seats to Labour's 123 and 3 Liberal seats. The Conservatives have now made a net gain of 11. Well, with those figures in mind, let's go over to see what Deuce has got to say in Stafford.
The machine is showing a very slight swing further to the Conservatives. We've now gone up to 366 potential seats. Labour have gone down a bit to 252. The Liberals still 9. Anything to say about that, Kendall?
No, the picture is much the same as it was before. I would remind you, though, that we've only got 1 Welsh seat so far, and that may modify the estimate to some extent when the Welsh seats begin to come in. The interesting part of the picture is still the extent to which the Liberals have taken votes from the other 2 parties. In the seats where there was a 3-cornered contest this time and last time, they've taken almost 3 times as many votes from the Labour Party as from the Conservative Party, and this seems to be one of the decisive factors in the increased Conservative majority, which we shall undoubtedly have.
Back to London.
Well, a few minutes ago, remember, Mr. Hugh Gaitskell conceded the election to the Conservatives. Let us now see how they're taking the news in Trafalgar Square.
Well, we've just heard over our tannoy system here that Mr. Gaitskell has conceded this election to the Conservatives. Will you excuse me? Coming over. That's it. It's been very interesting watching here tonight because there's been mostly young people in this crowd, and the cheers, I think, on the whole, have all gone to the Conservatives. I only put that forward as a point. I don't make any comment on it. The biggest cheers have perhaps gone to the Communists losing their deposits, and I think the biggest cheer of all tonight went when Sir Oswald Mosley lost his deposit. Do you agree with that?
What's that, Gov?
I said the biggest cheer tonight when Sir Oswald Mosley lost his deposit.
Is he that this old communist? Is he?
He's the classic, well, he's the classic.
He was
They've now turned the fountains on to its Conservative victory at this general election night of October the 8th, 1959. I never... I can talk. I'll talk you under the table.
The biggest cheer was when the blonde fell in the pool.
When the what fell in the pool?
The blonde.
Oh, the blonde. I didn't see the blonde fall in the pool.
You would have seen her.
We've seen everybody else fall in the pool. We've seen a jazz band playing on top of the pool. This is not quite the moment, as you'll see, to ask for comments on this situation, but there we are. We're all getting very wet over here. I think they've got their thumb in the fountain at some point, don't you?
Well, it's all over now. You can go home.
Are you glad to see this victory?
You're not hardly sure.
I'm not kidding at all. Are you glad to see this Conservative victory?
Well, when I just come in from India, man, and I'm very glad to hear the majority vote.
The camera's not on you. I wish it was. What? No, you can't. What? Australia forever. Is this your first election here, Miss Australia?
Yes.
What do you think of it? Tell me about what do you think of Trafalgar Square?
Marvellous. Nice and wet.
Time?
Yes,
Have you been in the fountain?
Not yet, but
Not
I
yet.
don't want to go.
Buy me a drink at the Blenheim Club. Guys, buy me a drink at the Blenheim Club.
Guys with a cup. Well, there's jubilation continuing here in Trafalgar Square. It's all still very good humoured. There's no real trouble happening anywhere. There's a lot of funny antics going on in the pool. There's been very little political disturbance of any sort. Joy seems to reign unconfined at this moment. I've never seen so many wet people in all my life. I think there'll be a lot of clothes around tomorrow morning.
Guys, for the cup.
What?
Guys, for the hospital's cup.
Yes, that's probably more important this general election, do you feel?
I quite agree with you, guys.
Well, Michael, I hope you managed to keep dry and all that wet. Now, we're now going over to Conservative headquarters.
I have seen the Prime Minister.
No. Thank you very much. Again. Lord Hailsham, I gather our discussion was not seen as we hoped. Can you give us a comment on the fact that Mr. Gaitskell has apparently conceded the election to the Conservative Party?
Well, I think this is the moment of truth.
Is this what you expected?
It is marginally better than I expected.
Where are you going now, Lord Hailsham?
I'm going to number 10 Downing Street.
What will you report to the Prime Minister when you get there?
I will tell him that things are not going badly.
Will you be bringing him back here to Conservative Party headquarters?
Well, that I cannot say until I see the Prime Minister.
We hope to see you back, Lord Hailsham. Thank you very much.
Now over to Liberal Party headquarters.
Well, there's tremendous enthusiasm still here at Liberal Party headquarters, and I'm going to ask Mr. Byers. Mr. Gaitskell has just admitted defeat. What is your comment on that, Mr. Byers?
Well, Mr. Gaitskell has conceded the election for the Conservative Party, and I think eventually he'll have to concede to the Liberal Party the fact that we have taken a considerable number of votes from Labour, particularly the young Labour voters. And I think we're heading, with any luck, for a Canadian system. We're going to have a Conservative government and a Liberal opposition, and then we're going to have a Liberal government and a Conservative opposition with a very small Socialist party.
How long will this take?
It could take 5 years. We could do it at the next election. It might take 7, but it's going to come. Labour's out of date. The young people are coming right over to us. And I may say one thing on Rochdale. The Conservatives ought to realise that if they hadn't intervened in Rochdale, there'd have been one less Labour member.
Mrs. Byers, I wonder if you have any comment on the successes of the night.
No, they're very good, very pleasing.
Well, thank you very much. And now back to Television House.
The poll now is in fact very much lower than it was in 1959. With the first 8 results, the poll is in fact about 3% below what it was in 1959, and one wonders now whether this is indeed affecting Labour's chances. Let's go, however, for another party comment. This was going to be the Liberals' big push this year, and we'll go, in fact, to Liberal Party headquarters, where our reporter is Tom St. John Barry. He's talking to Mr. Frank Byers.
Well, Mr. Byers, Cheltenham slightly down, Guildford and Billericay, I'm talking about the Labour vote, Liberal vote slightly up, and in Wolverhampton, where you didn't fight last time, you didn't do too badly in spite of the lost deposit. What have you got to say?
Well, I think it's far too early to draw any conclusions, but it's quite clear that in the southeast, particularly in places like Guildford, that the Liberal vote has gone up quite appreciably. In Cheltenham it's gone down a little, but then the total poll went down. But it's too early to draw any real results as to the Liberal pattern yet.
Do you think that there is a sign of the big Liberal vote that you were expecting?
Yes, I think there is a sign of it, and certainly in the southeast. It'll be very interesting to see what's going to happen in the next hour or so.
Well, before then, a little bird tells me that you've been discussing the change in Moscow upstairs. What's the Liberal Party got to say about that?
Well, we haven't got very much to say at the moment because we don't know the complexion of the people that have taken over from Khrushchev. And I think it'd be a very brave man who would indicate now exactly what change of Russian policy will result. We're all of us anxious to have much more information before we can make a proper statesmanlike comment on it.
Thank you, Mr. Byers. I hope to talk to you again later in the evening. And now back to you, Alistair Burnett.
All right, very good. Let's see how they're taking the news of, well, we compute a Conservative majority of 26. It can go up, it can go down in Trafalgar Square. Let's have a look at what's happening. And, of course, we have the lovely Sandra Harris is going to come up instead of me, I would hope. Sandra, what's the news from your part of the world?
Well, this crowd here that's dwindling quite a bit, Alistair, is still very, very strong on the Tory side. And they're young voters, most of them, too, a very hefty majority of young voters. And every time there's a Tory gain, there's a loud shout of glee. What do you reckon? Who do you want to win?
I want Ted Heath in. I want him in because of what Labour's broken promises, because of the unemployment figures, because of people are so gullible, they've forgotten what happened when Labour first came in, and a few tricks at the end, and it swung it towards Labour so much.
And this is the first time you voted?
It is, yes.
What about you?
Well, it's just that Wilson has got to sort of the stage with such a credibility gap. You no longer believe what he's going to say. He says one thing one minute. OK, it's over a long period, but it takes a while for this record to come through. Tories are going to have it rough. It's going to be rough for the next 6 months, whoever's in. But I prefer the Tories in.
Is there anybody around here, any of the young voters who voted Labour?
Yes. You'll be lucky.
Yes, we all voted Labour. We did. You voted Labour, did you? Why did you vote Labour?
That was hard luck, didn't it?
Why did you vote Labour?
I don't know, why did we vote Labour?
Why did you vote Labour?
Yeah, just because it's been in our family, you know, it's always been Labour.
You voted Labour, did you?
Yes,
I really a young voter, are you?
It was my second time voting. As I'm a foreigner.
Well, this is how it looks in Trafalgar Square, and a very Tory-oriented audience. Back to you, Alistair, in the studio.
Thank you, Sandra. I'm sorry we're not down there with you. We don't have fountains here. It's getting quite hot. I think we ought to have a quick word now, George, with Lou Harris, who I think has a point about this very surprising result, and I think he should be given every chance to have equal time.
Yes, Lou, come on.
George, let me say, I took 56 seats here, just at random, 28 where the turnout had fallen more than 5%, and 28 in which the turnout had fallen less than 5%. In those 28 where the turnout had fallen more than 5%, the average shrinkage in the turnout was 7.2%, and the Conservative gain on swing was 5.1%. On the other hand, the other 28 where the turnout was only down 2.9%. The Conservative gain was only 3.6%. This would indicate that if turnout had not dropped as much as it had, the vote, instead of being about a 1 to 1.5% Tory lead tonight in the popular vote, as we projected, would have been dead even, and that would have made a great difference.
As the returning officer for the constituency of Hackney North and Stoke Newington, I hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election is as follows. Diane Julie Abbott,
Labour,
18,1 912. Yasmin Trina Anwar.
Red Front.
228. David John Fitzpatrick.
Green Party.
997. Oliver Letwin.
Conservative.
11,234. Simon Howard Taylor.
Alliance.
7,446. And I declare that the said Diane Julie Abbott has been duly...
So a very good vote there for Labour. Diane Abbott becomes Britain's first black woman MP with a majority virtually unchanged over 1983. There were great fears that Miss Abbott's outspoken views would lose votes, but in fact she's held up. The Alliance are up slightly at the expense of the Conservatives.
I didn't hear anything. Has been duly elected to serve as a Member of Parliament for Hackney North and Stoke Newington constituency. The number of ballot papers rejected and not counted by me at this election was as follows: want of official mark, nil; voting for more than one candidate, 46; writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 1; unmarked or void for uncertainty, 51. Total 38,915. Thank you.
I'd like to start by thanking the Mayor, Britain's first Bengali Mayor. I'd like to thank the returning officer and the counting agents and all the people that worked all day on the polling stations. I'd also like to thank my agent, who couldn't have worked harder. And I want to say that the result tonight is first and foremost a triumph for Hackney North and Stoke Newington Labour Party, who worked incredibly hard and fought a positive campaign. They fought a campaign on the issues, and they fought a campaign designed to unite rather than divide. I want to go on to say that the result is also a triumph for the people of Hackney North and Stoke Newington, who came together, people of all colours, of all creeds, who came together to put Hackney in the history books tonight. I have come a long way to stand here before you tonight. And I am aware that a lot of hopes, not just in Hackney, but across the country, ride on our victory tonight. I hope and believe that I can fulfill those hopes. But I also know that nothing can take tonight away from the people of Hackney. This campaign and this result has been a victory for faith, a victory for principle, and a victory for socialism.
to Julian Haviland in Cardiff.
Here's the Prime Minister coming out of the count in Cardiff. He went into the country room for a short moment. He's now going off to a suite down the corridor where he's got his colleagues. See if he'll have a word with us. Prime Minister, good evening. Sorry to confront you like this.
No comment until much later.
I don't blame you.
Thank you very much.
Nothing at all. Right, thank you so much. So, Prime Minister, rather wisely, not wanting to say anything at this moment, he's going off to a room down the corridor, which has been set aside for him and his staff, and he'll be able to watch what happens on television. You heard what he said? No comment for the time being. So back to the studio in London.
Sir Harold Wilson is waiting in Huyton with Trevor MacDonald.
Sir Harold Wilson, as the man who tried to make Labour the natural party of government, the results tonight so far, and what seems to be, all over the country, generally, a Conservative swing, a swing to the Conservatives, you must be very disappointed, man.
Very disappointing. We were in office 8 years out of 11, and it is a great disappointment. Travelling around the country, I had the feeling that we'd get very different results in different areas. I didn't go to Scotland, but we've obviously done very well there. The northeast coast on the whole fairly well. Lancashire, which was very vulnerable, we have lost by narrow majorities in one or two cases. But it certainly is very disappointing, and...
What went wrong, Sir Harold?
What went wrong? I think that we had been in a long time, and I think some people wanted to change. I think also that the difficulties that Jim Callaghan had for the last 2 years in not having a majority in the House of Commons meant that some of the things perhaps he'd like to have done we weren't able to do, and we seemed to give the impression of hanging on. And certainly the Conservative campaign has been a very successful one, though they have been the party of turbulent change.
Yes, you've commented, in fact, on the Conservative campaign and on the Conservative leader. And, in fact, the thing which gave you apparently most national attention were your remarks about Mrs. Thatcher, which seemed to be sympathetic, to say the least.
Well, I don't attack personalities, and I certainly was very much against the argument that because she was a woman that people ought to vote the other way.
But you seem to be giving her some support.
Not really. I always felt not at all. I totally disagreed with her policies, and I still do, and I tremble for what their effects will be. I always said, and I said very recently, that Barbara Castle would have made an excellent Labour Prime Minister, so I've got, you know, I'm rather against this chauvinism. On the other hand, I've attacked her policies and that of her colleagues right through the campaign.
And very quickly, Sir Harold, do you think that this means now that the Conservatives could be in for 5, possibly 10 years?
Oh, I wouldn't look as far ahead as that. I think they've made so many promises. They've had to admit that until they see the books, they don't even know what they can do about finance, and they've won on taxation and public expenditure.
Sir Harold, thank you very much. Now, back to the studio in London.
I'd like to bring you up to date on some of the recounts which we've been reporting. First of all, the recount in Paddington, the second one, that's again at Labour's request. The returning officer says he wants every vote there to be seen by the scrutineers, so we may yet see the dawn rise in Paddington. And the second recount is going on at Lincoln. That, again, is a full recount requested in Lincoln. Margaret Jackson, the Junior Education Minister, requested by the Labour Party. So it may be that Miss Jackson's in some trouble. We might just pause a moment, Alistair, about Mr. Roy Jenkins's defeat. He was the founding father of the SDP and, of course, in his way of the alliance, and now he is out. Is that the end of his whole attempt and construction? Now, Finchley, Mrs. Thatcher. We're expecting the result at any moment, and it does appear that Mrs. Thatcher, sitting next to the mayor, has actually won.
Parliamentary election, the 11th of June 1987, the constituency of Finchley. The percentage of electors voting at the election for the constituency of Finchley was 69.71%. I, Malcolm Lester, returning officer for the constituency of Finchley, hereby declare that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Lord Buckethead.
The Gremloyds Party.
Gremloyds, 131. John Roderick Mervyn Davies.
Labour.
Labour, 12,690. David Howarth.
Liberal Alliance.
Alliance, 5,580. Michaeli Jane St. Vincent.
The Gold Party.
Gold, 59. Margaret Hilda Thatcher.
Conservative.
Conservative, 21,600. And that the said Margaret Hilda Thatcher has been duly elected to serve as a Member of Parliament for the said constituency.
So there, Mrs Thatcher, confirmed, of course, returned as the Member of Parliament for Finchley. Her majority up by about 2,000. Labour's vote is also up by about 2,000, and a collapse of the Liberal Alliance vote.
My Lord Mayor, Mr. Mayor, acting returning officer, it is my privilege to propose Mr. Mayor, it is my privilege to propose a vote to you and to all of your staff for the excellent preparations you have made, both for the count and for the conduct of the election throughout the borough. We're very grateful for the efficient way in which you have got the count through somewhat earlier than on the last occasion, and also grateful to those who spent the entire day in the polling booths. May I also say how much we appreciate the work of the police in guarding our security here and at all times. It is a great honour to be returned once again to represent the constituency of Finchley.
Not for us, it isn't.
It is a great honour for me that the citizens of Finchley have returned me once again to represent them. The only power we have in this country, in a democratic free country, is the power we draw from the ballot box. I am, of course, particularly glad to have obtained more than 50% of the votes, which is very satisfactory. May I also thank, above all, those who have supported me in my campaign for their tremendous enthusiasm, dedication and affection. Without you, it could not possibly have been done. I'm most grateful. Thank you.
So Mrs Thatcher there making her election speak, despite some fierce heckling from some members of the local Labour Party.
I now propose to invite the other candidates to say a few brief words.
So Mrs Thatcher is back. Finchley has returned her again. And the country, we are saying, on the results so far, and it now appears it's got to be some quite remarkable thing which is going to change it. We think she'll be back with a majority of probably 100. Now, as I was saying, this is something Britain never gave, a third consecutive term, never gave to Gladstone or Disraeli. Never gave to Salisbury, never gave to Churchill, never gave to Lloyd George, never gave to Baldwin or to Harold Wilson. Now we have another result. This is Tottenham, and this is Mr. Bernie Grant's seat, which he has won.
Lively scene here in Tottenham. Bernie Grant, the Labour candidate, left-wing Labour
Silence!
candidate.
I, Councillor Andreas Mikidis, Mayor of Haringey, being the returning officer for the Tottenham constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Dixon Claire Louise, 205. Etherington Stuart James,
Alliance.
8,983. Grant Bernard Alexander Montgomery,
Labour.
$21,900. $21,921. Murphy Peter Lawrence,
Conservative.
$17,700.
A victory for Bernie Grant. Bernie Grant is elected.
17,780. Nilon Peter Joseph,
Gaitskell Labour.
638. Nichols Donald John, 744.
That was the Green Party. Bernie Grant has been elected. His majority is down to 4,000. It was 9,000 for his predecessor, Norman Atkinson, who was deselected in Bernie Grant's favour.
Bernard Alexander
Now back to Alistair.
Grant.
There'll be a question about that, of course, a black candidate losing so much of the share of the vote in what is a very safe Labour seat. He does, of course, join Mr Paul Boateng and Mr Keith Vaz as black members of the House of Commons. Just to say, Mr Peter Shaw, Mr David Blunkett are back, so is Mr Michael Heseltine. Conservatives have lost their only remaining seat in Manchester. Labour have also taken Newcastle Central. But we have Mr David Steele now with Michael Macmillan.
Mr Steele, first of all, what's your reaction to Mr Jenkins' defeat?
Well, naturally, I'm very disappointed indeed that Roy Jenkins didn't hold on. I have to say that it was something of a miracle that he held on last time, but clearly, as you will have seen from all these results, there's a very strong Labour tide running through Scotland and the North. I mean, even here in my own constituency, the Labour vote is up by 1/3 on the last election, and I think that this is part of the general pattern. Naturally, it's a very severe blow to the alliance, as is, of course, the loss of Michael Meadowcroft and Mike Hancock in Portsmouth.
Now, your own majority down here by 3,000. What has gone wrong?
It's down 2,000, let's not exaggerate. But anyway, I'm not particularly troubled by that. The fact is the Labour vote has gone up substantially. This has always been a radical seat. We've got to hold that line. But as I say, the tide is running very, very strongly. What worries me about the total outcome is that it looks as though the Conservatives are entrenching in the South and the Midlands, the Labour Party is entrenching in the North. This country is becoming more divided. That is the lesson of the election.
Now, we're now predicting 26 Alliance seats overall, one down on before the election. Where do you think you went wrong on this campaign?
Oh, well, there'll be plenty time afterwards to ponder about the campaign. I don't accept we did go wrong. I think we fought a reasoned and thoughtful campaign, but obviously that wasn't quite what the electorate were looking for this time round. I think in the long run, though, we've no reason to regret it.
Now, George, I just wonder if there isn't a political point here that the turnout in British general elections is falling pretty steadily down to a sort of level that the Americans have reached. Now, is this healthy in politics?
Well, Alistair, I think we have to be a little bit careful about this. It certainly is falling. It's fallen in the last few elections. But so has the mobility of the British race. The turnover of populations within our great conurbations changes very rapidly each year, far more than it did in the past. So I don't think that we ought to draw any great conclusions about, deliberate abstention, say political abstention, or even lethargy on the part of the electorate. I think this may be mobility of the British race. Now, Mrs. Thatcher, would you go along with that at all?
Yes, I think so, to some extent. I noticed this time that a tremendous number of people didn't seem to have got on the register at all. It's as if they're not taking the forms in when they come round at the end of September. And of course, they just don't realise until a general election comes along that they're not on. So there's that factor. Then a lot of people are away on holiday. For those two things, we thought we got out most of our people. And we found that a number of people had been disenfranchised this time because of the register.
I hate to keep knocking the pollsters, you know, because they're very nice people, however wrong. But they did say that the majority of people who would be on holiday would be Conservatives at this time of the year.
Yes.
Well, you can't say your turnout is down because your Tories are on holiday, you know.
But I can say my turnout is down because
yes,
Tories are on holiday. Exactly, I can just say that.
Yours, you've got to be
ours would have been higher.
Party.
The turnout would have been higher on the Conservative side if the election had been 2 weeks earlier.
Even higher?
Oh, yes, because a lot of our people are away on holiday.
Can we come to this question in Northern Ireland, which I think is casting a bit of a blight over the proceedings? Will you welcome the Reverend Ian Paisley sitting on your side of the House?
No, I think I shall view him with very great scepticism. I think when he makes his maiden speech, the House will be absolutely packed because he is a tremendous personality. But I think he will face a good deal of hostility, as any extremist faces in the House of Commons.
He is going to make life very difficult in Northern Ireland for your moderate unionist friends, though.
Anything that raises the temperature in Northern Ireland will make life extremely difficult.
What sort of Conservative government is this going to be?
I think it's going to be a very, very good Conservative government. Obviously, you would expect me to say that.
I would rather, yes.
Well, I don't even know whether I'm going to be a member of it, so you couldn't accuse me of self-interest. I think the important thing for any government, and one should learn this lesson now, is to keep in touch with the people itself. I notice very much, and I think this happened to us in our 13 years, and I'm sure it happened to the Labour government. First, they got out of touch with their own backbench people, and secondly, and above all, they got out of touch with the people of Great Britain. And had they remained in touch, they would never have been taken in by the opinion polls as they have been. Because day after day I went out in the election saying, well, if it weren't for the opinion polls, I should be highly optimistic. So therefore I will disregard the opinion polls in future and rely very much more on one's own sense.
Let's leave those poor pollsters alone. They've had such a battering since last night, you know. And they do provide a lot of fun, on election night at least. Do you think that the power lights will prove to be a force in the new Conservative Party in the House of Commons?
I don't think they'll turn out to be a group like the left-wing group of the Labour Party, you know, who always stuck together on every issue. You'll remember that the characteristic of Enoch Powell is that he holds very differing views on a number of topics, and then not necessarily all to the right or some are to the left. But he doesn't have any what one would call coherent right-wing policy on everything. I'm sorry, coherent, perhaps what consistent was the best thing. Enoch, as you know, is an abolitionist, for example. He doesn't believe in having troops east of Suez. Now, normally you would expect a right-wing Tory to want troops east of Suez, to be a retentionist, as well as having certain other views on the economy. But Enoch has very diverse views. They don't specifically belong either to the right or to the left. And this means that he cannot have a hard core of people all the time acting with him.
Mrs. Thatcher, from a lady who's going into a job, and I'm sure a top job, in the cabinet, I'll make that prediction anyway, to a man who I'm afraid has come right out of a job and out of a seat and has got to look around for something to do now. Eric Lubbock, Liberal MP for Orpington, famous by-election victor, now rather a sad loser in the general election. How did it happen, Eric?
Well, for once the pollsters were right. I'm sorry to come back to this, but they did predict my result with some accuracy. When you say how did it happen, I think that it was due to the national swing, which was represented in the constituency of Orpington by a Tory vote. And I think this was more a vote against the government than anything else. It wasn't particularly a criticism of the Liberals' record in the last House of Commons. I think, generally speaking, we haven't encountered any criticism of that kind during the campaign, and that it's simply an anti-government.
Sorry, Mr. Heath has arrived at the Albany.
George, he's coming now.
That looks like Downing Street to me, doesn't it?
Yes,
Rather
a bit
than
premature, I think, George.
There's a car. Where do you suppose it's driving into, Alistair?
I can
Some
answer that
mechanics
for you,
there.
George.
I hope they've mended my car. It
That's
didn't
the
work
Albany.
yesterday.
Mr. Heath, Albany. Mr. Heath. No comment again from Mr. Heath here at Albany. The square here is perhaps in honour of the Prime Minister designate, is getting a bit of a wash down. Just pause for a moment. I think we could all do with a shower here, quite honestly. What we could do with Alistair is some of the champagne that you were talking about earlier around about lunchtime. We haven't seen any sign of it down here. You must be enjoying it all up there. Anyway, back to Alistair.
All right, Martin Lewis, thank you. We will send Reginald Bosanquet round in due course with the champagne. He's the man who's got it. There's the headline. The Conservatives have won. If you've been away at work all day, just come in now. If you're just back from Timbuktu, that's the result of the British general election. George?
Well, Eric, now, what did go wrong down in Orpington? Because you seem to win Orpington, like most Liberals win seats, by being a ombudsman, working up from the organisation, dealing with people's complaints. Did they lose faith in you to deal with these complaints, or were they so angry with the government that they voted Tory anyway?
I think the latter. Certainly, our swing was less than the swing to the Tories nationally. I think it was only about 2% compared with, what is it now, 5? Nearly 5? So that there isn't any criticism of our performance in Orpington, nor can I say anything but the highest praise for my organisation and the workers, and particularly the man who ran my campaign, John Cook, who is an absolutely brilliant organiser. So there's nothing wrong on any of those fronts, or on the way we ran the constituency. I think, as you say, it's simply a matter of registering a protest against the government.
We must wonder where the Liberal Party goes from here, Eric, because you can't win anything on national policies. You can only win it on local organisation and exploiting local grievances. Now, you are no longer a national political party.
No, I won't accept that at all. I mean, when I got in...
I didn't think you would, but I think it's a good argument.
It's a good point to put to me, but I'd like to remind you that before I got back to Orpington in 1962, in the by-election, we only had 5 seats. We were up to 6 when we won Montgomeryshire, one of the seats we've retained this time. Then we went to 9, 12, 13. Now we're back again, but we're not back to the position that we started from in 1959, and I think that this is a temporary situation with which we've got to cope.
But the reason I say you're not a national party, Eric, is the way you win the seats.
See, can I just make one rather important point, that the number of votes that we got this time was almost exactly the same, as far as one can tell, as in the last general election of 1966. It's only a product of this peculiar electoral system that we have, which means that you don't have a proper relationship between the number of votes cast for a party in the country and the number of seats that it gains in the House of Commons. And the disappearance of the Welsh and the Scottish nationalists is another example of the futility of this system, where in fact they increased their share of the poll in both Wales and Scotland and lost the only seats they had.
But let me say why I think you're not a national party anymore, or haven't been for a very long time. And I put it to you as an argument. You are the chief whip of the Liberal Party, or you were in the last Parliament. You have lost Orpington. The next by-election that comes up, you haven't got a hope of winning. You've got to stay at Orpington and try and win Orpington the same way as you won it before. You cannot win elections on your national appeal.
I wouldn't leave Orpington anyway. I've always said that this is my home, this is where I live. I wouldn't fight another seat on behalf of the Liberals. I'm going to remain there and fight it back again. And the question of policies, I mean, if you say, have the Liberals got national policies, you address this question to me as Chief Whip. Sometimes I think that we've had too many national policies. It's difficult sometimes to put them across, but it remains a fact that on industrial affairs and on economics generally, on the health service, on education, we've been the pace setters, and many of our ideas have been taken over by the Tories and the Socialists later on, 5 years too late.
I don't think anyone would argue that you have put forward a lot of political ideas. I agree. You're a good ideas pressure group in politics. But in fact, if you say you've got too many national policies, you are agreeing with me that you're not a national party.
No, we've got 2 million votes, and that's a national party by any standards.
This is the sum of a number of constituencies.
That's
it's not
right.
really a national vote.
2 million people voting Liberal at this general election.
For all sorts of reasons.
Maybe, but they vote Labour or Conservative for all sorts of reasons. I mean, I was talking to a chap this afternoon who voted Labour yesterday and who is in fact a Powellite and agrees with Mr. Powell that dependents of coloured immigrants shouldn't be allowed into the country. Nevertheless, he put his ex against the Labour man.
Why don't you join the Labour Party and get into serious politics?
Because I don't belong in the Labour Party. I belong in the Liberal Party. I believe in its principles and its ethos, and I could never leave it.
Ivor Richard, do you think he ought to join you?
I think that's rather a matter for him to decide whether he wants to. I'm interested in his odd sort of Labour voter. He might be interested to know that the Liberal candidate who stood against me, that represents this Liberal ethos, is anti-common market and a pro-hanger. Now, that's not a bad start for somebody who's collecting 2,000 Liberal votes.
Party issue, is it?
And also, if I may say so, has done all his politicking in West London, almost entirely on local issues in and around Hammersmith Broadway. So the idea that there's some kind of sort of national Liberal ethos which is put to the country in general election, I think isn't true. I think it's a great pity that Eric himself is out of the House of Commons, but I'm bound to say, when he got up to speak, one listened to him rather than to the voice of his party.
He had the fastest promotion in history. Do you know this? In 3 years, he came from a councillor in Orpington to be the chief whip of the Liberal Party. Now, he told me this himself, actually.
The master of Ellie Bank would have envied him.
Yeah. Sudden demotion now.
Yeah. Mrs. Thatcher, there's no chivalry around here. If you want to come in, you have to shout.
Oh, well, let me do shout. The Liberal vote in my own constituency went down a great deal, but I think you're putting forward the right contention. On the whole, Liberals fight on local issues, and really, therefore, their places in local elections, at most.
Not in Parliament at all?
Well, I've never found a Liberal principle. I've found a sort of compromise between the two parties. You know, I haven't found a set of cohesive Liberal principles.
Alistair, you got some news for us? Sorry, Eric.
Yes, George. French diplomatic sources say they think the Conservatives will be tough about Britain's entry to the common market. Papers there call our result a coup de théâtre, a bludgeon stroke by the Conservatives. A Dutch common market diplomat says the election has clarified things. He says Mr. Heath has always wanted Britain to get into the common market, whereas Mr. Wilson might have still caused some surprises. Robert Key is now entertaining Denis Healey, who is still Secretary of State for Defence, and of course who has always had quite pronounced views on Britain's attempt to get into Europe. Robert?
Mr. Healey, can we talk a bit about the election first before we talk about defence? If the economy was going to be demonstrably so much better in October, why not wait until October for the election?
I think there were two reasons. The first was that there is no doubt that an election atmosphere is not good for the economy, it's not good for government, and I think the Prime Minister, and I agree with him, felt it his duty to call the election, of course, when we had a decent chance, as we thought, of winning, as soon as it was humanly possible to do so, and that's what we did. We were asked by everybody, as you know, to call it in June, and so we did.
Do you think you paid a little too much attention to the polls?
I think that is true. There's no doubt that one reason for the disappointing results we had was the substantial fall in the total poll in almost every constituency in the country. And my impression is, from my own constituency, that the abstentionism or failure to vote was much more on our side than on the Conservative side. It may well be that the impression that everything was going beautifully due to the polls was that. Partly, perhaps, I think on this occasion, perfect weather on polling day worked against us rather than for us. But I'm certain myself, in my own mind, that the shift in the last week was probably due to the women more than anything else. Mr. Heath called this a shopping basket election. I think he succeeded in making it one in the end. Whether in the end the shopping basket turns out to be fuller or cheaper than it was before, we shall see.
You think then the abstentions were largely of Labour wives?
I think it could well have been, and even more, I think there was certainly some switching of votes. The Conservative vote went up in many cases, and I think in many cases this would be women who'd previously voted Labour voting Conservative because they thought Conservatives would bring the price of living, cost of living down.
It's a pretty traumatic moment for you, I imagine this. I mean, you must quite honestly have expected to be in government again this morning.
I don't believe in, I suppose, traumatic means wounding, doesn't it? Well, of course, nobody likes disappointment or defeat, but I think one's now got to start working already for victory at the next general election. And I certainly don't feel so bruised that I can't look ahead and feel confident about the future.
Well, in what sort of direction do you think you should now work?
I think there are many issues here. One thing, I think, is our organisation nationwide certainly wasn't as good as that of the Conservatives, though I think that Bob Maxwell's defeat in Buckinghamshire suggests that even organisation at its best can't fight a general national trend. This is one thing we have to look at. I think we must pay more attention to women in the future than we have in the past, and I've no doubt that the Conservatives will give us many opportunities for attack in the weeks and months to come.
Yes, this is looking at it very much in a rather sort of routine, humdrum way. I'm wondering if there might have been any element of dissatisfaction among normal Labour supporters about the sort of style of the election, the level at which it was fought, and your own feelings about that.
I think some people undoubtedly would have liked to see the major national and international issues debated more, but those of us who did try to raise them found it impossible to get our speeches in this area reported or televised. And I think the opinion media had decided right at the beginning that this was going to be an American-type contest. One of the interesting things is they turned out to be quite wrong, because even at the end Mr. Wilson was far ahead of Mr. Heath as a man whom the country felt was the best leader.
Are you going to continue to occupy yourself with defence?
Well, I shall do whatever the party feels I should do best, but in the campaign itself I spoke a great deal on many other issues, and I shall be very, very glad to extend my range a little bit now that I've got more liberty to roam around in opposition.
I wonder if now, sort of magically, there were still 24 hours to the election, and equally magically you had insight into the fact that Labour were going to lose it. What you would do to try at the last minute to get people to vote Labour and bring back a Labour government?
I think it's a great mistake to believe you can, by deliberate choice of action, affect things at the last minute. I think every politician knows that elections are won or lost in the years before they take place. The way in which the opinion moves during an election, it's very, very difficult to control or to predict. The pollsters were all wrong. I dare say you were wrong as well, Robert, in guessing it all, and yes. I was wrong too. But the important thing, I think, is to establish a basis of trust and confidence well before the election takes place. And I think one of the big differences, perhaps, between the next election and this one is that whereas in this election the Conservative policy was sufficiently unclear for people to feel that there was no obvious difference between the Conservatives and ourselves, I've no doubt that in the months or perhaps years before the next general election, the real differences of principle between the parties will emerge very, very much more clearly than they have in the last 4 years.
You use the words trust and confidence, which a government or a party must get across. This plainly means you didn't, in fact, get trust and confidence across. I wonder how you can do that more in future.
Well, my dear Robert, if I had a simple, clear answer to give you in a sentence on this, I would do it. But I think it's basically the general picture which ordinary men and women form of their political leaders of any party over a period. And there is no doubt, of course, that the disappointments we had over the economy in our early years, the sacrifices we had to impose, often contrary to promises we'd sincerely made in the elections in 64 and 66, did shake the confidence of many people who otherwise would have supported us.
Yes, but you were, of course, beginning to get it right. And it did look as if the country was accepting this. And then suddenly, at this last moment, it looks as if it didn't accept that you were getting it right.
I know. I think this may be the completely accidental fact that 1 month's trade figures coming out 2 days before polling day gave Mr. Heath an opportunity of launching this devaluation scare and revived older memories. this was undoubtedly a misfortune for us that these figures came out at this time, but I think you'll agree that we were quite right to publish the figures on the date when people expected them to be published, not to hold them back as had been done in similar circumstances by earlier governments.
You've been fighting the Tories, I know personally, for very many years, and have very strong anti-Tory feelings. Do you get a rather unpleasant feeling to think there is now a Tory government back in office?
I do. I think what I have said during the campaign remains the case, namely that the Conservatives taken as a collective group are still very unclear where they're going. The county baronets who dominate the party in Parliament represent a society which has passed, and certainly a society very different from that represented by Mr. Heath and his thrusting young men. Then you have, of course, people like Mr. Powell, many of whose supporters, I'm sorry to say, have won seats. But I think the divisions inside the Conservative Party will be more conspicuous than their unity in the next few months.
Mr. Healey, thank you very much. Back to Alistair.
Now let's see what the Conservatives have gained today, the seats which gave Mr. Heath his majority, which we reckon will end up at about 34. There they come from Aberdeenshire West onwards. Cannock, Jenny Lee, gone there. Dover, David Ennals gone. Down through Kings Lynn, Monmouth, Norfolk North to Yarmouth, which returns Mr. Anthony Fell, a Conservative who's very much against joining the common market.
From the Alliance.
Things are going, except I'm sad about losing some friends, and I hope and believe we shall win.
Prime Minister, what do you say about the results that would appear to indicate that the north-south divide would be even greater after this election?
We have lost one or two seats in the north, and we have held some seats where we have very, very good members serving very well in the north, and they have held very well. As I came in, we were losing one or two in Scotland, which is obviously very distressful because we think highly of Scotland, and we do not like losing seats. Isn't it strange? People always say, what are we going to do about the north? We have tried to do a great deal. They never say, what is the Labour Party going to do about the south? I do regret that we have not got more seats in the north. We shall work very hard.
Are you fearful, perhaps, that your government, after this election, won't be truly representative of the north of England and of Scotland and perhaps of Wales?
We look as if we're holding very, very well in the northwest, and we hold certain seats in Yorkshire, like Keighley, for example. We seem to have held the Berries, where I went and was very pleased with the work there. We've held Hyndburn. So we're not by any means absent in the north. It is very patchy, and obviously we would like to hold more seats in the north, and we shall continue to work there, and we hope that our policies for the inner cities will help many people in those areas. That's what they're designed to do.
What's your comment on the recovery of Labour, Prime Minister?
Is it really good for a party or a government or a country to be in office 3 times running? Might it not actually be better for the country and better for the Conservative Party, perhaps to change?
No, I don't think it would. I think you want consistency in policies. I think you want clear leadership. We've given sound financial management under our policies. We've had growth, which has not only brought a higher standard of living, but a higher standard of social service, and we've got clear defence policies, and we have spread ownership more and more widely around the country. We then have new policies, particularly in education and housing, particularly for people who have not sufficiently profited from present policies, and I think it's very wise that we have the continuation of policies. You know, this isn't the first time we've had 3 consecutive Conservative governments. We got back in 1951, again in 1955, again in 1959. What is different this time is there's been 3 consecutive governments. If we get the 3rd term, and that's not yet certain, it will be 3 consecutive Conservative governments under the same Prime Minister, and that's the thing that's different.
The reason for my question was that in 1964, the Conservative government really ran out of ideas and manpower. It ran out of almost everything, didn't it? Is that a danger that might happen again?
We lost the 1964 election. I wasn't by about 3, very, 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 very narrowly. No, we're not in any danger of running out of ideas this time.
Prime Minister, your comment on Labour's recovery, because it would appear that the Alliance have not made a breakthrough, and how does that affect your stated aim of wanting to destroy socialism, the recovery of Labour that we've seen today?
Well, I don't think you have seen that much recovery. What you have seen is a shift of alliance votes to Labour, a certain shift, but I really do not think you've seen very much recovery of Labour. You certainly have seen the return of some very, very left-wing Labour members, and it'll be a very interesting House of Commons.
Finally, Prime Minister, I'm told that you need 70 seats to win.
Mr. Kinnock, the Home Secretary was asked there whether he thought Mr. Callaghan would go on for very long if he were defeated. What's your feeling about it?
Well, I don't know. I would echo what Merlin said about Jim being his own man. Obviously, the size of the majority will have an influence on his attitude in the event of Labour losing. And consequently, we can expect to get a general indication within a very few weeks, I should think. But he'll make his own decisions. He is certainly a very strong leader, and he has got very strong support from the Parliamentary Labour Party. And I say that as someone who was Michael Foot's campaign manager in the leadership elections. I think everybody's got a great admiration for Jim Callaghan. So it must be left to him, and certainly I agree with what Merlin said.
But will he not be accused by people in your area of the party of going to the country on policies which were less than full-blooded socialism, which you wanted in the manifesto?
No, the only person who's considered that we've had full-blooded socialism in the last, 200-300 years, well, two actually. One is David Steele as an alibi for the Lib Lab Pact. And the other one, of course, is Margaret Thatcher, who has tried to persuade the country over the last 3 weeks that we actually live in a workers' republic. Both of them talking nonsense, and I think what we're going to find in the, if we have a Tory government, is in the kind of malice that we can foresee, that there'll be the best friend, the extremists, the militants, and all the other words that Sir Ian, for instance, is very anxious to use. The best friend will be Margaret Thatcher.
I think he can only be accused of not going to the country on any policies at all.
No, he went to the country with many policies. You mentioned Europe. You mentioned Europe earlier. What we're going to see if we have a Tory government is a total cop-out over Europe, of course, and I think the British people will take their...
We'll come back to this in a moment. We'll go to Peter Snow to get us up to date on exactly what is happening.
Well, Leonard, the only real element of doubt to pay a tribute to Mr. Kinnock, I suppose, is Wales at the moment, and of course Ulster, which we'll be hearing about tomorrow. But the only real element of doubt in England, really, is the Northwest. And there we have this swing of 3.6%. And it's not really enough to get all the marginals that Labour would like in the Northwest. But the situation then at the moment, we have 15 marginals in the Northwest, as I explained earlier, 12 of them Labour, which of course the Conservatives have their eyes on. And just watch this one here. This is Nelson and Colne, which is, when we look at the ones that have been declared, you'll see there he goes. It's gone, it's turned blue, it's turned into the Tory colours, and so has Rossendale down here. But the problem is that on that kind of swing, that 3.5% swing, when we look at the list of the Labour marginals in the Northwest, you see Rossendale has been lost there. Bury and Ratcliffe are going on 0.4% swing. It's really bound to go. Nelson and Colne has been lost to Labour. Then when we go down, Belton West, Chorley, Stockport North, well, they should all go on this sort of 3.5% swing. But those ones over the page here, that of course the Tories will be after, they don't look as if they'll all go on a 3.5% swing. And then, very finally, a look then at that swing again, and comparing it with the swing in London, where the Tories really are moving, 7% swing there, and in Barking in Essex, a 14% swing. I think that's a record so far. We go back to Alistair.
Yes, Peter, while you were talking, very interesting news on the screen, a recount at Paddington, Arthur Latham's seat. This again is one with the Conservatives taking Fulham, Putney, places like that. Paddington must have been on the list, although some of them who have canvassed there said it was rather difficult country. And I think just to mention that Bob Mellish back in Bermondsey, you probably saw, they're coming up. And in Edinburgh Central, a swing to Labour from the Conservative of 2%. Now, that does seem to wipe out the Conservatives' long shot in Edinburgh Leith. It may also put in danger Mr. Malcolm Rifkind in Edinburgh Pentlands, unless he can pull something out there, which we don't think Mr. Teddy Taylor has been able to pull out in Glasgow Cathcart. But, Martin.
Well, let's whip through some seats that Labour has held on to in Scotland. And first of all, Bothwell, James Hamilton, home there with a majority just over 15,000 and a swing his way 0.4%. Coatbridge and Airdrie, James Dempsey home, majority 15,000, swing to the Conservatives of 0.5%. And in East Kilbride, Dr. Maurice Miller is in with a majority just over 14,000 and a similar swing to the Conservatives. In Edinburgh Central, Robin Cook home, he had a 2% swing his way. In Fife Central, Willie Hamilton Queen criticiser, he is home with a majority of just over 18,000. In Glasgow Garskadden, Donald Dewar, his majority just over 15,000. He won a by-election there in April 78. And in Glasgow Kelvin Grove, Neil Carmichael is in, his majority almost 5,000 with a 3% swing the Labour way. In Glasgow Mary Hill, Craigan is in, his majority just over 17,000. In Glasgow Queen's Park, Frank McElhone, Under-Secretary of State for Scotland, is home, a swing to Labour of 0.6%. In Glasgow Shettleston, David Marshall in, majority just over 9,000, swing to Labour 1%. And in Paisley, Alan Adams is home, his majority just over 13,000, swing to Labour 0.2%. And in Stirlingshire West, Dennis Canavan is in, his majority just over 10,000, swing to Labour there of 0.7%.
Martin, while you were speaking, Martin, very interesting news from Wales. The first result we've had, it'll take Mr. Kinnock's breath away. The Tories have gained Anglesey. Now, that was the seat which Mr. Cledwyn Hughes, who was the chairman of the Parliamentary Labour Party until he retired this time, had held for many, many years. And it was thought that there might be a three-way fight between Labour, Plaid Cymru and the Conservatives. Well, the Conservatives, who had run second there, have not let Plaid Cymru get on top of them, and they have taken the seat from Labour. Anglesey, Welsh-speaking Anglesey, appears to have gone Conservative. That seems to be true. Now, the recount at Paddington, which I mentioned earlier on, Arthur Latham's seat, appears to be at his request. It appears that Labour want the recount in that London, we must now call it highly marginal, of Paddington.
The Conservatives, sorry,
Peter,
I mean, they've come forward nearly 20% in the poll. They've taken up 6,000 votes they've come up there, and the Plaid Cymru man, of course, John Williams, who in fact had the distinction of being the councillor for the longest name in Wales, I think, Llanfairpwll Gwynedd Tolgeri Gwynthrobo Llantysilio Gogogoch, failed to make it. Having said that, back to Neil Kinnock.
Well, now, what about that?
That is amazing. I know Anglesey very well. My wife is from Anglesey. My father-in-law is very active in the campaign there. I can only imagine, without seeing the figures, that Plaid Cymru and the Labour Party were very close to each other, and the Tory nipped through because the Nationalists took votes away from Labour. That's a presumption without seeing the figures.
Does it make us presume anything about any other Wales seats?
No, I don't think it can, because I think that we should do rather well in Cardigan and in Carmarthen. Anglesey is a real shock, frankly. When someone said that my breath was taken away, I doubt if I shall ever breathe again.
Well, we had a picture of you on the screen as Alistair gave the result, and your breath was taken away.
Especially since Keith Best, actually...
It may just have something to do with the impact of personality on politics that we were discussing earlier.
No,
the fact is that Cledwyn Hughes may have had a very large personal vote.
No, I think that
Three cheers if he did.
What you'll find is I've got the greatest respect for Cledwyn, and he did have a personal vote. But I think that you'll find that Elliston Morgan, our candidate, more or less held the Labour vote, and that Keith Best, the English-speaking Tory, actually, from Sussex or somewhere, simply capitalised on the movement towards the Nationalists. That's basically what must have happened.
Well, let's go and see what other results have come in from Martin Lewis.
Yes, let's look at some Conservative gains first of all, and that Anglesey result in some detail. Keith Best, who's a barrister from Brighton, you mightn't have thought he'd do well in Anglesey, but he has, he's taken it. From Labour with a majority of just under 3,000. The turnout very high, 81%, as you would expect in that part of Wales. The Liberal candidate lost his deposit, and a swing to the Conservatives there from Labour of 12.5%. That won't be repeated often tonight, I suspect. In Hornchurch, Alan Lee Williams is out. The Conservatives have taken that with a majority of 769. Labour have gained Stirlingshire East. We've just heard that Labour have gained Stirlingshire East. Alistair, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, that means that George Reid of the Scottish National Party, one of their stalwarts, one of the people who had expected, I think, to hold his seat against the swing, whatever it was to be against the SNP, has lost his seat. This again seems to me to be confirming our forecast earlier on, which a number of people in Scotland didn't agree with, that the Scottish National Party would be in very, very serious trouble tonight, possibly lose all their seats except in the Western Isles and the Western seaboard of Argyll. Martin, I think a few more results.
Yes, let's just look at that Hornchurch one first. As I said, Alan Lee Williams is out there. The Conservative majority, 769. Liberal and National Fund candidates lost their deposits, and a swing to the Conservatives of 8.5% in Hornchurch. And now Fulham, that's Michael Stewart's old seat. Barry Stead had high hopes of taking it there. He hasn't succeeded. The Conservative majority is just under 1,500. Liberal and National Front candidates lost their deposits, and a swing to the Conservatives of 8.2%. And Ilford North, Vivian Bendel, he won it in a by-election. The Conservatives have held on to Ilford North. Tessa Jowl hasn't succeeded in getting it back. The Conservative majority there, just over 7,000, and the independent Conservative candidate, Tom Iremonger, didn't do very well at all. He was one of 3 who lost their deposits. Swing to the Conservatives in Ilford North of 7.8%. And in Ilford South, the Conservatives have taken that with a majority of just over 1,600. Liberal and National Front candidates lost their deposits. Turnout about average, 76%, and a swing to the Conservatives there of 4.3%. And now Liberal seats, well, that can only be Liverpool Edge Hill. Yes, it is. David Alton, who won it in a by-election, he was in Parliament for 2 days, and now he signed on for what could well be 5 years. And the turnout there, 69%. The Liberal majority, just over 4,000. Swing to the Liberals of 21%, and that's from, of course, October 74. Back to Alistair.
Yes, Martin, I think it's possible we should have a look now at our scoreboard of the election so far. With 100 seats counted, it's an appropriate time to do that. So far, Labour have taken 54, the Conservatives 45. We're forecasting now that Labour will finish with 260, the Conservatives with 347. And our forecast of the Conservative majority does go up and down in the course of the night as we get some results. For example, that little Labour gain there in Stirlingshire East and Clackmannanshire, which in fact turns out to be a swing to Labour from the Scottish National Party of 8.1%. Mr O'Neill taking that. We're now forecasting that although only 1 Liberal seat is in, the Liberals will finish with 12. We think now the Scottish National Party may be down to 1. The Ulster Unionists, of course, we haven't heard from. Plaid Cymru, well, that must be in some doubt after Anglesey, and miscellaneous is 2 other Ulster seats. We have not yet used the word swingometer. I merely point there to you that the swingometer we think is rather out of date, but for what it's worth, we put it up there at about 4 1/4 to the Conservatives. And although we give way slowly, we fight over the ground. Our forecast stays at around a 59 Conservative majority.
So while you were talking, just very briefly, I saw that the Labour Party held on to Ayrshire South there, which must mean that Jim Sillars, the Scottish Labour Party member for the last 5 years, is out. He's lost. Very much expected.
George Fulks is the success there. Leonard.
Sir, let's look forward while we wait to see what sort of shape the new Parliament is going to be. Towards the end of the campaign, Mrs. Thatcher very noticeably softened her attitude towards the trades union reform, particularly at the rally at Wembley. Is there any fear in the Conservative Party now that you are going to be able to work with the unions?
I don't think Mrs. Thatcher softened our tone. It was a perfectly reasonable, moderate tone in the manifesto in all the speeches from the word go. And the measures that we've proposed for reform are certainly are extremely moderate. So I don't think, there's certainly, we aren't firing the first shot. We aren't doing anything in any way provocative.
Arguably moderate, but backed by legislation.
Yes, but I don't think anybody can seriously suggest, except for Mr. Carrington, who is rather odd, that the legislation per se is wrong for trade unions, when in fact they've been making trade union legislation the other way. No, I would think that the trade unions, since we know that what we're proposing is backed up by something like 80% of trade unionists, is bound to be supported by the trade unions.
But certainly not backed by most of the more vocal trades union leaders who spoke during the election campaign.
No, but I think they did lend themselves, and I think in a way perhaps they will regret. They did become, I think, too much the sort of cheerleaders of the Labour campaign in a way that the great trade union leaders of the past did do it. They supported Labour Party, they didn't behave in quite this way. And I think perhaps they may now think that a period of sort of slight silence will do them and the country a certain amount of good.
One of the surprising things, or one of the surprises that many people thought during the campaign, was that Mrs. Thatcher and other Conservative spokesmen didn't make more of that disastrous winter we had, the lorry strikes when we were unable to bury the dead and so on.
But we were fighting a very if it's the right word, a sort of peaceable campaign. We were behaving in a way because I mean, the Labour Party took the position of opposition, and they behaved as if we'd been in government for the last 5 years, and they were in the opposition. And we willy-nilly almost became the party of government. And therefore we fought a very peaceful campaign, which I think will help us very much in the next few years.
I'm sure that's not how Neil Kinnock sees it.
No, I mean, it's quite apparent from everything that Mrs. Thatcher said right up until Sunday, when assisted by Jim Pryor saying bloody a few times in order to press the
straight to...
The undersigned, being the acting returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Bone Peter William,
Conservative,
6,180. Jones Helen Mary, 1,606. Kinnock Neil Gordon,
Labour,
30,000. Such Lord David,
Raving Looney Alliance,
547. Simmons Michael Andrew,
Liberal Democrat,
2,352. And that the undermentioned person has been duly elected to serve as a member for the said constituency, Neil Gordon Kinnock.
So Mr. Kinnock has increased his personal vote here, but of course it's a very difficult night for him. And here is his acceptance speech here in Islwyn.
Mr. Acting Returning Officer and fellow candidates and my dear constituents, could I first of all thank all the people who've worked so hard today in the polling stations and in the count. Never an easy task, but they've performed it with maximum speed given some of the difficulties encountered in getting all the votes together. And I'd like to thank the police, both here in Islwyn, in the Gwent Constabulary, who as ever have been perfect in their attentions, and also members of other police forces who've been good enough to help me in the course of this campaign. Could I also thank the other candidates in this contest who have conducted themselves, as I've had to witness from some slight distance on this occasion, with great good humour and without rancour, as we expect elections to be conducted in a good spirit of democracy in this constituency. You've now heard the result here. What you may not know is that this is the biggest Labour majority in this constituency ever. It is... It represents a 75% share of the vote, and I think it is a testimony to the loyalty of the people of Islwyn, and I hope in some way it's a recognition of the standard of service which I've tried to provide in this area for 22 years and will go on providing for all the time that I'm the representative. And I know that my constituents, and certainly the constituency party, the finest there is, will want me to give particular thanks to two very special women. The first one, Doreen Moore, my agent, and everybody will recognize not only her brilliance as an organizer and as a leader, but also the very special circumstances of personal pressure under which she's conducted this campaign and all the years leading up to it. And I'd like to think that the magnificent result that we've scored here is our testimony to the memory of her beloved husband and my beloved friend, Barry Moore. And then there's the other special woman, my wife, Glenys. Incomparable Glenys. In this campaign, and I think this is the place to say it, she has been the target of such spite that it disgraces those who offer it. And she bears it with dignity that makes me proud of her as well as love her very dearly. And now to this election. Even now, as the recounts are going on in a very large number of seats, the result of this election is not decided. It's extraordinary that at this time in the morning we should say the night is yet young, but so it is in the very nature of this election. What we do know is that we've made gains from Plymouth to Cambridge, through London and several places in the southeast, into the Midlands and into the northwest, including Barrow, and into Scotland, and naturally, of course, we made gains here in Wales. So the battle is not yet over, and it is a battle for the survival of the National Health Service, a battle for proper investment in the children who go to the maintained schools, the local schools of this country, a battle to protect learning and independence in the universities and in broadcasting, a battle to secure freedom of information and the reform of our democracy, and most of all, a battle to ensure that we shall never again get a government that will use recession and unemployment as its main economic weapon. That battle goes on. We will know tomorrow how it has been resolved. But I take this opportunity of dedicating myself to the service of my constituents and in any capacity whatsoever to the people of my country. I am proud to come from this area. I am proud to be British. I will always be proud to serve this democracy. Thank you very much.
We're now going over to Conservative Central Office for an interview with Mr. Harold Macmillan.
I'm here with the Prime Minister in the Conservative Party television room, and he is in fact watching with some interest the results coming up on a television monitor on our right here. Could I interrupt you, Mr. Macmillan, to ask if you ever thought that Mr. Gaitskell would concede the election to you at this stage?
No, it's to me a rather novel procedure. I'm a very cautious man. I rather like to see the last result to be quite sure what's happened. But still, it does look as if the trend so far of the seats present returned looks as if we shall continue to have a majority in the House of Commons.
Would you say what you feel about the trend? Has it shown itself?
Well, so far it seems very satisfactory to me, and I think shows that great common sense and the British people don't wish to be rushed or stampeded. And they made up their own minds. And I'm quite sure that the mass of these people who are put down as doubtfuls by the pollsters are people who wish to make up their own minds and perhaps a little resent being continually asked what their opinion is.
Mr. Macmillan, at the beginning of this campaign, your supporters were warned against complacency. Do you think there's any danger of complacency if you get back in the House of Commons with a very large majority?
Well, I've now been a minister for a good many years. I assure you complacency is not the danger.
The fight is still on. Look at this, and the fight's still on.
Well, Neil Kinnock leaving his count there in Islwyn and Blackwood right in the heart of the constituency.
I was down there in 1987, and I remember very much the same scenes. Great loyalty locally, but the emerging national picture was already beginning to dawn, and there we are. He must be aware that he is not going to be Prime Minister this time round, at least, and of course there will be an emerging question mark about whether he will want to go on for another 5 years in opposition as leader, and indeed as to whether the party will want him to go on in opposition as leader.
John, of the 51 seats that Labour needed to take to deny the Conservatives of their overall majority, the Tories have held 13 of those seats, and of the further 46 that Labour would have to have won to move on to be an overall party of government, they've taken just 4.
Well, that is very much the picture. There's Charles Clarke, his bearded aide-de-camp, the chief of his cabinet, his shadow chef de kitchen cabinet, I suppose you call it. There's Neil Kinnock. Peter Mandelson is joining us on the line from Darlington. He's moved down from his constituency in Hartlepool. Peter Mandelson, MP. Your thoughts as Neil Kinnock has to face this?
Okay.
Peter Mandelson, let me ask you, what's your thoughts as Neil Kinnock has to begin to confront the reality that he's not going to win tonight?
My thoughts are that Neil Kinnock has fought a tremendous campaign, just as all of us who know him, who have worked with him, and appreciate his tremendous political skills and stamina would have expected him to fight. If ever there was a man who has earned victory tonight, if ever there was a man who deserved to be Prime Minister, it is Neil Kinnock.
Well, now let's just stay with the Labour leader for a moment and watch his progress through the crowd there in Blackwood. They have a small terraced house in Blackwood. I don't know, they won't be going back there tonight. I think the Labour team have taken over a nearby hotel, and I think that they will be heading up that way. We're hoping to have a few words with Mr. Kinnock later. Let's just hear a bit more from Peter Mandelson. Peter, do you think he will have the stomach to go on with another 5 years if it's in opposition?
I think he will have the stomach. I think he knows, has a very strong appreciation of how far the Labour Party has come, what mountain it has climbed, and how his own Herculean efforts, more than any other, have led to the tremendous modernisation of the Labour Party. And the testimony to that is the strength of our policies, the unity that exists within the party behind his leadership. I don't know what his personal intentions and plans are. All I know is this, as I've said, if ever there was a man who has earned and deserved victory, it's Neil Kinnock, and there will be very many people in the party, including myself, who, whilst he has the stomach to continue, will continue to command the loyalty of people like me.
Let me just change the tack a little. I described you earlier in the evening as the godfather of the spin doctors.
Did you really? No longer, John. I'm now a member of Parliament.
Yes, well, you can remain a godfather even as an MP.
Yeah.
But, well, first of all, congratulations on your own victory.
Thank you very
Herbert Morrison would be proud.
He would indeed, and my mother was with me, and she indeed was very proud indeed.
Well, now, this spin doctorate, do you think it got out of hand this time? I mean, it was even more developed than yours.
No, I don't think it's got out of hand. All that did get slightly out of hand was the preoccupation with the media about the way in which so-called spin doctors were attempting to manipulate the media. And I think that I found at the beginning of the campaign this endless stories and packages and profiles and promos about spin doctors and all that extremely distracting and not a little boring.
But hang on a moment. I mean, we saw more posters on hoardings. We saw more glitzy film clips created by the parties themselves than ever before.
Well, that's got nothing to do with spin doctoring. What that has got to do with is getting your message across in the most effective and most efficient way possible. I remember when I became Director of Communications of the Labour Party in 1985, Neil Kinnock saying to me that if you've got a good message, don't throw it away on bad presentation. And that's exactly what the parties have been doing. I might say the Labour Party to a much greater and more effective extent than the Conservative Party. I personally believe that the party election broadcasts, the advertising, all the work of the communications agency of the Labour Party has been first-rate.
But Peter Mandelson, let's face it, here we are in the middle of the worst recession for 60 years. You have an apparently unpopular government, and it's won.
Well, we don't know whether it's won yet, John. We don't know what the final tally of votes and seats will be, and I'm not going to be drawn into any premature comment. It's certainly the case that I think the campaign turned somewhat in the last 48 hours. I think that whilst the Labour Party was hammering home its attack on the recession principally, and on the National Health Service, and on the widening inequalities in Britain. Whilst we were hammering home our attack throughout the bulk of this campaign, we were doing very well and winning. But something, I think, clearly did turn in the last 48 hours of the campaign.
Peter Mandelson, thank you very much indeed. Look forward to seeing you in Westminster.
Thank you.
We're going straight over to Cardiff now to Julian Haviland.
Have you got your little bit here
My
too?
camera's about 3 yards that way, Brothers. Can we move that way? If we can go 3 yards.
I'm looking after the rival firm too. Thank you very much, Brothers. No, we're recording.
If we can go just a little...
Well, you get those photographers out of the way. You've got one camera in front of another.
That red light is our camera.
No, which is your camera? Our camera is here. No, would you mind stepping back from my wife? That's right, there you are. Good, that's all right. Look, he's in front of your camera. No, I mean, well, look, I haven't got very much to say. I've been watching the results with very great interest. Don't interrupt now, Julian. You were going to. I've been watching them with very great interest. And I must say, they do show a lot of regional swings and a lot of differences in the swing. And I've seen the trends, just like you intelligent commentators have. I shall have something more to say when it's entirely clear, and I'll say it in London.
Do you have any advice for Mrs. Thatcher now?
I should go to bed if I were her.
Well, you're rather depressed about the north-south division, weren't you, Prime Minister? The signs of a difference between the north of England and the south, the north of the country and the south.
I think I would like to reserve my comments on the, on the merits and the feelings and the emotions and all this sort of thing.
I know.
Let's reserve all that until we see a clear result tomorrow. Then I will have something to say about it all.
Will you stay up and see the last results tonight, or will you go to bed?
Are there many more to come? I thought we pretty well
You've been paying more attention to the screen than I have.
Yes, I think I have.
Are you feeling disappointed now, Prime
Minister?
This
time of morning conceding defeat at all. No question of it at this time of the morning.
I've said all I want to say about that I'm going to make a statement tomorrow. No, I think today, isn't it? No, we're all such late birds, and you know how I love to get to bed early, and you've all kept me up late tonight. Thank you all very much. Goodbye. Good night. Which way do I go? Come on, lads. Mind the cables and mind the stairs are here.
And in those words of Mr. Callaghan's may be seen, I think, the admission that he is beaten. There is, in fact, nothing now except the most remarkable miracle that can save him. We're forecasting a Conservative majority over all other parties of 45. We reckon Mrs. Thatcher just needs 15 more seats to win her overall majority. One word about the most impressive result of the night. Gwyneth Dunwoody, come from nowhere, redistributed out of Crewe and Nantwich, has held the seat against the Tories. Now, David Rose is talking to Michael Foote.
Mr. Foote, we compute that Mrs. Thatcher only needs 15 more seats to win an outright majority. Do you concede that she has won this election?
Well, certainly that is obviously true. And I deeply regret it because, as I said when I was speaking a few minutes ago, I think it's a tragedy for the nation that a Conservative government should have been sent back at this election.
But you do now concede?
Well, I concede that obviously that's going to be the result. We can't be changed now.
Mr. Foote, do you accept, as leader of the Labour Party, a personal responsibility for the defeat you now concede Labour has suffered?
Well, of course I've got to accept my responsibilities in the matter, and we will discuss the whole of the election, and I agree with those who've said that the fight to win the next election starts immediately, and I will participate in those discussions, and of course I accept to the full my responsibilities in this election.
Do you think it was because of the left-wing manifesto or the left-wing leader?
No, I don't think it was due to either of those propositions, if those propositions are the case. I think it's due to a longer combination of factors, but we've obviously got to look at them, because I think it's a tragedy for the nation that a government like this should have been returned. I think it's a tragedy at home. I think it's a tragedy for the unemployed, and for all the reasons that we've stated up and down the country. I think the Labour Party up and down the country has fought magnificently in this election. I've seen it. I've seen how we've fought in so many of the marginal constituencies. We've won several fine victories, but we've also had some very bitter personal defeats, and I'm not seeking to disguise that they are there. Of course they are, and everyone who knows the calibre of the members defeated, I will accept what I say.
Would you feel that this is a difficult election, that you'd steered the party through it? It was an election which perhaps you had to lose, but you've limited the damage, and now might be the time to step down and let somebody else take it.
Well, I'm not making any prophecies about the future leadership. I've been flat out fighting this election to win, along with many people in the party who've given absolute loyalty to me in the fight. I'm not making any criticisms of what they're doing, or what has happened. What I think I've got to do, and what others have got to do, is to sit down now and see how best we go ahead to rebuild the party, and I'm sure there will be a tremendous surge of determination to do it up and down the country, and I will play my full part in that, and I hope to be there in some capacity when we have that next election in order to get a Labour government. And I think what we've said in this election, I believe, will be proved to be true over these coming years, and will help us to win the next election.
But you'll be nearly 75 at that next election.
Yes.
Surely you accept that you won't lead the Labour
Well,
Party
I certainly accept that there have got to be discussions about it, and that's a matter for the Labour Party to decide how they go about it. But I'm
When will
sure
that happen?
I'm sure there will be, over these coming period, I'm not setting any term on it, but I'm sure there will be discussions amongst those who fought this election together as we have. There will be discussions about how best we can all together set about the task of rebuilding our party. And I think one thing we must have learned over these past 5 years is that the time perhaps of greatest importance in winning us the next election is soon after a defeat in this one. So we've got to learn from this defeat, and I believe that's what the Labour movement will do, because of course the other thing that is proved in this election is it is the Labour Party which is the only alternative to reactionary conservatism, and I believe more and more people can see that. Indeed, the figures prove that.
But hasn't the swing to the alliance all over the country proven that, in fact, the people of this country reject, or a high proportion of them reject left-wing policies?
No, I don't think, if you look at the figures in the individual constituencies, I happen to believe it's the individual fights in individual constituencies where people put their case and have the best chance of hearing it. That's where our democracy is founded, and therefore I don't think lumping together figures all over the country have anything like the significance of what happens in the individual seats.
Is this a time for reconciliation with the SDP? Because they seem to have suffered badly in this election.
There's no possibility of any reconciliation between the Labour Party and the SDP, because the SDP is just a bunch of opportunists, some of whose opportunism has paid, some of whom it hasn't paid off, but all they have done is to injure the possibility of throwing out this Tory government. And so far from any reconciliation with them, I think that they won't play any big part in the future. The Liberal Party, I've always said it, is nothing original and new in my view. The Liberal Party is a different proposition from the SDP, which doesn't have any philosophy, it doesn't have any basis in our politics, and I think this election is helping to prove that too.
You said there'd have to be discussions within the party about the leadership. How would that take place? Surely this is a decision for you to take yourself.
No, it's a decision for us to discuss, and I discuss these matters along with everything else about the way we proceed, and that's the right way to go about it. But I'm sure there will be, as I think anybody who's seen even the statements that have already been made, there will be an overwhelming desire by those who have fought this election together in the Labour Party to use the lessons we can draw from it to prepare for what we're going to do to win the next election. And I believe that all of us can join together in doing it. Part which each of us will play has still to be determined.
Shouldn't you state your intentions quickly to avoid divisions in the party?
I think I should state my intentions to my colleagues in the House of Commons and my colleagues in the party, my elected colleagues in the party, and not on a programme such as this. Great as is my respect for such a programme, of
Finally,
course.
Mr. Foote, didn't you fail to win the argument in this election because of damaging own goals, often scored by other Labour leaders? I'm thinking of Mr. Healey and Mr. Callaghan's interventions.
No, I don't think that that is the reason. I think that the causes lie deeper in a sense. I think we had an overwhelmingly the right case about how we could stop mass unemployment. I think we had overwhelmingly the right case about how we could stop the nuclear arms race. I believe passionately in what we said at this election. I agree we've got to say it with the effect of converting people more successfully, and obviously we've got to draw that deduction. But I don't think the deduction is that we should run away from what we said to the electorate. Indeed, nothing could injure us more than if the Labour Party turned its back on the programme which it stated. That would breed cynicism. The greatest danger to democratic politics is cynicism.
But that
I'm
programme's
bitterly
been
opposed
rejected.
to any such cynical politics.
But that programme has been decisively rejected
No, that's
today.
not the way in which British politics work. British politics works, in my opinion, the right way for it to work is for politicians to state what they think, to state what they think are the remedies for great difficult situations. That's what we've done in this election, and if the electorate doesn't accept it, then we have to look and see the way in which we can present those central truths in a different way, but not to say, here, if you don't like these principles, we'll abandon them and adopt a different set. That's not my kind of politics, and it's not the kind of politics that the British people want.
Mr. Foote, thank you very much. Now back to London.
And just after listening to the leader of the Labour Party, let me remind you of what the Labour Party has performed like tonight. They've gained 11 seats, they've lost 35 seats. Their share of the vote is down 9.7%. The 89 lost deposits, and I think it's true to say that's probably more than they lost throughout the whole of the 70s, probably in by-elections as well. And we're forecasting 210 seats for the Labour Party, 184 behind the Conservatives. A quick summary of what the Alliance have done tonight. The Liberals are up 5 seats, the SDP down 15 seats. Their share of the vote is up 12.1%. They have 11 lost deposits. We're forecasting 24 seats for the Alliance, 20 of them Liberal, 4 SDP. And if we look at the state of the party's map of the UK, there's the results so far in. The Conservatives have 321. That's just 5 short now of winning the election on day one, as we call it, the overnight result. Labour, 186. The Liberals... Yes, did you see that? The Conservatives have held Richmond and Barnes, so that was a Liberal seat that they wanted. And the Conservatives hold Clwyd South West as well. Tom Ellis thought he might make a dent there for himself, a SDP defector. Labour, 186, Liberals, 11, SDP, 2, and Conservatives now have gone up to 322, you can see. That means that they're just 4 short of winning the election on day one, and that's never been done before, nor have we ever had 525 results overnight before, which is what we've got at the moment. Let me give you a forecast map, what the map of the UK could look like tomorrow night. We forecast that the Conservatives will have 395 seats in the new Parliament, Labour 210, the Liberals 19, the SDP 4, the SNP 2, same as now, Plaid Cymru 3, well, more than now, and the others, all 17 of them, are Northern Ireland seats, which will be declared tomorrow. The share of the vote nationally tonight, as polled and counted, Conservatives 43%, Labour 29%, the Alliance 26%. And that 29% share of the vote for Labour is its worst performance nationally, I estimate, since 1922, when they polled 29.7%. For the Alliance, it's one of the best performances, I think, probably since the 20s, also since the Liberals started to slip in the 1920s. There are variations between regions. If we look at the share of the vote in Wales, Labour took 36%, Conservatives 32%, the Alliance 24%, Plaid 7%. And compared with 1979, Labour fell heavily in Wales, the Conservatives fell slightly, and the Alliance picked up votes mainly from Labour. And for Plaid, it's been a very negative sort of election, even though we're projecting that they will have 1 more seat. The share in Scotland, Labour took 39% in Scotland, are taking 39% in Scotland, the Conservatives 26%, the Alliance 23%, the Scottish National Party 11%.
And that, compared with 1979, means that Labour are down 6.7% in Scotland, the Conservatives down 3.4%, the Alliance up 15.7%, and the Scottish National Party down 5.2%. Let's see where we are with the state of the parties now. The Conservatives need one more to win. I'll put in the winning post, and we should have that. We should have a result which will give Mrs Thatcher an outright overall majority at something like 25-3 on this Friday morning. Any moment now, a little bit of history, a little bit of psephological history, history which the Labour Party would rather forget. And our machine will do an amazing trick when this happens, I'm promised, by its inventors and nurturers. The House of Commons will actually light up when Mrs Thatcher passes the winning post. Let me ask you to do it again for us, and I'll put the winning post again. Let's, well, Alistair, are we going to stay with it, or are we going to go back to you? Well, we're just waiting for that final seat to come, aren't we, Peter? And, of course, the thing there is it might indeed be Mrs Thatcher's own seat, because we are waiting for her. And, well, Peter, it was briefly lit up. It wasn't a conflagration or anything like that.
It rarely, lots of lights go on. The only thing that doesn't happen is the division bells don't ring, but we're working on that for the next general election.
Very good. Conservatives have won. We're now told that it has actually happened. Conservatives have won at 236. That is the face of Margaret Thatcher, if you didn't recognise it, and Thatcher back at number 10.
And you see my lights have come on, Alistair.
Peter, I think that's brilliant. Pyrotechnic, I would say that
Next election, the voice synthesizer will yell out whoopee for the Conservatives.
Ah, well, that means that neither you
or for Labour,
or I will
by
need
then.
to be here. Well, Peter was saying about Wales. I think what is quite interesting about Wales is the Tories had two quite terrible grudge fights going on there. Both went to law, and they've held both Clwyd North West and Bridgend, despite all that was going on. Anyway, Mrs Thatcher back at number 10, as you've seen, and I think we would perhaps have a word now from the Industry Secretary, Mr Patrick Jenkin, who has rushed to our side.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr Jenkin. I've seen you in Conservative victories and Conservative defeats. This is perhaps the most considerable victory. It is the most considerable victory the Conservative Party has had since the Second World War.
I think that's right. It's, of course, a very major defeat for the Labour Party. It's a defeat, I think, which is entirely attributable to the capture of so much of the Labour Party by the extreme left. I see that Mr Callaghan has said that the electorate has rejected the defence policy. That is certainly true. I met many voters, lifelong Labour voters, who could not support unilateral defence. I think it was also the anti-common market stance lost Labour a lot of votes in the industrial areas, and I think the results that you were referring to earlier about the East Midlands is an indication of that. People realise that their jobs depend upon our remaining in the common market. And I think also the endorsement by Mr Foote of some candidates who by no stretch of the imagination could be called democratic, I think has done the Labour Party great damage. And I don't know whether they'll be able to recover, despite Mr Foote's brave words.
Well, now, Mr Kinnock, we've been trying to give you a chance to say what the Labour Party is going to do. What is the rethinking going to be about?
Well, the first thing is to properly represent this question of the arguments. As someone said to Michael Foote in the interview earlier, that we'd failed to win the argument. On each of the issues that Patrick Jenkin just mentions, defence, the common market, it was a question of the argument being so obscured by the treatment of the argument as to disable our efforts to try and get it through. The arithmetic, for instance, on the common market doesn't add up. If it were the case that remaining in the common market safeguarded the jobs of the West Midlands, unemployment in the West Midlands wouldn't have gone up in the last 4 years by 227%. And on the defence argument, the proposition was not for unilateral disarmament, it was for unilateral nuclear disarmament. And there were very deliberate efforts, both by direct opponents, and I can't blame them for that, but also by the press to misrepresent what we were seeking to do as a deliberate weakening of Britain, when actually the transfer of resources to conventional weaponry and conventional strength would have effectively modernised and strengthened this country's international defence status. Now, it's those arguments we don't want to cover this election again. But what it boils down to is, as Michael Foote advises, that victory in the next election begins immediately, and that is the single-minded purpose to which the whole Labour Party, and there can be no exceptions to that, must now set itself.
But you've got something to say to that, Mr. Penhaligon.
I'm not sure that right now is the time to go through all the political arguments again. The government's just, Conservatives have got a majority. Just what I do hope is this, is that I do not believe they've got a moral majority, and yet the House of Commons will apparently give them a majority of some 130, 140 seats. They got that on 42 or 43% of the poll, which means the vast majority of the British people in fact voted against them. And I do just hope within the power structure of the cabinet, which clearly is going to carry on running this country, I do hope they do remember that they have nothing like a mandate for any further extreme right-wing measures in Britain. And one, frankly, can only hope that they will take the result of the British people for what it really is, which is by no means a vote of no confidence. It's a fantastic result, but the result is purely because of our peculiar electoral system. One hopes that the Conservatives will not get carried away with themselves. One hopes the Prime Minister will not get carried away. It's a colossal victory, but it's not a moral mandate to do very much at all.
Well, I couldn't accept that for one moment. As Cecil Parkinson was saying a few minutes ago, our policy is in the manifesto. The idea that somehow, because we've got a majority that's perhaps maybe 130 instead of 44 over all other parties or whatever it is, doesn't alter that one jot or tittle, and it is it's part of the scare campaign, which I think actually discredited the effect of the other parties during the election. Conservative Party is a very responsible, realistic, moderate party, and we have put our policy on the table, and the electorate has voted in very large numbers for it, and I think we are now entitled to carry it out.
I just want to say one thing to Mr. Kinnock. We just saw the recount at Glanford and Scunthorpe requested by Labour. Now that's the seats where steelworks have been shut down. Conservatives have held their seats in the West Midlands, Round Oak Steelworks shut down. Now why is it that unemployment has not worked for Labour in this election?
The degree of hopelessness about it generated, I think very deliberately, the idea that it was because of the world slump, when that is demonstrably wrong, and the view that somehow there is waiting round the corner a recovery, which is also an entire fallacy. And we shall now have the chance to discover, in the worst possible way, whether our scares, so-called, were justified or not. And I think that we will find, to the tragic consequences of this country, that none of our scares were exaggerated, that all of the anticipated results of a Tory victory will come about, and this nation will plunge on every scale, social and economic.
Julia, sorry to interrupt there, Julia, but here is Neil Kinnock in Glenys. Kinnock outside Labour Party headquarters in Walworth Road, London, and we expect Mr. Kinnock to make a statement to both the media and the faithful. It's not an easy moment for him. It really isn't. It's a sad disappointment for him.
I hope that you'll be able to hear me. I've got a few words I'd like to say. Is this a loudspeaker? No. I'm sorry, there isn't a loudspeaker, so we'll just have to try it in its natural self. We fought this general election of 1992 positively and with dignity. We told the truth about the economy, about the health service, about the condition of the education system, about the spread of poverty in our country. And we offered practical alternatives to failure, to injustice, and to the erosion of the people's services. Now the Conservatives will continue with the decline. They will not take the action necessary to build a productive base or to distribute income fairly, and they will go on with the policies which fragment and weaken the health and education services and centralize the power of the state. Science and the arts will be neglected. The action necessary to safeguard the environment, to conserve energy, and to improve transport will not be taken. Families will continue to suffer the crisis in housing. there will be no effective action to secure the full equality of women. There will be no changes to strengthen individual rights or to change the Constitution to reflect the widespread desire for reform. Above all, with this Conservative government, unemployment will continue to rise. For all these and so many other reasons, it's essential that the Labour Party retains the vitality and the unity which we've demonstrated in recent years and manifested so well during this general election campaign. And we will maintain that vitality and that unity. We are and we will remain the only party capable of offering an alternative government. At local and at national level, we have people of great abilities and a strong sense of service to their community and to their country. And only the Labour Party has built into its very purpose the commitment to preparing our country for the challenges and realities of the future, instead of leaving that future to chance. We will continue, therefore, to appeal to the breadth of the nation, to appeal to its best qualities of generosity and creativity, and to its desire to build economic success and to build fair opportunities. In the wake of this election, we will undertake our task from a much stronger base against a government with a small majority. For the sake of our country, we will prevail. I naturally feel a strong sense of disappointment. Not for myself, for I am fortunate, very fortunate in my personal life. But I feel dismay, sorrow for so many people in our country who do not share this personal good fortune. They deserve better than they got on the 9th of April 1992. The whole country deserves better, and we will work to ensure that the day will come when, with the Labour government, the country will get better in its spirit, in its soul, in its fortune, in the chances it gives to its children, the care it gives to its old and to its infirm and to its elderly. We want a society to be judged not on how it favours the best of, but on how it treats the majority, on how it cares for the worst of. We will sustain these values. We believe them to be the real values of the British people, and one day we will give them the chance, in their majority, to demonstrate that they want this country to be great in spirit, great in significance, great for its people, and great for the world again.
Mr. Kinnock,
Well, that was a very brave and very brilliant speech in the conditions and circumstances in which it was made, because this is a moment of cruel and bitter truth for Neil Kinnock. It's come on the heels of the scent of possible sweet success, and the contrast between only a few days ago and the hopes and expectations of victory suffered now in the form of very real defeat were very eloquently expressed in those words in which he expressed dismay and sorrow for those who did not share in the personal good fortune that he said that he had to defend him from the pain of defeat. And you could see some of that strength vested in the head and shoulders of Glenys Kinnock, who was standing there next to him. They will both find it a very painful time to come to grips with what has happened to them.
And now to Sedgefield, where Tony Blair is about to address the members of his club, and they're going to love it. That's one thing you can be sure of.
Thanks very much.
The supporters of the
Thank you very
Club.
much indeed. And, well, you know me, I'm never complacent, but no, it's looking very good all around the country. I just want to say a few things to you on this evening that is more moving and more important, certainly, than any of my life before. I want to say to you, first of all, thank you, because it's you people here who've been my foundation and support all the way through my political career. And you've given me the chance to lead my party, and I hope now to lead my country. Thank you. And you know, it was here in this constituency that we created New Labour. Here that we recognised how important it was that we took the values of the Labour Party, the basic beliefs in justice and progress and a fair deal for ordinary people, in a sense of community and society, and we said, these are the values of the Labour Party, but we've got to make them live and breathe again for the modern world. And we did it. And we built a party here of which we're proud. Proud because we knew that all over this country there were people that were crying out for a sensible, mainstream, moderate alternative to the Conservative Party. A party they could support and look up to and respect. A party that would set about changing the things in British society that people know need changing. Decent schools for all our children, not just a few. A national health service rebuilt as the pride of the nation again. Our young people given hope, our elderly security in their old age, a nation reborn and renewed. That is what New Labour was always about. Not just about changing the Labour Party, but changing it for a purpose so that we could make the changes in our country that we know need to be made. That is one reason why tonight we are content and happy. Because we know that we had the courage to build a new Labour Party capable of taking this country through to the new millennium. But there is a second reason too, and a reason that I am very conscious of. That support that's been given to us tonight has been given to us as a new Labour Party, and it's been given to us so that we can bring our country together, so that we can unify it, so that we can put an end to divisions, so that we can build one country, one nation, one society, where every person gets a chance and a stake in it, where no one is left out. That is the message that we have taken round this country, and that is the message the country has heard and celebrated.
Dissident voice in the Grimond Labour Club when he speaks like that to them.
And it's a great thing, is it not, to think of people from all walks of life, all classes, all sections of society coming behind a party that wants to unify this country. A party that will govern this country, not on the basis of sectional interests or vested interests, not on the basis of paying off this deal or that deal, but on the basis of bringing this country together and giving it unity and purpose for the future. We can do that now. And I learned those simple lessons and values here in this constituency. It's a strange thing to think as I look around this room and I see so many faces that I've known over all the years. So much good and decent and loyal support. And through all those bad and sad times in the Labour Party when we were trying to build this party into a modern party of the future, and sometimes it seemed difficult to do, but we persevered. And I was able to persevere because of the strength that you gave me. This is the foundation of my political life and career here in this constituency. And I cannot tell you what pleasure and pride it gives me to see so many people here whose loyal support and whose basic decency have made me what I am today. And my greatest pleasure will be to repay the trust that you've put in me. I believe in you, and I believe that you represent all the best in this country. And the greatest pride I could ever have is to repay that trust 1,000-fold. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, I bet he's brought a tear or two to the eyes of his supporters there who've been waiting for that. They stand to greet him and to say, right on, Tony, you're our man. The Crimdon Labour Club, which was the seat, the source of New Labour, as he said, and indeed as Mike Grunson was telling us before. Meanwhile, a lot of other results are coming in of enormous significance, which we might go to. He's going down amongst his people. Lots of happiness there. Cherry Blair looking particularly happy as well, being allowed to wander around, he herself. He's a jolly good fellow, say the supporters in Crimdon Labour Club. And they'll probably want to go on saying it all night as well if he stays there, but he is actually going to be on his way down to London soon to join a whole load of his other supporters at the Festival Hall.
I was just thinking, if that's their version there, my goodness me, they're going to be raising the roof in the Festival Hall, aren't they? That was a little tiny rehearsal for the singing later on.
A rehearsal for the Festival Hall. Right. Here is John Major arriving at his count in Huntingdon. He's left his home in Great Stukely. It's about a 15-minute drive to St Ivo Leisure Centre, where we will see him in the murk there amongst the policemen and the cameras in a moment, emerging from his car. There he is. He knows that he is Prime Minister only for a few more hours. He's not answering any of the questions as you wouldn't expect him to do from reporters as he goes in, but he looks extremely serious. It looks as though Norma Major, uncharacteristically, she may be with him, but I didn't see her go in with him. Meanwhile, here is Tony Blair at Teesside Airport on his way south, the victor, the man who knows he's going to be Prime Minister. What a contrast between the two figures, how an election, the voice of the British people, can turn upside down in a moment the power and responsibility of individuals. Cherie Blair going up into the aeroplane that will take them down to London, where they will then go to the Festival Hall. He seems reluctant to go. He's going to say goodbye, doesn't like the plane. What might it be? He's found a friendly hand he wanted to shake. He wanted to say thank you, I suspect, to the people who are responsible for looking after his departure there at the airport. Prime Ministers have to do a great deal of this, incidentally, of remembering to thank all the right people who are in official positions, whether it's his, but those are his party supporters as well.
There's a double thumbs up there, you noticed. And shall we just underline that result from Finchley? Finchley, of course, Margaret Thatcher's former seat, a bit changed, but the thought of Finchley going to Labour is truly astonishing.
So off goes Tony Blair. The engines of his jet will soon be starting. The door will close. And he will be down amongst even more admirers. Those are the press corps who've presumably been accompanying for most of his campaign so far. Some of them get on board. There'll be pool photographers to take the pictures that other newspapers, magazines all around the world will buy when the story of Tony Blair's victory is told. Labour have gained St Albans, where they leapt from third place to take it. It was Peter Lilly left safely and wisely for another seat. You can just... There's Tony Blair, sitting there relaxed, jacket off now. We're still waiting, of course, to find out whether or not Michael Portillo has managed to hold on in Enfield Southgate or not.
Simon Hughes, I think we have some news about here.
Look at the journey that this man has made. He's made it in such a short time. If you think that he was a Tory candidate at his school in 1966, that he was a barrister from 76 to 83, that he met Cherry Booth then in the chambers of Alexander Irvine, who's almost certainly to be the new Lord Chancellor. He then became an MP in 1983, and he only became party leader three years ago. He became party leader. It is an astonishing odyssey, political odyssey for one man.
It most certainly is. It's quite extraordinary. Youngest Prime Minister this century, as I said, about to celebrate his 44th birthday.
And I must just clear one thing. I made an error with Simon Hughes. He is back in Southwark, North and Bermondsey. As I slightly forewarned you just now, I got that wrong. We announced it slightly early and slightly wrong. The Liberal Democrats held on in Southwark, North and Bermondsey. My apologies to Simon Hughes and the Liberal Democrats for that error. We're incidentally waiting to go down to another seat that could be a problem, which is Bristol West, the seat of William Waldegrave, who was in the government, senior figure in the government. Given these kind of swings, he could fall to the Liberal Democrats on a swing of 8%. He's been Chief Secretary to the Treasury, a very key figure in the Tory government and one of the party's leading intellectuals, and often in the past thought of as a potential Prime Minister, and if not that, a Foreign Secretary. But he is, in this huge sweeping election that we've got tonight, he is potentially in danger when we're going there. Sir George Gardner, who has lost his attempt to win in Reigate for the referendum party, is saying that if John Major had taken his advice, doubtless the Tories would have won. I think that is slightly optimistic. Meanwhile, let's have a quick look now, with 389 results in, what the House of Commons will look like virtually if Alistair's got it right. Alistair.
What do you mean if I've got it right? That's a bit unfair at this time of the evening. It's going to be creaking massively in one direction. Let's recreate it for you here in the studio and bring in the government benches, the ones I'm talking about being in severe risk of creaking. Clicking my fingers, I'm told I have to do that to bring in the MPs, colour them with their party political persuasions, and there is the factor of the creak. 419 Labour members on these, the government benches. Moving over here for the first time in 18 years, we can't overstate that. The Conservative Party with just 160 members. Down here, the Liberal Democrats still doing even better than our exit poll predicted. If you remember rightly, it was down in the top 40s. Well, there they are now on 50 seats. The others down here will be 30 in all. That is Plaid Cymru, who've done well, Scottish National Party, who've actually picked up 3 seats. It's also all of the seats in Northern Ireland that we'll be talking to you about tomorrow. And also the others now include one Martin Bell, the popular Member of Parliament for Tatton. Jonathan.
Thank you. And just with the note that we're now only 30 seats away from Labour officially being declared the victor in this election, which we will come to quite soon. But meanwhile, we can go to Tom Bradby in Huntingdon. Tom, we're close to the count, presumably.
I think we're fairly close to the count. It's very difficult to say. It should be within the next half an hour. Mr. Major, as you saw there and as you were talking over, has arrived, but we don't expect him to come in here for another half an hour or so.
Tom, what is the mood must be pretty glum there, presumably amongst the Tories.
Of the Tories here, yes, fairly depressed. I talked to them at some length earlier. They were pretty stunned. Mr. Major, I thought, looked fairly stern as he came in. He's right from the start of this campaign, he's always thought he could win. He seemed relatively confident. I think at the start of this week, the fight did start to drain out of him. I think today, certainly, he knew he'd lost. He was in a very quiet mood today. Sitting around outside the pub, he seemed quite happy to chat for hours. And his mood really had changed. I think, as I say, that he knew he had been defeated.
Tom, you think we're going to get it when in about 30 minutes or so, the result?
It's difficult to say. I think in about 30 minutes, yes.
OK, we're waiting for the Enfield Southgate, which we know is going to be coming through soon. In fact, we can go there now. We can see Michael Portillo. Look at Michael Portillo's face. That is not the face of a confident man at all. He looks to me like a man who thinks that he might have lost. And with it, the crashing, if it's the case, maybe wrong, if it's the case, the crashing of a whole lot of prospects that he might have had and hopes others had in him. They're moving up on the thing. Now just think, if he does go down, it will have to have been on a swing of just under 16% to oust him from what would have been a very short time ago thought to be a safe seat. Let's hear it.
I, the undersigned, being the returning officer for the Enfield Southgate constituency, held on the first day of May 1997, hereby give notice that the total number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Brown, Jeremy Richard, Liberal Democrat, 4,966. Luard, Nicholas Lammert, Referendum Party, 1,342. Malakuna, Andrew, Mal, Voice of the People, 229. Portillo, Michael Denzel Xavier. Thank you, members. Conservative Party, 19,137. Storkey, Alan James, Christian Democrat, 289. Twig, Stephen, Labour Party, 20,507.
So, look at Michael Portillo's face. He puts a brave smile on it, but Michael Portillo, for the moment, is out of British politics. He is defeated in Enfield Southgate, the most astonishing result.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
There's a crowd of about 5,000 or 6,000 here on the floor of the square, plus another probably 2,000 around over towards the National Gallery and St Martin's in the Field. It's a very young crowd. In fact, the vast majority of people that you see, quite honestly, I don't think have voted today because they're not old enough. It's a very rumbustious crowd. There's a big screen in the square which gives the results as they come up, and there's great cheers and great boos and almost equal quantity every time a result comes. I don't know whether you can hear me, Alistair. I hope you can. It's very difficult indeed for me to hear anything at all. But let's try and have just a word or two, if we can, with one or two people who voted. Can I get you to talk a moment? Have you voted today?
Yes.
Can I ask you which way you voted?
I voted Liberal.
You voted Liberal?
Yes.
What do you think about this apparent move towards the Labour government?
It's very exciting, but I think it's... Well, I won't say anything about the Labour Party, but I'm favour of the Liberal, as you know.
But in the absence of a Liberal government, which you knew you weren't going to get, would you rather have Labour or Conservative?
Oh, I'd rather have the Labour.
You'd rather have Labour. All right, come on, let's go. Oh, we go. I'm going to see if I can get across a little bit further to a rather older gentleman. Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to get towards somebody who's old enough to have voted today. Can I get you to tell me, where do you come from? From where?
No comment.
Have you voted today?
Yes.
Liverpool! What do you think of the result? What do you think of this drift towards a Labour government? You pleased by this?
No, I'm not.
Why not? Wait. Quiet. Alistair Burnett, I think at the moment, the most sensible thing probably is to pass it back to you in the studio. I'm in a gang of youngsters round here who in fact are not, I'm quite sure, voters, but they're all here shouting Tory. Why Tory?
Because they're the best party, because they're better, they haven't got Wilson as their leader.
What's the matter with Wilson as the leader? Because it looks as though you've got him as Prime Minister as from tomorrow.
Well, I think it's awful because he wants to ban the bomb, which is stupid.
All right, thank you very much. And Alistair Burnett, if you can hear me, let's hand it back to you in Studio 9 in Television House.
And in the ITN studios is the last Labour Prime Minister, Lord Attlee, and he's speaking to Kenneth Harris.
Well, as Alistair Burnett says, sitting with me is Lord Attlee, leader of the Labour Party from 1935 to 1955, Prime Minister of this country from 45 to 51. And Lord Attlee, you've been looking at the results coming in. How do you feel about them? It looks at the moment as if the Labour Party are going to have a majority of 21.
Yes, not quite enough. I'd like a bit more.
Now, does this mean that you think that they won't be able to put their programme into effect if they only got a majority of 21?
Oh, no. I think I've possible.
How important is the size of the majority to putting the programme into effect?
Well, of course, it gives the government confidence to have a good majority. Easier to work. Reliable, otherwise have snap votes, that kind of thing.
Was it the size of your majority which made you decide to have an election in 1951?
Oh, we were down to 6.
How many would you need?
Oh, I think he wanted about 20 at least.
What advice would you give to Mr. Wilson if he becomes the Prime Minister with a small majority?
Face his biggest problem straight away.
Not to go steady first?
That's right, no.
You've been speaking quite a bit in this campaign, Lord Attlee.
Yeah.
What do you think have been the issues so far?
It's very varied, you know, different parts of the country. I think the broad thing I've seen is that they wanted a kind of vigorous drive forward, such as we had in 45. And the feeling the government is marking time.
Do you think the Labour Party is able today to give the kind of drive forward, as you put it, of 1945?
Yeah.
Do you think they were able to do it 5 years ago?
Oh, yes, I think so.
You think that they could have done just as well if they'd been elected in 1959?
Yes, really.
What about the defeat of Patrick Gordon Walker? Do you think it looks bad for a shadow Foreign Secretary to be beaten?
Yes, it looks bad. Everyone will see that that was a fluke. It's a bad show because it isn't good to have a man defeated by the kind of tactics you had there.
Thank you, Lord Attlee.
Labour on 328, Conservatives on 52, Liberal Democrats on 26. When that graphic there goes to 330, officially and formally, Labour has won this election, and officially and formally, the other parties acknowledge the defeat that they have already privately acknowledged. It will come any moment. Having said that, it'll probably, like kettles boiling, it'll wait a bit, but we will...
You know, one of the staggering things about that number is, and Stephen Twigg in Enfield Southgate's a very good example of it, there are a huge number of young men and women who are entering that new House of Commons for the Labour Party who thought they were out for a trial run. Twigg never thought for a moment he was going to win Enfield Southgate. It was a good blooding, and he'd then get a decent seat next time. This House of Commons is going to be full of people who thought they were just out for a blooding. They could be in government.
Absolutely astonishing thought.
Well, exactly. I mean, we'd said earlier, the 24-year-old who ran against Marcus Fox, it's going to be a total new generation. It's going to be a very different House of Commons, not quite the stuffy old place we had in the past.
Make life a lot easier for whoever ends up being the chief whip.
We are on 329. Labour have gained Norfolk North West. Labour have gained Norfolk North West, which has popped them up one more. They've gained Hemel Hempstead also from the Conservatives, another of these seats around the London suburbs that have gone. 329 there. It's going to come up in just a second.
Just
Look
one
at
other
that
thought
figure.
while we're waiting for it, Jonathan, and that is that the Liberal Democrats look like having a third of the total of the Tory seats.
That's what I've got on my...
157. There you go, Jonathan.
Here we have it. We now officially declare that Labour, the Labour Party, has won the 1997 general election. It will form the next government. And there, you see it, the triumph of technology going around there, the triumph of design, and I imagine that elsewhere there are people either in Tatton or wherever they are celebrating as they see the official result go through. And it has to be said, some of the Labour supporters amongst our studio panel who've been watching it here also joining in that applause. So there is the result. The moment just before 3:10 on the morning of May the 2nd, and the Labour Party will officially be the Labour government. There. They've done it.
They have certainly done it, so we need to say again what a very, very different country Britons are going to wake up to tomorrow morning. This is an absolutely seismic change in British political life. It is the most resounding switch of political opinion, I suppose we can say this century. We can certainly say this century. It's going to be a very different Britain from tomorrow onwards.
With the Labour Party now certain to form the next government, Sue Lawley is with our panel for their reactions to it. Sue.
Well, I think you heard their reactions, Jonathan. To state the obvious, Labour supporters over this side of the studio are over the moon. I think as those three controversial Tories fell, that's to say Mellor, Hamilton and then Portillo, there was a lot of cheering around here. And you, sir, think it's got a lot to do with the sleaze factor, I gather?
Yeah, what I thought about it was that scandals that 30 years ago would have brought down a government have now been happening on a weekly basis. A combination of financial and corruption things combined with sex sleaze and hypocrisy when they're banging on about family values.
But they stayed in office?
Well, I think what happened was that they'd been in office so long it felt that they'd become a law unto themselves. They were totally out of touch. I was worried that the voting public had actually accepted, oh, here's another sleaze story, but that's what politicians do. And thankfully, with results like Tatton in particular, it's shown that the voters actually did care.
What about you, sir? You were a first-time voter?
Yes.
What do you think caused this dramatic swing tonight?
Well, I don't think it's a Labour victory, more of a Conservative loss. I think the wealth of inexperience is going to go into Parliament now. You really see it as a massive anti-Conservative campaign.
So it was time for a change. It was a negative vote.
18 years of government.
What did you vote?
I abstained.
You abstained?
Yeah.
As a first-time voter, you abstained. Why did you do that?
Very bad extra candidate, and I couldn't find myself to vote for Labour.
I see. OK, what about you, sir? You've been jumping up and down like a yo-yo all night. Tell me about it.
Well, this represents not only a people's vote against the Tories, it's a popular revolt against all the sleaze and corruption that they've been associated with, as well as the attacks upon the poor people of our country and beyond for the last 18 years. The people have now brought them to book and found them guilty and slung them out. And it's a good day for the people of Britain that they have too.
There's a lot of nodding going on there. I'm going to pick up a nod from behind you. You're nodding so hard. Tell me about it.
Very much. I'm so pleased that the Labour Party have got in. It just shows that sleaze doesn't come into politics. There's no need for it. And when it's so blatant on television, so blatant in the government, it's got to go. And I'm pleased it's gone.
And what about this gentleman here? Because I think you don't quite come from the same direction as these people we're hearing from, do you, sir?
No, I don't come from any direction directly, particularly. As far as the overall result is concerned, I agree that I think it's the result of negative voting against the last two terms of the Conservative government. I don't think elections are generally won by positive voting. I think they're won by negative voting of one sort or another, which is why you get tactical voting.
But from what we're hearing, I mean, it's against sleaze that
I don't think it is on the whole. I don't think it is. I think it's been building up over the last two terms, at least, of the Conservative government. It would have gone in '92, but I don't think the Labour Party was in any state to take over at that time. People recognise that.
This time I think Labour have got their act together a bit more and are therefore able to cash in on the weakness of the Conservative Party.
And you're a depressed man as we speak?
Not particularly.
Aren't you? But you didn't vote for them, did you?
I didn't vote for either of them.
Oh, he's a Lib Dem man. What about you, sir? How do you react to this result?
I'm very pleased. I think people of the country have told the Tories now they can't get away with their high-handed attitude, their arrogance. They felt they could do what they wished and they would get away with it. And we've now shown that they can't.
You're a bank manager, aren't you?
I am.
And how do you feel then the economy? Why weren't they convinced by the economy? Why weren't they convinced by the fact that, you know, we're said to be doing well, that inflation's in control, unemployment is going down? Why didn't it work?
I don't think people believed what they were being told. The feel-good factor's not there in the business society that I deal in. And I think people can trust Labour now as well. In years gone by, business people haven't really felt they could trust Labour to handle it, and now they do.
What about you, madam? What do you feel about this?
I agree with what he says, and I also think that many of the politicians treated the electorate with contempt and thought that if they fed them this particular piece of information or that, particularly about the economy and jobs, when people's own experience was completely the opposite.
That's been what it's been about, hasn't it? Time and again that's come up, that there's a gulf between their perception and the reality out in the real world.
Definitely.
Why do you think that's happened? Why were they so out of touch, it would seem?
Because they don't get out amongst the people. You know, they're talking amongst themselves and planning their strategies, but they don't actually have any experience. They don't know what it's like to live the life of ordinary people.
What about your reaction, sir, to all this?
As one of my colleagues on the Scottish 500 said, a new Labour government is going to put the brakes on slowly, as opposed to an old Labour government which should have dropped the anchors and made a mess of the country. I think a new Labour government's going to be good for the country, even though I didn't vote for themselves.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Liberal Democrats.
Did you? So you're not too unhappy tonight, because they're doing quite well?
Not overly, no.
Right, well, let's just move down to the very front here and see how you're reacting, sir. Mr. Howarth, tell me.
Well, I'm absolutely amazed that it's gone this way, actually, because I voted Conservative, mainly on their economy and the fact, but I do accept that the feel-good factor have actually sunk, and probably started about 3 years ago when the pound went out of the ERM, the uncertainty of
that was it,
jobs
a lot
and
of
so
credibility lost.
Sure.
OK, thanks for that very much indeed.
Give you a piece of exclusive news here. This is Labour Party's election victory song, which has now come into my hands. It's to the tune of On Top of Old Smoky. I won't sing it, KDF 6 will sing it. That's the singing bit of this team. But the first verse is, we've won the election and we're mighty proud. With Wilson to lead us, we'll never look down. I think proud and down only rhyme in a hymn book, but also in this tune. For the blue it will wither and the truth it would die, and your money would leave you and you'd never know why. But now we've a leader who's honest and true. He'll share out the profits and give some to you. George Fitch, do you think that political songs in England are on the increase or the decrease?
Well, when I was a student, there were an awful lot of them, but I think that the most of the Labour songs came from before the war, and all of them that I know are entirely unrepeatable on television.
Well, we'll stop you right there. We'll say piece of news, here it is. Altogether, 27 women MPs have been elected. This is one fewer than in the last Parliament, where there was a record number. What happened to the women MPs, you remember, of course, that Lady Tweedsmuir was out, so was Dame Patricia Hornsby-Smith. Joan Lester comes in at Eton and Slough. She's a redhead like Mrs. Barbara Castle. Mrs. Dunwoody in Exeter. Dame Joan Vickers just hang on there in Plymouth, Devonport. I think, Orpington was one of the seats that gave the Liberals quite a fillip early in the night. They'd been told they were going to lose it, and it appeared to some people that the species called Orpington Man was somehow on the decrease. Well, Orpington Man, whether he's on the decrease or not in the Liberal Party, catches the train to the city every morning. So on the Orpington train, let's see what happened.
Good morning, sir. What did you think about the election? Can you tell me?
Yeah, 5 years of misery.
You don't sound very happy about it.
Not at all.
But
no.
you're smiling.
Yes, I'm smiling. I mean, I suppose they've got something to smile about, the other side. Well, I hope they use the 5 years to the country's advantage.
Do you think Mr. Wilson will last the 5-year course?
Yes, I do.
And you're not very happy about that?
No. I'd sooner have seen the Conservatives.
What's in it for you? Anything to think?
No, well, I'm retired. I mean, I suppose they're entitled to have a good run for their money. In the old days, we had a good run for ours. We're supposed to have had 13 wasted years, but I don't believe it, you know. But I think in the main, the country is solid enough to stand any government. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Good morning, madam. I wonder if I could ask you what you thought about the election.
Oh, goodness. Well, I think it's very good, actually.
You're pleased, are you?
Yes, I am, and I hope Mr. Wilson will do well.
Are you looking forward to the next 5 years under the
Yes,
government?
yes. I don't
you
think
very
we've done too bad so far.
Thank you very much. And now, once again, no? Yes, that's a very pretty lady. What do you think about the result of the general election?
It's a grave disappointment to me. I think, yes. I'm not looking forward to the next 5 years. And I think Mr. Wilson is saying to England, April Fool this morning.
What would you say to Mr. Wilson if he was here this morning?
I don't think I could find anything to say to him. I'm just so disappointed.
You'd be lost for words.
Yes, I would.
Who were
I
you
think it's a very
rooting
bad
for?
mistake. Oh, Mr. Heath. I think he would have made a marvellous Prime Minister.
What did you think of Mr. Heath?
I think he's a very honest man. And I think he's one of the few leaders of any party whom I would ever want to put my trust in. And I think he's one who would carry out the promises that he made to the country. I really do.
A lot of people say Labour's under a difficulty because he's not married. Do you think this is so?
Oh, no, I don't think that makes any difference. They do say behind every great man there's a woman, but I think Mr. Heath is great enough to stand on his own.
Thank you very much indeed. And now back to the studio.
Here is the Festival Hall waiting to receive John Major. My gosh, it is different. It is a scene of very great delight. Rather hope we can go back to the band up there. We expect to hear that Tony Blair will be there in about an hour or so. He's now in the air on his way down. But this is a celebration of people who have been waiting for this. Some of them maybe not for all that long, who are really new Labour. Some who've been with old Labour for a long time and have changed and adapted to join new Labour. But they can't stop clapping, they don't know what they're clapping at, and it doesn't terribly matter because they're all extremely happy, aren't they, Mike?
Well, they promised their workers and their supporters this party win or lose. Obviously, it would have been slightly different had they lost, but a lot of people have worked for a very, very long time. Imagine what it would have been like in 1983 when they were right at the bottom, the absolute bottom of their fortunes when they had that devastating loss. And now they're going to have their night of celebration.
And even their opponents, I suspect, would say that they deserve that celebration because in politics, everyone understands one thing about politics is that you fight very, very hard and you win some and it's nice and you lose some and it's painful, but when you win, you allow yourself a frisson of pleasure.
Absolutely right. And in William Watergrove's speech, as we heard just then, of course, he had very much in mind the party workers, and the Tory party workers will not only be feeling devastated tonight, in contrast to the sort of scenes that we see here, but they will also be very, very angry with what the parliamentary party has done in the Conservative Party.
Just as the people here will look forward to a massive majority for their party and for their leadership as they head towards a Labour government that takes Britain into the celebration of the millennium, so the Tories will be saying, how did this happen? Why did it happen? Can we put it right? How do we put it right? We have a very deep hole that we have to dig ourselves out from, and we've already heard from so many of the remarks coming in from Tories how bitter they are. We now go back to the very different picture in Huntingdon. Here is John Major with his wife Norma as they go up to the Count. He smiles and greets courteously and politely and friendly his friends and supporters here. Here he is held in high affection and regard. But this is the last time that he will stand here as Prime Minister. This is a seat that he has held since 1979. He's been Prime Minister since 1990, and he's about to hear that he has won his seat. But that he is not. He knows this very well indeed. He is not going
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have the official declaration of the result here in the Huntingdon constituency, and that will be read to you by the High Sheriff of Cambridgeshire, Mr. David Rampley. Mr. Rampley.
He had the largest majority of any MP here in 1992 because of boundary changes. It would be a bit smaller, but it's still very safe.
The returning officer for the Huntingdon constituency hereby give notice that the total number of votes
given for each candidate at the election was as follows. David James Bellamy, 3,114. Charles Raymond Coyne, 331. Veronica Hufford, 177. John Major, 31,501. Matthew James Owen, 8,390. Jason Rees,
Labour,
13,361.
So the Prime Minister,
Duncan
as he still is,
John
safely
Robertson,
back into
89.
Huntingdon, his seat there. He's held
And
that
John
seat
Major
there.
has been duly elected to serve as a member for the Huntingdon constituency.
And here is the full result. Majority 18,000. Look at David Bellamy down there on 3,000. I suspect that's the highest vote that the referendum party has had. But the swing from Conservative Labour lower than elsewhere, 6.8%. The Prime Minister will now speak.
Sheriff, I'd first like, if I may, to congratulate all those who've carried out the count of this very large constituency with such skill and with such speed. I'd also add my thanks to all those who cared for the security of the polling booths throughout the day and manned them. It is a job that has been done, as we have come to expect in Huntingdon, with immense efficiency, and I'm very grateful to everyone who played their part in carrying that out today. I'd like also, if I may, to thank my fellow candidates in this constituency. I have been something of an absentee candidate, at least in the Huntingdon constituency, but I understand that the battle here has been fought with great courtesy and great skill. And I congratulate all those who played a part in the campaign. I'm sure they will look forward to their future campaigns. I'd like also, if I may, to thank a number of people to whom I owe almost more than it's possible to express readily and easily. Perhaps I may start with my agent, Peter Brown, a peer amongst agents. Not only my agent, but a very old and dear friend, and I'm very grateful to him for all he has done, not just during this campaign, but during recent years when he's perhaps had to undertake many burdens that perhaps would not normally have fallen upon the shoulders of anyone's agent. I'd like to thank also my constituency officers and the literally thousands of people who've worked in this constituency on my behalf during this campaign and over recent years. Their work has been immense. The affection I have for this constituency is not easily expressed, but I think it is known by those people who live in the constituency, and I'm deeply privileged to have the opportunity of representing it yet again. Huntingdonshire has only had 2 members of Parliament since 1945. I have just been elected for the 5th time in this constituency, and I look forward with the same pleasure at serving my constituents in the future as I have found in doing so in the past. Above all, though, I'd like to express my thanks to Norma and to my family. Perhaps these thanks are most appropriately expressed in private, but I think most people who have known Norma, most people who have seen her, will realise that not only has she graced this constituency for 18 years, I think she has graced a much larger stage in recent years, and my debt to her and my debt to her is one not easily paid. It is perfectly clear now that the Labour Party has had an extremely successful evening. I telephoned Mr. Blair a little over an hour ago to congratulate him on his success and to wish him every good fortune in the great responsibilities that he will have in the years that lie ahead. This is a great country. He inherits a country in extremely good economic shape. I wish him every success in sustaining that in the interests of all the people of this country. I think I can promise that the Conservative Party will be a vigorous opposition. Where it is appropriate to support, we will support. Where it is in the interests of the country to support, we will support. Where we believe the policies are wrong, we will oppose vigorously, but honestly and fairly. But all that, I think, lies ahead for another day. For today, let me perhaps just add one further thought. Elections always have winners, and they always have losers. It is a very great occasion to win an election, a very great occasion to be elected to Parliament. Many colleagues and old friends of mine will have contested seats tonight and lost them. Many colleagues will have contested seats on behalf of my party this evening, contested them well and bravely, but lost them. I would like, if I may, to express to all of them my thanks for all they've done on behalf of our country and our party, and my thanks also to the literally hundreds of thousands of people who have helped in the Conservative Party campaign and the millions of our fellow citizens who voted for the Conservative Party on this occasion. We are a great and historic party, the Conservative Party. We have had great victories in our time. We have had defeats in our time. We accept them both, I hope, with a certain dignity and a certain grace. Tonight, we have been comprehensively defeated. We will listen to the voice of the electorate. We will consider what has been said to us. I think we must reflect upon it. I know that we will. And I know when we have reflected, we will begin to prepare once again for that day in the future, I hope not too far distant, when my party may once again return to government in the service of this country. Thank you.
John Major there with a gracious speech in victory and in defeat in one breath. Victory in the seat, defeat for his party in this election campaign. The comprehensive defeat, he called it. He made an affectionate, husbandly reference to his wife Norma for supporting him in public all the way through. He talked about ringing Tony Blair and wishing him every success, but he promised that the Tories would be a vigorous opposition, and he expressed his sympathy for those many of his colleagues who are now out of Parliament, although he is still in. That was the manner of John Major then, wasn't it?
Very much what you would expect of John Major, always gracious, whatever happened to him. He has taken the most enormous punishment during his premiership since 1992. Sometimes I have wondered how he's dared to get out of bed in the morning, but he's somehow battled on. This must be one of the worst moments. The scale of the defeat is truly awful, and I must say, looking at Norma Major's face, that said it all as well.
Well,
These are extraordinary scenes in British political life.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Every time he says thank you, they want more.
Thank you. Well, a new dawn has broken, has it not? And it is wonderful. We always said that if we had the courage to change, then we could do it, and we did it. And let me say this to you. The British people have put their trust in us. It is a moving and it is a humbling experience. And the size of our likely majority now imposes a special sort of responsibility upon us. We have been elected as New Labour, and we will govern as New Labour. We were elected because as a party today, we represent the whole of this nation. And we will govern for the whole of this nation, every single part of it. We will speak up for that decent, hard-working majority of the British people whose voice has been silent for all too long in our political life. And we'll set about doing the good, practical things that need to be done in this country. Extending educational opportunity, not to an elite, but to all our children. Modernising our welfare state, rebuilding our National Health Service as a proper National Health Service to serve the needs of Britain. We will work with business to create that dynamic and enterprising economy we need, and we will work with all our people for that just and decent society that the British people have wanted for so long. This vote tonight has been a vote for the future, for a new era of politics in Britain, so that we can put behind us the battles of this past century and address the challenges of the new century. It will be a Britain renewed, where through education and technology and enterprise, we equip our country for the future in a different and new economic world, and where we build a nation united, with common purpose, shared values, with no one shut out, no one excluded, no one told that they do not matter. In that society, tolerance and respect will be the order of the day as we watch our children grow in strength and our elderly rest easy and secure in old age. That is the country we have wanted for so long. A Britain whose politics starts once again to live up to the finest ideals of public service. And a Britain that stands tall in the world, whose sense of its future is as certain and confident as its sense of its own history. Today, on the eve of this new millennium, the British people have ushered in this new era of politics. And the great thing about it is that we have won support in this election from all walks of life, from all classes of people, from every single corner of our country. We are now today the People's Party. The party of all the people, the many, not the few. The party that belongs to every part of Britain, no matter what people's background or their creed or their colour. The party that can stand up for what is a great country. And I want everyone to feel proud in their country tonight because they all have a stake in its success. I believe in Britain, and tonight the people of Britain are uniting behind New Labour. They are uniting around basic British values, uniting to put the divisions of the past behind us, uniting to face the challenges of the future, uniting at long last as one nation. 3 days ago, I quoted one of my predecessors, Jon Snow. He said, "All we ask is the chance to serve." Tonight, the British people have given us the chance to serve, and serve we will, with all our heart and all our mind. And to you, all of you that have come here this evening, I say thank you for all your work and for all your help. It's been a long journey for this party, has it not? It's been a long journey. I'm delighted that Neil Kinnock is here tonight as well. Joe took us back from the brink of extinction and helped make this party what it is today. And it is with real pride that we, all the people here, young and old from every part of the country, from every background, we say tonight, you, the British people, have given us the chance to serve you. You have put your trust in us, and we say to you, we shall repay that trust for you. We govern for you. Finally, all these years, we have been people saying but never given the chance to do. And yet the only purpose in being in politics is to do, to get things done, to make things happen. Now we have the chance to make things happen. And we take that responsibility upon us, and we say we shall discharge it, and we shall make this country as proud of us as tonight we are proud of them. Thank you very much indeed.
So, Tony Blair with a revivalist, visionary speech. A speech with passion directed not only at his audience there, but to the wider audience. A new dawn has broken, he said. We are the People's Party. We are the One Nation Party, echoing Disraeli. We shall repay the trust that the people have put in us.
Here comes Derek Howe, Mrs. Thatcher's press officer, who's arranged this little meeting between Timothy, who's still sucking his thumb.
That's okay, that's fine.
The press, having waited all morning, are waiting for the perfect photograph. Timothy's looking a little less interested than he was a moment ago, and whether he's, having got quite attached to this blue bunny, going to be willing to give it up when the moment comes. They're all waiting to see. He's looking, he's sort of peering round the door to see if he can see her. And he's smiling. Here she comes. Mrs. Thatcher smiling and looking very relaxed, surprisingly untired after having been up for most of the night. And Timothy is giving her a kiss. He seems to be struck quite dumb at the moment.
Hold it up, Mrs. Thatcher, please. Can you hold the doll up?
I think he's quite overcome by meeting his heroine. He's unable to say a word. He's managing a slight smile, that's all. Mrs. Thatcher is going to make her way through this crowd in the car. I'll try and have a word with her.
All right back. Officer! Officer!
Oi!
Unfortunately, at the moment, the press have their view blocked.
Have you seen the Queen, Mrs. Thatcher?
Mrs. Thatcher. Mrs. Thatcher, do you know when you're going to Buckingham Palace?
Mrs. Thatcher, could you just hold the door?
Mrs. Thatcher, reticent to the last, is still not saying anything. She's going off to Smith Square. She will eventually, I'm sure, tell us when she's going to Buckingham Palace. Terrific jostlings and pushings.
Sorry, love, I can't get around the other side.
And this is now going to be part of her life that she'll simply have to get used to. She does look extremely relaxed. I think the car isn't moving yet simply because the street is so crowded that it's going to be very difficult to get it out. Off she goes now. She's going down to Smith Square to have lunch with her senior colleagues and associates. And then we don't know, but we shall let you know as soon as we do know. Now back to the studio at ITN.
Mrs. Thatcher sets off into the future, fame, fortune, and we imagine quite shortly, well, certainly later today, Buckingham Palace. Mrs. Thatcher is gone, but her admirer remains. Anna?
Timothy, did you enjoy meeting Mrs. Thatcher?
Yeah.
What did you say to her?
That's a present for you.
And what did she say to you?
Thank you.
Did you mind giving your bunny away?
Yes.
Why do you admire Mrs. Thatcher so much?
Blip.
Blip. I think Timothy's had his say. He's just kicked 2 stones off Mrs. Thatcher's front wall. That's about enough for today, I think. Back to you, Alistair.
That, Ms. Rack, is the interview of the election.
And Mr. Callaghan is now coming out from the door of number 10 for the last time as Prime Minister. It's a sad moment for him at the end of 3 years, 3 much longer years, I think, than, well, at any rate, 3 years was a much longer period than many people expected him to serve as Prime Minister. But he's now in the Prime Ministerial rover for his last trip as Prime Minister, the 3 minutes away down Downing Street to some faint cheers from the crowd and away 2.5 minutes down the Mall to Buckingham Palace, where he'll see the Queen. He, of course, has been a very regular visitor to Buckingham Palace. He's been there every Tuesday for the past 3 years. It's understood that he has a very good rapport with the Queen, one which will now have to be replaced by one with Mrs. Thatcher. Still a considerable atmosphere here as they wait for Mrs. Thatcher, but that could be some time away, and with that I hand you back to the ITN studio.
Well, now let us consider Mr. Callaghan on his way to the palace. Something which perhaps at one stage in his career, when he was a failed Chancellor, he probably never expected that he would be Prime Minister at all. But it came to him when Sir Harold Wilson resigned suddenly. Mr. Callaghan took over. It was a time of great difficulty. The Labour Party was becoming rapidly a minority government. Mr. Callaghan secured a pact with the Liberal Party, which bought him 2 years of breathing space. And in many ways, it was felt that Mr. Callaghan was making a great impression on the country, and especially his liaison, his concordat, his working arrangement with the trade unions. And then, suddenly, last September, he didn't call a general election. I wonder what's going through his mind now on his way to the palace. Many of the trade union leaders, many of his own cabinet colleagues have since said, openly or surreptitiously, that they thought that was a major mistake. But as a result of his not going to the country last September, October, when he might well have won, it was thought that he had thrown away his chance of remaining Prime Minister. That has happened. Nick Gowing is now there to watch him on his last journey as Prime Minister.
And we're waiting to see Mr. Callaghan come up the Mall now, the well-worn run for every Prime Minister in Britain. No sign of it yet. A crowd of 70 or 80 people standing outside the palace. Not a large crowd, but the palace, beautiful, resplendent. It's bathed in sun at the moment, although it is, as Jon Snow said a moment earlier, it's very cold here. As you can see, there is quite a lot of traffic in the Mall. The Prime Minister could be held up a moment or two by that. And here is Mr. Callaghan. No police escort, you'll notice, around the Victoria Memorial, known locally as the Wedding Cake. It is, of course, probably his last trip in the Prime Ministerial Rover 3.5, a car he has known so well over the last 3 years, with all its special radio links. There you can see the crowd. A cheer or two I can hear, a wave, a salute from a policeman, and in through the right-hand gate of Buckingham Palace, across the courtyard, a trip he knows so well, and into the right-hand arch. Just a couple of minutes away then from the audience with the Queen. A private one, a meeting of both formality and informality. A bit of protocol and perhaps a friendly exchange or two, remembering 1 or 2 moments from Mr. Callaghan's 3 years. When we next see him, he will no longer be Britain's Prime Minister.
Jackie Ashley's got some updating for us, I think.
Yes, we're waiting any moment now, Jonathan. What I can tell you is that
this car, this bulletproof car that he's going to get into, is actually the old Prime Minister's car. Tony Blair has now been given the new one. That's a green one. It's a couple of years newer than this one, so it's a sign of how quickly things can change.
It's pretty rough, isn't it?
It is a rough old trade. I can also tell you that out at the back entrance of Downing Street, to my right here, there's a big removal van. Michael Gersten oversees removals, it says, so who knows?
He's not going as far away as that.
But those are the same people who moved out Mrs. Thatcher, if you remember, when she was moving out from Downing Street. So they've clearly got a contract on the job here.
One is always fascinated by this process of people, the way in which our democracy works, but it is pretty ruthless. Nonetheless, it is very, very clear. At one moment, a man is Prime Minister and has all the trappings of power. The next moment, someone else has it and he is gone. There they are, taking all the furniture and belongings that the majors have accumulated up there.
And here we are now.
He's coming out now and will address the nation through those microphones.
Good morning. I said most of what I wished to say when I had the opportunity of speaking last evening, but perhaps there are just one or two things that it would be appropriate to add this morning. It has been an immense privilege to serve as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom over the last 6.5 years. It's a privilege that comes to very few people, and it's a very precious privilege indeed. I hope as I leave Downing Street this morning that I can say with some accuracy that the country is in far better shape than it was when I entered Downing Street. The economy is booming, interest rates low, inflation low, unemployment falling, the growth pattern is well set, the health service is expanding, the education service is improving, and the crime statistics are falling. All of those, I think, are benevolent improvements in the interests of all the people of this country. I believe that the incoming government, to whom I repeat my warm congratulations upon their success, the incoming government will inherit the most benevolent set of economic statistics of any incoming government since before the First World War. I hope very much, in the interest of the whole British nation, that they're successful in retaining this economy in the future. If I may, I would like to clear up one area of speculation that I know has been abroad a little over the last few days. I have been a Member of Parliament for 18 years. I've been a member of the government for 14 years, a member of the Cabinet for 10 years, and Prime Minister since 1990. When the curtain falls, it's time to get off the stage, and that is what I propose to do. I shall therefore advise my parliamentary colleagues that I believe that it would be appropriate for them to consider the selection of a new leader of the Conservative Party to lead the party through opposition during the years that lie immediately ahead. This will necessarily take a little while to organise. Parliament must meet, and the members of Parliament must make their own consideration of this matter. Naturally, I shall remain at the service of the party during what I hope will be a reasonably brief interregnum. I'd just like, if I may, to add one final thought. During the 6.5 years that I have been in Downing Street, there have been innumerable personal kindnesses from huge numbers of people, many of whom I have never met and never heard from except by way of their individual kindness. I'd like to take this opportunity, if I may, of extending my thanks to them and the other millions of people in the British nation who've always given me their trust and the kindnesses to which I refer. I hope, if you will forgive me, I will say no more this morning. I believe, as you know, I have an appointment with Her Majesty the Queen in a few moments to tender my resignation so that a new government may then be formally appointed. I propose to see Her Majesty in just a few moments. The second reason I'll say no more now is that after that I hope that Norma and I will be able, with the children, to get to the Oval in time for lunch and for some cricket this afternoon. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.
What a characteristic final word from the Prime Minister. He's going to go and watch some cricket. And what a gracious statement, and what an important piece of political news he has just delivered to us. He said he is going to get off the stage. There's Brian Mulwiney behind him, the chairman of the party. He is going to leave the stage as soon as he can comfortably do it and as soon as the party can allow him to do so. He is not going to stay on, as some of his backbench colleagues would like him to do. The battle for the leadership will be on very soon indeed. He said, too, bullishly, that he's bequeathed a benevolent inheritance to his successors, and he offered Tony Blair again warm congratulations. He now leaves Downing Street for the last time, turns out into Whitehall, and then he will go up to Buckingham Palace.
Let's go now to Smith Square. John Suchet.
Well, can I say at the outset, of course, that on behalf of my staff and of the Labour Party, of course, we are deeply disappointed that we did not win the election, but this is the way that democracy works. The people have made their choice, and we shall have a Conservative government with a working majority. As far as I can see, a working majority that should see them through for a full term of office. We shall immediately gird our loins to start the fight back. I personally will start it tomorrow with addressing the Kent Miners' rally at Margate, and we shall form the opposition. I believe, and we're prepared to take questions on this, I believe that we fought a good and vigorous campaign. In fact, some of you have been kind enough to say we won the campaign battle, but we lost the war on this occasion. I express some personal regret that during the whole of my life, and I'll have been in this party 46 years next month, it seems to me that the British people only give Labour a chance when the country is in dire economic circumstances, first starting after the Second World War, with a good majority in 1945. And I've frequently stated on many public occasions that we do need a full decade of office, a full two years of office, 2 terms of office, before we can really look a Labour government in the face and say you've proceeded along the road to democratic socialism. We are democratic socialists, we believe in democracy, and therefore it would be churlish of us not to wish the government well, which we do, because not to do so would be to wish bad wishes on our own people in this country, which is the last thing we would like to do. I'm going to now call upon Jim Callaghan, who will have a few remarks to say to you, and then we are prepared to take some questions. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Callaghan.
First of all, I would like to offer our thanks, and mine in particular, to all the Labour candidates and to everybody who fought so hard and magnificently for us during this campaign. The spirit of those who I saw around the country was really remarkable, and it was that which gave us great encouragement as we went on day after day and week after week. Also like to express my regret with some of our colleagues who will not be in the next House of Commons, but I am sure they will soon be back again. I think we told the truth. Certainly we tried to, as we saw it. You said that we had won most of the arguments but lost the fight. Well, obviously we didn't convince as many people as we should have done. And I think there were some underlying difficulties that did not wholly surface during the course of the campaign, as the results show. I would want to congratulate Mrs. Thatcher on becoming Prime Minister. It's a great office, a wonderful privilege, and for a woman to occupy that office is, I think, a tremendous moment in the country's history. And therefore everybody must, on behalf of all our people, wish her well and wish her success in the great responsibilities that now fall to her. And she will need health, she will need strength, she will need stamina, she will need a lot of support. But if she gets it, although we shall do our best to ensure we win the next election, then it will be for the benefit of all in our country. I do claim that what we're handing over to her trusteeship is better than the inheritance that we ourselves had. I do not think it can be denied that for whatever reason there is little room to doubt that the basic economic position is better than it was. Our balance of payments is better and I've explained the reasons for that. It's not wholly due to North Sea oil. This coming government has got the great benefit of North Sea oil and its revenues to fortify what they are doing during the next 10 to 15 years, although of course I trust they're not going to last as long as that. But certainly during their next term of office, they are going to find a Britain which will be totally self-supporting and whose revenues will be a tremendous boost to what they are doing. We have handed over a country in which inflation is not only substantially reduced, but is under 10%, and I believe need not go up. I cannot say will not go up, but need not go up in any dramatic way, because the conditions that existed when we came to office in 1974 with the supply of printed money out of control do not exist today, and therefore it will be the responsibility of the new government to ensure that inflation does not rise and indeed is brought down lower than it is at the present time, which is the target that we had set ourselves. We also hand over a much more stable country in terms of the reserve assets. When we inherited in 1974, the reserves were some $7 billion. They are now treble that. They are $20 billion, and that gives any Chancellor of the Exchequer a much securer feeling as he lies in bed at night than when it is as low as it was when we took over. On growth, we would have thought, and I don't wish to refight the last election campaign, but you would have thought, listening to the speeches, that there have been no growth in this country last year. In fact, we were among the faster growers in the economy during last year. We grew at something like 3%. And, of course, unemployment has been going down, whereas it was going up. Now, all these things, I think, I don't say in order to underestimate the problems that are ahead of Britain. That wouldn't be true if I did, because I have been explaining during the last months the problems that still lie ahead. And they are many, and they are considerable. And the modernisation of our plant and the increase of the growth of our wealth are very important indeed. And I shall go on saying so, and will do my best to assist in any measures that the government introduces that are going to achieve those ends, provided they fulfil one other condition. It is important, as has been emphasised by both sides in this campaign, that we should create wealth. It's also important that it should be fairly distributed. And I urge the new government to ensure that there is social justice and that the increased wealth that can be created will be fairly and equitably shared. That is perhaps one area in which our policies are markedly different. I don't wish to emphasise the differences this afternoon, because the new government is entitled to a fair show on its voyage. It's got plenty of difficulties that it will have to overcome without us unnecessarily adding to them by factitious opposition. We shall, of course, play a vigorous part in opposition. I hope it will not be opposition based on opposition for its own sake, but that it will be constructive criticism and practical ideas that we shall bring forward for the purpose of assisting the nation. So I would like to say in conclusion that I thank those of you who are still with me, who've been with me during the course of this campaign. You have all remarkable stamina, and you've endured it and survived it. I think we must now strike a medal for you all, and to say that I hope and believe that a good future lies ahead of this country. We can make a very fine country of this, and I hope we shall do so.
Sir, could you tell me why you think you lost this election? And another question, what do you think life is going to be under this new government for the British people?
I think we lost it because we didn't convince enough people that our policies were right. As to what life will be like, well, I have a feeling that the new government will certainly, will probably wish to reconsider some of the things that it has said in the course of the campaign.
Mr. Callaghan, many of us believe that you would have done, the party would have done better to have gone to the country in October last year. Could you tell us now what impelled you to carry on?
The fact that I wanted to complete 5 years and we didn't do it. And I thought that it was right that we should get through, if we could, this very difficult winter that we've had. But the memories of the winter, I think, have been too great for many people, and that has undoubtedly been a handicap to us.
So it seems clear now that the main factor in turning the electorate against you was the winter of industrial discontent to which you've just referred. Do you accept now, would you concede that perhaps the Tories may have had an approach to industrial relations which was more popular with the public at large than the approach of your government?
I don't know whether their remedies were more popular. We shall wait and see. Indeed, we don't even know what remedies they're going to introduce. In my view, the ideas that they have put forward so far, although I don't wish to get into fighting the campaign, are little more than a cosmetic, and they won't deal with the fundamental issues. Now, I don't think it's because people thought that their remedies were better. It was because they were discontented with what had happened, and that, I think, is a very different matter. You frequently find that people vote against something rather than voting for something, and I have a feeling that people voted against last winter rather than voting for the Conservatives' proposals.
Mr. Callaghan, can you tell us something about your personal future? Do you intend to stay on as the leader of the Labour Party?
No, I can't discuss that today.
Mr. Callaghan, during the campaign you gave a personal pledge if you were re-elected as Prime Minister that you would stay on a lifetime in Parliament. Can you tell us now how long you want to stay on as Leader of the Opposition?
I don't think you heard my answer to the same question that was asked. I have nothing more to say than I said in answer to the last question on that.
Is this something that you give us any indication how you will consider?
No, I see no reason why I should do so less than an hour after I have been to the palace and submitted my resignation to the Queen.
Can I ask if your reaction to the defeat of Shirley Williams in Hertfordshire?
I'm heartbroken. She is one of the most distinguished post-war parliamentarians, members of the party, a woman with a great heart and an intellect, an imagination and a sympathy to match. But Shirley is very young. She will be back again, and I believe the most distinguished future for her. Not that she is looking for a career, but because she has a passionate belief in service to the community and to this party.
Mr. Callaghan, when I asked you last night in Cardiff what advice you had for Mrs. Thatcher at 5 o'clock in the morning, you said she should go to bed, where you were going. I wonder, she has only held one office of state, and that not even a major office. You have held all 4 major offices of state. What advice do you have now for her as Prime Minister?
I don't think it's for me to offer advice to an experienced politician who's just been elected as Prime Minister of this country, not on that kind of basis, really.
I wonder what you will most miss yourself being Prime Minister.
I'll tell you what I will most gain, if I can walk round the question that way, and it's a personal story. During the last 2 or 3 days of the campaign, Audrey was talking to my second daughter up in Cumbria, and all the children have been busy distributing handbills, and my 4-year-old grandson said, "I do hope Grandad doesn't become Prime Minister again because he doesn't come and see us often enough now." That's what I shall gain.
Are you all finished? Well, may I say thank you very much for the courteous way that we've conducted the campaign with you. I promise to read every word you write. I won't always promise to believe it, but may you long continue to write it.
Thank you all very much, especially those who've been round with me, and I apologise to everybody 16 times for all the errors of omission, commission, the bullying, the irritation that I have shown. Thank you all very much for putting up with it.
Now we're going off to his Sussex farm for a long weekend and I think a well-earned rest. He won't be seen in London now for quite some days. Back to the studio.
The news conferences of the defeated are always more interesting than those of the winners. While Mr. Callaghan was talking, there was news of a recount in Kettering. That's the old Geoffrey de Freitas seat, which has Corby in it, where there's been a lot of trouble in the steel industry. It needed, well, the Labour majority there was 17.8%, and that is in the East Midlands, where the Conservatives have been doing so very well. There's also been some trouble in the local Labour party there. The candidate, Mr. William Homewood, was supported by the left faction in the local party, and moderates on the local council have resigned the Labour whip.
Another enormous swing in Essex sales, 11.5% in Essex South East.
That's Bernard Brain's seat.
That's
Now,
right.
I wonder, Harold Lever has joined us, Leonard. Perhaps he has a word to say about Mr. Callaghan's statement?
Well, you'd heard Mr. Callaghan saying that they're certainly handing over the books, which are in the black. The balance of payments is good. Is there any reason at all why the Conservative administration shouldn't build on that?
No reason whatever. But, of course, I don't think Jim Callaghan or any of us would say that everything ahead from Margaret Thatcher is plain sailing. Little matters that have escaped attention during the inevitably parochial debate of a general election will bring themselves to bear on our affairs, like the international problems, the menacing fragility of the international monetary system. And all the consequences
we'll
of
come back to you in a minute. Can I just hand back to Transport House? Mr. Callaghan's just leaving.
Mr. Callaghan is now leaving Transport House, saying his last goodbyes to the party workers as he attempts to get out of a very crowded transport hall through the corridor full of journalists, party workers. He passes some clapping now from the party workers, and I think there's some Transport and General Workers Union workers who are here also as he leaves. The red flag is now being sung, I think. Traditional Labour song. Mr. Callaghan goes into Mr. Ron Hayward's office, I think, for a bit of peace and quiet for a few minutes before he will be leaving finally to spend the weekend at his Sussex farm.
Round Trafalgar Square, and exactly the same route as the Prime Minister took, past Admiralty Arch,
And there they are.
passing all the senior offices of state, the Treasury building on the left, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office on the right, the Cabinet Office, Downing Street tucked off to the right there, the Scottish Office, and the banqueting house, and the Ministry of Defence.
Practical thing.
This is the seat of governance in London. Keeping to the speed limit, I suspect, for the benefit of everyone watching.
The stately progress as befits them all.
St James's Park on the left. Sunbathers you can just see amidst the trees who don't realise that the motorcade is on its way.
And an astonishing summer's day almost out there. The weather has been very kind so that we've been able to see everything that's going on.
And of course you don't get the feel from in the studio of what it is to wake up to the new dawn of a Labour government. Life, when you look out at it, seems to go on much as normal for most people. They've held, last time John Major in 92 had to stop there, but they've shot by. And here we can see the guards. They were in the courtyard of Buckingham Palace. They've now are on their way off duty. And the police outriders, no, they're coming on duty, I'm sorry. The police, mounted police, making sure that the path is cleared. People clapping on the side there, waving as Tony Blair comes by.
It's a wonderful mixture here, isn't there, of the official and the ceremonial.
You've got the ceremonial, the tourist, the official, and you've got a lovely summer's day.
And some
Tony Blair
from the car
waving
there.
to the crowds, people waving to them there, whether they're tourists or not, they're going to wave at whoever it is. I guess most of them do know it's the Prime Minister in waiting, lining the streets there. They turn in through the gates of Buckingham Palace. A slight pause there.
A little chicane there almost, isn't it, as they go in the gate? And
This is the gate through which all visitors generally come, except for state occasions when they use the main gates. The other cars peel off. The Jaguar and the looks like looks like a taxi. It's actually the combi behind, I think, taking. I'm not sure who is it. We'll find out because we're going to get a close-up picture in a moment. Here is Tony Blair arriving for his first audience with the Queen, his first formal audience, when she will ask him to take up the seals of office as Prime Minister. It is, of course, a formality he will accept. Waiting for Mrs. Blair. They go in, shaking hands with officials inside there, and he disappears.
Well, it should be a drive of no more than 5 minutes from Smith Square in Westminster, across Parliament Square and down past the government offices, down here to Buckingham Palace. As is tradition then, now within 15 minutes of the outgoing Prime Minister leaving the Queen, having resigned, Mrs. Thatcher should be arriving at Buckingham Palace. It's the day, of course, she's been aiming for now for 4 years. There, the wedding cake you were talking about a moment ago, Alistair. Still no sign of the new Prime Minister's car. As you can see, the area now under cloud. A few moments ago it was in sun when Mr. Callaghan left. Now it's under cloud for Mrs. Thatcher. We hope that's not an ill omen. Still no sign of the official car yet. You can see there in the bottom right-hand corner a crowd on both sides of the square in front of Buckingham Palace, on both sides and at the foot of the Victoria Memorial. And there is, I think, Mrs. Thatcher's official leader of the opposition's car. Cheering, waving. I can see, I think, a wave or two from Mrs. Thatcher. Certainly far more cheering than when Mr. Callaghan went in some 40 minutes ago. Exactly the same route, as you can see, through the right-hand arch into the courtyard of Buckingham Palace. How many times, we wonder, will she have waved by the end of this campaign, and what will she be saying to the Queen as the offer is made to Mrs. Thatcher to form her new Conservative government?
The new generation. There is Cherie Blair coming out first to get into her car. There are the officials, Tony Blair, now Prime Minister. That is the first shot of the new Prime Minister as Prime Minister. Alistair Campbell blocking it temporarily.
And Alex Allen, who was Mr. Major's private secretary there, now Mr. Blair's private secretary.
So now the journey that takes him as Prime Minister, as the 10th Prime Minister of the Queen's reign, out of Buckingham Palace, down the Mall and into Downing Street, where, as we already know, he is going to be given a hero's welcome. Out of the courtyard, and there are the police outriders for the Prime Minister, the crowds waving. Nicholas Owen was explaining how he had told them all what was going on. Some of them, I guess, know in any case that this is a big day. Others, it's just a great scene. But here comes the Prime Minister's Daimler with the Prime Minister inside it. 44 years old, the youngest Prime Minister this century. 3 years his party's leader, and now in with an overwhelming majority, the greatest ever achieved by the Labour Party.
Tony Blair, it's pretty clear Neil Kinnock is going to go, isn't it?
Well, that's just not an issue today. As you know, he's going to be making a statement on Monday, and I would like to put on record my admiration for the brilliant campaign that he fought, for the enthusiasm that he engendered up and down this country, and the gratitude that many of us feel for the tremendous changes that he brought about in the Labour Party and the tremendous good work he has done and is doing still.
Do you take Vernon Bogdan's point, expressed there in Nick Gowing's piece just now, that the problem really is that the party still has part of the kind of union bloc vote feel about it, that it doesn't express the individualistic aspirations of people, and that particularly in the event of choosing another leader, you are talking about a situation in which the unions will have a 40% say?
Now, I think that the critical thing to understand is that we won 40 seats from the Conservatives, We came back from the position we were in 1987. Remember, the Conservative majority was slashed very considerably, but it has to be faced, and we do face it, that we didn't win the sufficient trust of sufficient numbers of people to form a government. Now, in my view, that process of change within the Labour Party will, of course, continue, but we should be quite clear about this. The reason why we were serious contenders for government in this election was because of the changes that Neil Kinnock saw through in the Labour Party. I reject totally this idea that because Labour has been defeated in this election, that there is some way in which you say Labour can never win again. Nonsense. What I do think is important, though, is that we realise we have come so far because of the changes that we've carried out, and we must now continue the process of change.
And he comes in through the gates of Downing Street. Look, those are the ordinary people of Britain outside there, trying to get a photograph as he gets out of the car, outside the gates, and walks here in Whitehall. He's walking in Whitehall towards Downing Street with Tony Blair. This is a presidential moment, if ever there were one. Not often that a politician is greeted like this by the people who happen to be there, but he's now in amongst his certain friends in Downing Street itself. These are his party workers. This is the moment they've been waiting for years and years, those who've been Labour frustrated in opposition and now in government. Lots of young people there waving, look at them grabbing at him, the passion in their faces. He's their man. And the Union Jack in their hands, not what you would have seen, whatever the loyalties, certainly, and patriotism might have been inconceivable 20 years ago, that you would have had Union Jacks when a Labour Party Prime Minister came into office. Tony Blair being grabbed as she goes, trying to get down, trying to touch as many hands as they can. What a moment. Let's just listen to the sound for a second. There have been those that say that Tony Blair doesn't inspire great warmth, but rather respect. Anyone who can get warmth like this can be happy to have it described as respect.
I think I saw people there saying to him, if my lip reading's not that good, saying, well done, well done. Crossing to the other side of the street.
This, as it were, he now is the tenant of this street. This is his street.
And we have not seen anything like this in Downing Street for a very, very long time. Certainly not since I've been covering politics over the last 10 or 12 years. It's quite extraordinary.
These, of course, are party activists, party supporters, party workers.
But the general public in there as well, giving him this tremendous reception.
You can sense the huge warmth of it. However,
everybody's got a word for them, you notice. Everybody just wants to say something.
A little political realism comes in the form of Lou Adams, the leader of the rail union ASLEF, who's chosen this moment to say Labour must stick by their promise of a clear timetable to bring our railways back into public ownership and public accountability. Thanks a bunch, Tony Blair will be saying privately, I'm quite sure, when he hears that he was saying that. Grabbing every hand that he can. Faces smiling everywhere. May the 2nd smile day for Labour. Tony, they're saying.
Now, she's just coming into Downing Street now. Here comes the Prime Ministerial rover, bearing now Mrs. Thatcher as Prime Minister. A huge crowd and a huge cheer. Plainclothes police out of a car behind her. And Mrs. Thatcher out onto the doorstep. A wave that we've now become really quite well accustomed to throughout this campaign. Mr. Denis Thatcher, her husband, standing behind.
Mrs. Thatcher, have you anything to say?
Just in front, Mrs. Thatcher. Just to the BBC, Mrs. Thatcher.
Yes.
It's been a wonderful campaign for you.
May I just
Congratulations.
thank you very much.
How do you feel at this moment?
very excited, very aware of the responsibilities. Her Majesty, the Queen, has asked me to form a new administration, and I have accepted. It is, of course, the greatest honour that can come to any citizen in a democracy. I know full well the responsibilities that await me as I enter the door of number 10, and I'll strive unceasingly to try to fulfil the trust and confidence that the British people have placed in me and the things in which I believe. And I would just like to remember some words of St. Francis of Assisi, which I think are really just particularly apt at the moment. Where there is discord, may we bring harmony. Where there is error, may we bring truth. Where there is doubt, may we bring faith. And where there is despair, may we bring hope. And to all the British people, howsoever they voted, may I say this: now that the election is over, may we get together and strive to serve and strengthen the country of which we are so proud to be a part.
Prime Minister,
and finally, one last thing.
Yes.
In the words of Erin Eve, whom we had hoped to bring here with us, there is now work to be done.
Prime Minister, could I ask you if you would tell us what sort of administration you would like to have over the next 5 years?
Well, we shall be going inside and we shall be getting on with that as fast as we can.
Prime Minister,
and we'll hope to have some... Well, I think the first job is really to try to form a cabinet. We must get that done.
Prime Minister,
we can't really
how
get the
soon-
administration going until then. Well,
How soon do you think you'll be able to name your cabinet?
Well, certainly not today. I hope you'll have
Perhaps
some
tomorrow?
news by tomorrow evening. It's a very important thing. It's not a thing that should be suddenly rushed through. It's very important.
What will you be doing for the rest of today, Mrs.
I
Thatcher?
shall be here working.
Have you got any thoughts, Mrs. Thatcher, at this moment about Mrs. Pankhurst and your own mentor in political life, your own father?
Well, of course, I just owe almost everything to my own father. I really do. He brought me up to believe all the things that I do believe, and they're just the values on which I fought the election. And it's passionately interesting to me that the things which I learned in a small town, in a very modest home, are just the things which I believe have won the election. Gentlemen, you're very kind.
Prime Minister,
May
there's
I
a lot of
just go?
international
May I just
interest.
go?
Well, Mrs. Thatcher's now gone over to greet the crowd. Some very, very loud cheers, a lot of enthusiasm. It's all the police can do, really, to control some parts of the crowd and indeed even some parts of the press. It is a unique occasion. And there she was, indeed, quoting words of Erin Eve, who we were mentioning just before she came into Downing Street. And I think it was his assassination just before the campaign started that really has meant that the security has been as great as we've ever seen it for any national leader. I was saying in answer to Alistair Burnett's question that we have seen security around Mrs. Thatcher really very considerably strengthened in the last days of this campaign. Well, she's now doing an almost papal handshake, going down Downing Street, shaking every hand that she can possibly get hold of. There is great enthusiasm, a few boos at the back there, but then there are a few boos when Mr. Callaghan came out. There are some noisy voices shouting one or two things. There have been some elements shouting things about Ireland, but then Mr. Callaghan there had that too. It may well be that it's become a feature of day-to-day life for Prime Ministers when they're out in the open, as has this security. You can see really quite large numbers of plainclothes police behind Mrs. Thatcher, and she's now coming up towards us. And as she's coming towards the steps, and now she waves as Prime Minister. Once again, as she's done throughout this campaign, this is now the great photo call. and she's become really quite an expert at this. She spends really considerable minutes getting the right photograph. Well, she's done it now, and well, there she goes. She's going into number 10. And with that, I'll hand you back to Alistair Burnett in the ITN studio.
And as she goes into number 10, the staircase will go up before her, and going up almost on every step, there are the photographs, the paintings, and the reproductions of her predecessors. And right at the very top will be her own, the first woman Prime Minister.
It's the physical contact. It is what people call the Clinton thing. It's just there's a touching that goes on, and the message is given by the touching.
Slowly working his way up the street, taking his time.
They used to call it Clintonising. Perhaps there's a new word for it. He's blaring. I don't know what it would be. A very, very happy man. The new Prime Minister, the youngest Prime Minister this century. Aged 44. He's only been in Parliament since 1983.
Crossing to the other side of the street, he's working both sides of the street, as the politicians say.
There is a sunbrella. He's not missing anyone out.
I think I saw Blair's come home there, didn't I?
Blair's come home.
Labour's come home. Labour's come home, it says. One of the phrases, of course, of one of the speeches he delivered. Come home to Labour.
These are people who have worked and worked for this. Many of them. Well done, Tony. Blair 10, well done, Tony. The same signs. He's moving down. He's getting quite close to where the press are now, and I suspect in a moment he'll go across to the microphones. Yes, he's on his way there, I think. No, more of the crowd first.
He wants to go and shake some more hands
missing
first.
anyone out, and they will be jolly pleased.
And of course, we've seen an awful lot of him. He's spoken to the press, but the public have not, and they will be absolutely revelling in this. This is back to the old style of welcomes that we used to see years ago for Prime Ministers in 10 Downing Street, where they used to be able to come in of their own accord. Now they've been let in. And a kiss for the old lady there, the older lady there.
What a lot of young people there are there as well. People say young people turned off by politics, apathetic about politics. Not these young people.
And of course, youth membership of the Labour Party has shot up as well.
A formal statement from Buckingham Palace has just been issued. The Queen received the Right Honourable Tony Blair this afternoon and requested him to form a new administration. He accepted Her Majesty's offer and kissed hands upon his appointment as PM, the formal announcement that he's Prime Minister. Jackie, what's it like down there?
Well, it really is, as you can see, a most extraordinary atmosphere.
I noticed just behind him there. Sorry.
Stadium here. You can hear the roars going up. There, he's waving now. There are people up on all the buildings. Over on the other side of Downing Street, through every window right up, people are waving. Tony's standing just there, just in front of Angie Hunter, his personal secretary. He's going over now to greet his children. There's Catherine there, in the blue hat. Ewan and Nicky behind. And he looks as though he's coming towards the microphone any minute now.
No, he's going to do a little bit more waving. He's bringing Cherie to the microphone. Yes, he is about to address the people who put him into Downing Street.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I should say to you that I have just accepted Her Majesty the Queen's kind offer to form a new administration of government in this country. I should like to begin, if I may, by paying tribute to my predecessor, John Major, for his dignity and his courage over these last few days. and for the manner of his leaving, the essential decency of which is the mark of the man, and I am pleased to pay tribute to him. As I stand here before number 10 Downing Street, I know all too well the huge responsibility that is upon me and the great trust that the British people have placed in me. I know well what this country has voted for today. It is a mandate for New Labour, and I say to the people of this country, we ran for office as New Labour, we will govern as New Labour. This was not a mandate for dogma or for doctrine or a return to the past, but it was a mandate to get those things done in our country that desperately need doing for the future of Britain. And this New Labour government will govern in the interests of all our people, the whole of this nation. That I can promise you. When I became leader of the Labour Party some 3 years ago, I set a series of objectives for the Labour Party, and by and large I believe that we have achieved them. Today, we have set objectives for a new Labour government. A world-class education system in which education is not the privilege of the few, but the right of the many in our country. A new Labour government that remembers that it was a previous Labour government that formed and fashioned the welfare state and the National Health Service. It was our proudest creation. It shall be our job and our duty now to modernise it for a modern world, and that we will also do. We will work in partnership with business to create the dynamic economy, the competitive economy of the future, the one that can meet the challenges of an entirely new century and new age. And it will be a government that seeks to restore trust in politics in this country, that cleans it up, that decentralises it, that gives people hope once again that politics is and should be always about the service of the public. And it shall be a government, too, that gives this country strength and confidence in leadership, both at home and abroad, particularly in respect of Europe. It shall be a government rooted in strong values, the values of justice and progress and community, the values that have guided me all my political life, but a government ready with the courage to embrace the new ideas necessary to make those values live again for today's world. A government of practical measures in pursuit of noble causes. That is our objective for the people of Britain. Above all, we have secured a mandate to bring this nation together, to unite it, one Britain, one nation, in which our ambition for ourselves is matched by our sense of compassion and decency and duty towards other people. Simple values, but the right ones. For 18 years, 18 long years, my party has been in opposition. It could only say it could not do. Today, we are charged with the deep responsibility of government. Today, enough of talking. It is time now to do. Thank you.
So he's finished his speech, making his pledge to the British people. His mandate, he said, his most important mandate was to bring the nation together. These were powerful words. Observers will watch closely to see what they mean in practice when he says we're going to have practical measures in pursuit of noble causes. He gave a warm tribute to John Major, which was clapped kindly and warmly by the Labour supporters there when he spoke of his dignity and courage and his decency. There he is with his family, the new first family at number 10. The first time there's been a family as young as this in number 10 since 1945 to 50, when Attlee occupied number 10. He talked about his objectives for New Labour: education, a world-class education system, not for the privileged and the few, but for all, a dynamic economy. And he talked about the strong values that guided him: justice, progress, and community. It was a set of themes that we've heard before. It went down very well with that audience, and I suspect with a wider audience too, Mike.
Yes, and each of these takeovers is so different, isn't it? My mind goes back to Mrs. Thatcher quoting the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi. Look at the pictures there.
Those are the photographers saying, close up, come on. And if you're a leader, there's one thing you have to be obedient to, and that's photographers.
As I say, we have Mrs. Thatcher going, then we had Mr. Major taking office in those very, very different circumstances. Now we've got the young family together.
Sorry, I must, there as you say, the young family, but there's a terrific hugging going on, husband and wife hugging. I've got to do it again, she's saying. Yes, they're saying, and of course she obeys because it's important to get these photographs. Waving now for the crowds. Looks as though he's not actually going to take questions as Prime Minister on this day, as if he's going to stand there for the photographs and then go back into number 10, or to go into number 10.
Well, I think we got the message.
We've certainly got that message. Out again, with the children again. Ewan looking slightly self-conscious. Young teenager in front of all of that, it's quite a demanding role to suddenly find yourself playing.
There's a word there for Tim Allen, I think, his Assistant Press Secretary.
They are now, I think, going in to number 10. Yes, this is the moment when they're certainly going into what is now, for the next 5 years, certainly to be their home, as well as his place of residence, the most important address in Downing Street and the most politically important address in the United Kingdom. They've entered number 10. Tony Blair, Britain's new Prime Minister. There will be many photographs and many portraits of that, and in the weeks and months ahead, that door, that famous door, will see him coming out of it many, many occasions. So there we now have the new Prime Minister. Some quick thoughts about what he said, where he stands around a lot of us. Mike Brunson first.
We ran as New Labour, we'll govern as New Labour. Well, that may sound like a slogan, but he expanded on that. He says he's going to govern for all the people, and straight away making education the priority, modernising the health service, and again this emphasis on the opportunities for the many and not the few. And Kenneth Clarke, we should say, on the other side of the coin, declaring that he will be a candidate for the Tory leadership.
Alistair Stewart.
On the other side of that black door, the real world starts and the euphoria of the campaign finishes. He said, "Judge me by what I do." The trade unions have begun to throw the gauntlet down. The city and the money markets have begun to throw the gauntlet down. In the next 5 minutes, it gets real in there.
The real world starts now. Colin Rallings.
Just perhaps a quick update on where we are with the results, Jonathan. There are 5 seats to come on the mainland. There's a possibility of a 7th cabinet minister, Roger Freeman in Kettering, being defeated, but nothing can take away the magnitude of the Labour victory. They got 4 million more votes than the Conservatives last night.
David Butler, you never thought you'd see this?
No, but this is the 7th transfer of power we've seen since the war. It's the biggest in scale in terms of the turnover of votes. It's after the longest gap, 18 years of one party's rule. We're going to see a very rough time ahead as the learning curve of the Labour Party has to come. There will be muddles and messes, but it does start with enormous strength. I think it's going to be a very interesting time in the months ahead.
Thank you, David Cowley.
We've concentrated a great deal on who's in and who's out, and we've talked about Tony Blair, but one thing we ought not to forget as a consequence of this historic time is there will be 119 women in the House of Commons, double the previous maximum that we've had. There'll also be 9 MPs from the ethnic communities. So not only have we had a change of government, we've had a change of Parliament, which may have interesting consequences for the future.
Now, Lady Thatcher, the former leader who was brought low by her colleagues in 1990, has been reflecting on Tony Blair's leadership.
We've had the election. We know the result. We warmly congratulate the Prime Minister and his new government. And naturally, I commiserate with John Major and all our candidates who did not win this time. And perhaps I may just remind you that over the last 18 years, it was a Conservative Party that rebuilt Britain. Now perhaps it's time for us to rebuild ourselves to face the future.
The Tories rebuilt Britain, it's time to rebuild themselves, Mike. That's a
Well, Lady
warning.
Thatcher, of course, hoped that her legacy would go on and on and on in her own kind of phraseology with John Major, and she has seen it as not, and she now knows that there will be a struggle for the heart and soul of the Tory party. And that was, I think, her message to say, whatever we do, the party that rebuilt Britain deserves to organise itself quickly and to take up that job as soon as possible. That is her view.
And she will continue to intervene in this debate, won't she?
She will never be quiet. It is the Tory party that she's given her life to. She'll go on making comments as and when she feels it's necessary.
A quick wrap round now from everyone. Mike Brunson.
We've been used, haven't we, over the years to seeing the British people speaking its mind, but have they ever spoken with such clarity and with such a huge impact as this? The decision that they wanted nothing more to do with the Conservatives was quite clear. So then you have the dynamic of the evening. You have John Major talking in Conservative headquarters about looking back with pride over the changes of the last 18 years. But what was Tony Blair talking about? He was talking about the 4 pledges that he's now going to operate. The health service waiting list to be cut, school class sizes down, 200,000 young people back to work, Parliament for Scotland and Wales. Life moves immediately on to the new Labour agenda.
And your thought, Alistair Stewart?
In my department, Labour have torn up all the reference books. 89 out of 90 of their target seats they've taken, 144 net gains, even leaping from 3rd place to winning post. They have rewritten the rules of my game.
It was a good job that your battleground could go on and on as far as it did, and the swingometer didn't just go off the top as it would have done in the old days.
Did a good job.
Colin Rallings, your final thought.
The most dramatic election since 1945. Labour has swept across the entire country. There are no Conservatives in Scotland. There will probably be none in Wales tomorrow once we've heard from Brecon. Labour in particular has done well in London and the South East. Places where almost were no-go areas in the 1980s, Labour has bounced back and bounced back with a vengeance.
Now for a last word from Deuce over to Stafford.
I'd like to introduce you quickly to Cliff Robinson, who has been the manager of Deuce. Are you happy about the way that he's handled the affair?
We're absolutely delighted, both with the way Deuce has handled it and with the way that all our staff have got the data in so quickly and so efficiently.
And you, Kendall?
Yes, well, it's certainly done everything we expected of it and more, and I'd like to second that remark about the staff. They've done an excellent job.
They have indeed. I'm not sure I'm happy about the victory of the machine, but still, let's let the machine have the last word, shall we?
Well, that is it.
I think we just remind ourselves that this evening has really, or it's now the morning, isn't it? But it's really got more and more exciting.
We have all witnessed tonight a major event in the history of the second half of the 20th century in Britain.
We're going to have some very exciting politics for the next 4 years. Our newsroom has had a real bashing tonight in getting all these results in, getting them in faster than anybody else, getting them accurately, and with so many shifts and turns in fortune, this has meant quite a job for them all.
Of course, all through the evening, working down here in the well of this extraordinary place, have been some magnificent people beavering away like ants, if ants can beaver, but they have all the qualities of both beavers and ants, and they're there, and they'll be there tomorrow morning, working just as hard as they've been all through the night, picking up the excitement of this election.
We're going to take a little bit of kip now.
Thank you very much for watching. Good night to you all. I hope you can get to bed before the dawn comes up. From all of us, computers, everybody.
In this special ITN election newsroom. Good night.